Chapter 331. I wonder why your majesty has summoned us in the middle of the night. The celestial wolf king had ascended the throne for almost a year, but he had never summoned them in the middle of the night. And during the day, the three kingdoms had submitted to the heavenly wolf dynasty, causing everyone to feel a trace of respect and admiration for the heavenly wolf dynasty's ruler. Thus, when the celestial wolf king summoned them, they immediately rushed to the imperial palace. Pass on our decree. Mobilize the entire nation's forces to attack the Fire Dragon Empire, the celestial wolf king said domineeringly from his throne. What? Is there a need to mobilize so many troops against a duchy? Your Majesty, what should we do about the faction behind the Fire Dragon Empire? If we attack recklessly, we will be attacked fiercely. Mobilizing the entire nation's forces means you have at least 3 million soldiers. This expenditure is enormous. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the army to move out in a short period of time. Thus, none of the officials had expected the celestial wolf king to make such a decision. They all voiced their concerns. The officials looked at each other and all knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please reconsider. There is no need for further words. I have already made up my mind. Go to the other three kingdoms and mobilize them to attack the Fire Dragon Empire. The celestial wolf king's attitude was unyielding. With the black-clothed man protecting him, he had nothing to worry about. But will the other three kingdoms agree? One of the officials asked worriedly. After all, this was an all-out attack. Who would be willing to do such a thing unless something major had happened? Although they didn't know why the other three kingdoms had suddenly pledged allegiance to the celestial wolf kingdom, they were still ordered to do so. Would they agree to an all-out attack? Disagree? Do they dare? The celestial wolf king sneered at the officials' question. This, we obey. The officials didn't know where the celestial wolf king's confidence came from, but they didn't dare to refuse the celestial wolf king's unyielding tone. To the surprise of the celestial wolf kingdom's officials, the other three kingdoms unconditionally obeyed the celestial wolf king's decree. The three kingdoms had gathered a total of 6 million soldiers. They divided into three directions and slowly advanced toward the Fire Dragon Empire like a flood. As for why it was so slow, it was obviously because of the Heavenly Wolf Emperor's orders. But in the span of a single night, almost every single army had swept through a single city. This was a deliberate order from the Heavenly Wolf Emperor. Otherwise, the Fire Dragon Empire would have lost all of its territory in an instant. Reporting to the Great General, there are 2 million troops in the south and they have already taken down one of our cities. Reporting to the Great General, there are 2 million troops in the north. They have also taken down one of our cities. Reporting to the Great General, there are 3 million troops in the east. They have also occupied one of our cities. Before dawn, Guan Yu was already in the barracks. All the soldiers in the barracks looked very solemn. What's the situation of the 4 cities that have been conquered? Guan Yu's face was already red. Now, he was so angry that his face turned a little dark. They were all. A general's face was somewhat sorrowful. What's wrong with all of them? Guan Yu immediately slapped the table and asked. The entire city has been massacred. What? You didn't even spare the civilians? Guan Yu's face became even gloomier. 4 kingdoms, I, Guan Yu, am not done with you. In the blink of an eye, 4 of his cities had been destroyed and even massacred. This made his heart ache. How was he going to explain this to his lord? Do you know why the 4 kingdoms are attacking us? Guan Yu immediately asked. Although the Fire Dragon Empire had been expanding, he had been very cautious. For example, he had never mentioned the name of the Fire Dragon Empire when he went on expeditions. Moreover, he hadn't provoked any king-level factions. He didn't understand why the 4 kingdoms had all besieged him in one night. We don't know. All the generals were depressed. Right now, there are still 1 million soldiers in the Fire Dragon Empire. It's obviously not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the 9 million enemy soldiers. Guan Yu pondered for a moment and said, the rest of the army is too far away from the Fire Dragon Empire. I'm afraid they won't be able to retreat in time. On the surface, the Fire Dragon Empire only had 1 million soldiers. However, secretly, There were already more than 20 million soldiers. This terrifying number was comparable to the strength of an empire. However, the quality of the soldiers might not be as good. However, in Guan Yu's opinion, it was more than enough to deal with the 9 million enemy soldiers. However, the soldiers were too far away. If he wanted them all to return, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. At most, it would take a few months. Guan Yu was worried that it would be too late to gather all the soldiers back. Go and ask the Fiend Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Empire for help. We can't let them eat so many of our tributes for nothing. Guan Yu instructed a general. At the same time, gather the rest of the armies. Have them rush back to the Fire Dragon Empire day and night. Great General, I feel that we should inform our lord about this. Guan Yu gave several orders. One of the generals pondered for a while before speaking up. Our lord's foresight is amazing. Hearing the general's words, Guan Yu suddenly remembered that Yi Hao had asked him if anything had happened in the Fire Dragon Empire. Could it be that this group of people is here to find our lord? Guan Yu guessed. This was because if the 9 million soldiers came together, they would be able to wipe out the Fire Dragon Empire in an instant. However, they didn't do so. They only destroyed a few cities in the Fire Dragon Empire. They didn't have the intention to destroy the Fire Dragon Empire. It was obvious that these people had a motive. Their motive wasn't to destroy the Fire Dragon Empire. It was as if they were waiting for someone. However, Guan Yu couldn't figure out the reason why the Four Kingdoms would make such a big fuss. Guan Yu thought for a while and decided to send a message to Yi Hao. After all, this was a serious matter. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yi Hao was escorting Guo Shuefu. The group was rushing back. As for the disappearance of Brother Fa and the rest, although everyone wanted to ask about it, they were afraid of Yi Hao's authority. No one dared to ask. However, the bloodstains in the room proved that Brother Fa and the rest were dead. Therefore, everyone guessed that Brother Fa and the rest were all killed by Yi Hao. Everyone's fear of Yi Hao deepened again. This was a decisive person. They couldn't afford to offend him. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. Brother Fa and the rest were the top fighters among them. Now, they were all killed by Yi Hao. They didn't think that they were as strong as Brother Fa and the rest. When they recalled the screams that came from Brother Fa's room last night, they couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that something happened? Yi Hao immediately sensed the message in the voice transmission talisman. Chapter 332. That damned celestial wolf kingdom. I should have destroyed them back then. Yi Hao said regretfully when he saw the message on the teleportation talisman. It seems like the Blood Demon dynasty is making a move again. Yi Hao still remembered that he had taken drugs to kill Emperor Wu. The token on Emperor Wu's body had exposed his identity. Back then, he couldn't afford to offend the dynasty, so he had hoped that the Blood Demon cult wouldn't discover him. He hadn't expected that he would miss the Celestial Wolf Kingdom and the Blood Demon cult would come knocking on his door. However, Guan Yu's analysis made sense. These people were surrounding him but not attacking. Moreover, they were going through so much trouble to force him out. However, he had already sent Brother Fa and the others back. They should be able to solve the current problem. He had a lot of things to do now. He really didn't have the energy to return to his country. Moreover, based on the current situation, as long as he didn't appear, they wouldn't kill the Fire Dragon Empire. Yi Hao immediately told Guan Yu about Brother Fa. Guan Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, Guan Yu wasn't in a hurry to tell the generals about this. He was afraid that they would let down their guard. Moreover, he couldn't rely on Brother Fa completely. Most importantly, it was time to test the Fire Dragon Empire's soldiers. Your Majesty, the 9 million soldiers of our Four Kingdom Alliance have completely surrounded the Fire Dragon Empire. The ruler of the Celestial Wolf dynasty sat in the main hall and listened to the official's report. Has the Fire Dragon Empire reacted? The ruler of the Celestial Wolf dynasty asked. The Fire Dragon Empire didn't react. They didn't flee or attack. They just closed the city gates and went into a defensive state. The official replied immediately. Ha ha ha, as far as I know, the Fire Dragon Empire only has 1,000,000 soldiers. In my opinion, they are scared out of their wits. The ruler of the Celestial Wolf dynasty laughed proudly. Your Majesty is right. Let alone a small duchy, even a marquisate or a kingdom would be scared out of their wits when they see our 9,000,000 strong army. This Fire Dragon Empire is indeed powerful. A small duchy actually has 1,000,000 soldiers. It's a pity that he met the king. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Should we wipe out the Fire Dragon Empire in one go? Monarch, let me lead the troops. I'll definitely leave Yang Long's corpses strewn all over the field. I'll kill him and leave nothing behind. The Heavenly Wolf dynasty's monarch was also enjoying himself as he watched the officials excitedly discuss the matter. He couldn't help but feel a little smug. This was what a ruler should have. Being praised by all the officials was a completely different feeling from being criticized by all the officials. The Tianlang Heavenly Monarch was a little unwilling to sweep away everyone's temperament and wanted to send his troops to exterminate Yang Long. However, he suddenly recalled the black-robed man's instructions and immediately threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Cold sweat broke out on his back. If he really did destroy the Fire Dragon Empire in a moment of impulse, it would ruin the black-robed man's plans. Perhaps the black-robed man would really skin him alive. No. I have to ask them about this matter. After coming up with a plan, the Tianlang dynasty's monarch stood up and coughed a few times. My beloved officials, I have some matters to attend to and will be leaving for a moment. Farewell, Your Majesty. The Tianlang dynasty's monarch's prestige was like the midday sun in the imperial court. Who would dare to refuse him? Your humble Majesty pays his respects to the lords. The Tianlang dynasty's monarch returned to his chambers and immediately bowed to the black-robed men. What's the matter? The sect leader asked. Your humble Majesty has completed your orders and has already surrounded the Fire Dragon Empire, the Tianlang dynasty's monarch said with a tone of wanting to take credit. The sect leader said with satisfaction, You did well. I didn't misjudge you. Take this mystic class high-tier cultivation technique and cultivate it. Thank you, my lord. The Tianlang dynasty's monarch did not expect to obtain a mystic class cultivation technique so easily. Moreover, it was a high-tier cultivation technique. One must know that the Tianlang kingdom also had a mystic class cultivation technique. That was why they were able to surpass the other kingdoms. However, that was only a low-tier cultivation technique. However, that cultivation technique was with his brother. His brother had died and he had searched the entire imperial palace but could not find it. Otherwise, he would not have remained in the martial king realm and there would not be so few experts in the Tianlang kingdom. Now that he had obtained this cultivation technique, there was hope for him to break through to the martial spirit realm. Moreover, he could use this cultivation technique to gather a group of experts. Because he knew that the black-robed man was only helping him because they were using him. When they were done using him, they would still abandon him. Therefore, becoming stronger was the way of the king. Now that the black-robed man was suppressing them, those kingdoms would listen to him. If the black-robed man left, those kingdoms would turn hostile faster than flipping a book. Therefore, he had no choice but to prepare in advance. He suddenly did not want the black-robed man to finish his business so soon. The longer they delayed, the more time he would have to prepare. Then, he would be able to deal with those kingdoms. Moreover, he might even be able to get something from the black-robed man. The Tianlang dynasty's monarch hurriedly put away the cultivation technique. My lord, what should I do next? The Tianlang dynasty's monarch asked with a fawning expression. The people in front of him were his treasure trove. He had to be careful when dealing with them. There's no hurry. First, trap the Fire Dragon Empire. First, trap them for a month. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The sect leader said. What if they still do not respond? The sect leader's words were exactly what the Tianlang dynasty's monarch wanted, but he still asked. Give them a month. If the person I'm looking for does not appear, destroy another city in each of the 4 directions. Annihilating a few cities sounded like a piece of cake coming from the sect master's mouth. What if the person you're looking for does not appear? The Tianlang dynasty's monarch continued to ask. If they don't appear, continue to kill until they're all dead, the sect leader said in a gloomy tone. In fact, he was also gambling. He was gambling that Yi Hao would not disregard the lives of his citizens and would definitely appear. If Yi Hao did not appear, then there was nothing he could do. After all, this was the only method he had. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to give it a try. My lord, we've already surrounded the Fire Dragon Empire. I think their next step is to seek help from the Fiend Demon Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Empire. The Tianlang dynasty's monarch took note of the sect leader's words and voiced his concerns. The hierarchy of power in a country was very strict. Every difference in level was like the difference between heaven and earth. He was not that worried about the Fiend Demon Spirit Kingdom. However, he was still very afraid of the size of the Fire Dragon Empire. Although the sect leader had told him not to worry, he had no choice but to be cautious at a time like this. Why? Do you not trust me? Or do you not believe in my strength? The sect leader was not angry when he heard the Tianlang dynasty's monarch's words. Chapter 333. Do as you wish. I guarantee that the Fire Dragon Empire won't send any reinforcement. After the sect leader finished speaking, he signaled to the people behind him. Immediately, a man in black nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he flew out. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Fiend Spirit Kingdom, the Fiend Demon Emperor, he had also received a request for reinforcements from the Fire Dragon Empire. My dear ministers, what do you think of this? The Fiend Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked his officials. Discussions broke out in the imperial court. No one knew what the Fiend Demon Emperor was thinking, so no one dared to answer. Seeing that no one was speaking, the Fiend Demon Emperor glanced at Zheng Dong. Zheng Dong, what do you think? Zheng Dong didn't want to get involved in this matter, but he had received benefits from Yi Hao. Plus, he really wanted that wine. But that didn't mean he would be so rash. He sorted out his thoughts and said, Your Majesty, we should investigate the reason why the Celestial Wolf Kingdom sent their troops. But the Celestial Wolf Kingdom doesn't take us seriously at all. No matter what, the Fire Dragon Empire is our vassal force. How dare the Celestial Wolf Kingdom attack us as they please? Plus, the Celestial Wolf Kingdom doesn't take us seriously. There are so many other kingdoms watching us. If we don't do anything, I don't think it's right. Zheng Dong spoke for a long time, but he was still thinking about Yi Hao. His words were mostly for Yi Hao's sake. The Fiend Demon Emperor looked up and stared at Zheng Dong. You mean to say that we should help the Fire Dragon Empire? Zheng Dong knew what to do and immediately knelt on the ground. I don't dare to make such a decision. Your Majesty, please make the decision. But you're right. A small kingdom doesn't take our Fiend Demon Kingdom seriously. The Fiend Demon Emperor nodded and looked at the others. My dear ministers, do you have any other opinions? Your Majesty, I think Lord Zheng is right. The Celestial Wolf Kingdom wouldn't attack a duchy for no reason. We should find out the reason. Your Majesty, I feel that a small kingdom should be taught a lesson for daring to provoke us. Your Majesty, I feel that there is no need for us to interfere in this matter. Let them fend for themselves. Actually, the Fiend Demon Emperor was also curious as to why the Celestial Wolf Kingdom would ally with the other three kingdoms to attack the Fire Dragon Empire. There must be a secret behind such a big fuss. The Fire Dragon Empire was a vassal state under his command. Now that they were being bullied, it was only right for him to send reinforcements. However, he didn't want to do so because he still remembered that the Fire Dragon Empire had been in the limelight a year ago and had been noticed by the Fire Emperor. Therefore, in his heart, he had always been afraid of the Fire Dragon Empire. However, the Fire Dragon Empire was under his control, so he couldn't make a move against the Fire Dragon Empire. Moreover, if he made a move against the Fire Dragon Empire, he was afraid that the Fire Emperor would find trouble with him. Moreover, if word of this got out, it wouldn't be very impressive. It would also cause a knot in the hearts of the other vassal states under his command. And this time, The Celestial Wolf Kingdom's operation was a chance to eradicate the Fire Dragon Empire. At this moment, he was hesitating whether he should make a move. Should he save the Fire Dragon Empire, or should he bide his time and let the Celestial Wolf Kingdom destroy the Fire Dragon Empire? He couldn't make a decision at the moment. Report. A letter from the Fire Emperor. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the main hall. When the Fiend Demon Emperor heard the voice outside the main hall, his brows instantly furrowed together, and a displeased expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect the Fire Emperor to send a letter so quickly. If he guessed correctly, the contents of the letter were definitely related to the Fire Dragon Empire. An empire was so concerned about a duchy. He couldn't help but be on guard. Kill. The Fiend Demon Emperor muttered to himself. He knew that the Fire Dragon Empire couldn't be allowed to live. If they were allowed to live, they might one day ride on his head. This was something he didn't want to see. Announce it. The Fiend Demon Emperor's voice sounded a little off as he shouted. He took the letter and read it. It was just as he had expected. The Fire Emperor had ordered him to immediately send out 10 million troops to suppress the Celestial Wolf Kingdom. He had to save the Fire Dragon Empire and not let the Fire Dragon Empire be harmed. Sigh. Seeing the Fiend Demon Emperor's expression, Zheng Dong sighed inwardly. The Flame Dragon Empire was most likely going to be doomed this time. He knew the Fiend Demon Emperor very well. After all, he had followed him for decades. Even if the Fiend Demon Emperor didn't say anything, he could tell at a glance what was on his mind. My beloved subjects, the Fire Emperor has ordered me to send out troops to save the Fire Dragon Empire. What do you think? The Fiend Demon Emperor crushed the letter into a ball, his gaze burning like a torch as he scanned everyone. At this moment, none of the civil and military officials dared to speak. Given the Fiend Demon Emperor's current state, if they were not careful and offended him, they would be in for a bad time. Looking at the Fiend Demon Emperor's expression, it was likely that he didn't want to send out troops to save the Fire Dragon Empire. But there was still pressure from the Fire Emperor, so he had no choice but to send out troops. And now, the Fiend Demon Emperor had directly thrown all the problems to them. But to be able to live in the imperial court, which one of them wasn't a wily old fox? No one wanted to be in the limelight just because of this. Leave this matter to Zheng Dong. You must send 10 million elite troops to save the Fire Dragon Empire. Seeing the officials lower their heads, the Fiend Demon Emperor directly called out to Zheng Dong. Hearing that the Fiend Demon Emperor had appointed a person in charge, everyone was relieved. Many of Zheng Dong's enemies were secretly laughing. They wanted to see what Zheng Dong would do when he received such a hot potato. When Zheng Dong heard the Fiend Demon Emperor's words, his body trembled violently. His face turned ashen, and he felt bitter in his heart. He knew that this was because he had said too many good things about the Fire Dragon Empire just now. Now, the Fiend Demon Emperor was unhappy with him and wanted to make a move on him. Now that the Fire Emperor had given the order to save the Fire Dragon Empire, the Fiend Demon Emperor didn't want to save them. Now that the Fiend Demon Emperor had handed this problem to him, regardless of whether he saved them in the end, it would be difficult for him to escape death. If he didn't save the Fire Dragon Empire, it would be in line with the Fiend Demon Emperor's wishes. But then, he would have to bear the Fire Emperor's wrath. But if he saved the Fire Dragon Empire, it would be in line with the Fire Emperor's wishes. The Fire Emperor wouldn't care about an insignificant person like him, and would only praise the Fiend Demon Empire. But this wasn't in line with the Fiend Demon Emperor's wishes. When the time came, it would still be difficult for him to escape death. Zheng Dong laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that just because of a few words from him, the Fiend Demon Emperor would want to kill him. No matter what, he hadn't done anything to let the Fiend Demon Emperor down. It could be said that he had done his best for the Fiend Demon Emperor. But it was true that being in the Emperor's company was like being in the company of a tiger. If he hadn't done something right, no matter how much effort he had put in the past, it was all worthless now. Your subject obeys. Zheng Dong gritted his teeth and accepted the decree. It was as if there were 10,000 pounds of strength in his body, causing him to kneel on the ground. Chapter 334. On that day, Zheng Dong led 10 million soldiers and charged towards the Fire Dragon Empire. As a civil official, Zheng Dong didn't feel the slightest bit of pride when he led 10 million soldiers for the first time. Sigh. Zheng Dong lowered his head and sighed. He didn't expect to end up like this after working his whole life. What should I do? Should I help or not? Zheng Dong was in a dilemma. Now that the 10 million soldiers were in his hands, the decision of whether to save the Fire Dragon Empire was also in his hands. Sigh, how can I break out of this deadlock? Zheng Dong looked up and sighed. Yi Hao frowned and followed behind Guo Shuefu in confusion. Under Guo Shuefu's lead, the place they were going to was getting more and more desolate, and the martial arts were getting more and more scarce. This place was so barren that even magical beasts wouldn't want to stay here, let alone humans. Guo Shuefu was related to a prince of the sacred dynasty, and her status was at least from a powerful force. No matter how bad it was, she shouldn't be staying in such a place. Not only Yi Hao, but the guards also had a puzzled look on their faces. From what they knew, Guo Shuefu's family background was also very powerful. Otherwise, why would Prince Bai Yi take pity on Guo Shuefu but not dare to touch her? All of this was because of Guo Shuefu's powerful background. But when Guo Shuefu brought them to such a desolate place, they felt too different and couldn't adapt. But since Yi Hao didn't ask, they were even more obedient and didn't dare to ask Guo Shuefu. We're here. Suddenly, Guo Shuefu stopped in front of a mountain and said softly, What? There's only a desolate mountain here. Could it be that Miss Guo's family lives here? There's no sign of human habitation here. Miss Guo must be joking. Not to mention humans, there's not even a single magical beast. Everyone looked at the mountain in front of them in confusion. Calling it a mountain was an insult to a mountain. It was just a few 100 meters tall mound with loose weeds growing on it. In short, it was indescribably desolate. This place was really too desolate. Formation. Although Yi Hao couldn't see through the mountain before him, he could vaguely sense the fluctuations of an array formation because he wanted to inscribe the heart of the array formation. Detect. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for failing to detect. Your level is insufficient. Hearing the failure notification in his mind, Yi Hao muttered softly, It's actually a high-level array formation. Formation? Isn't this just a barren mountain? Where did this formation come from? That's right. Who would be so bored as to set up a formation in this godforsaken place? Deliberately mystifying things. Only someone with a screw loose would set up a formation in this broken place. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone sneered. None of them believed Yi Hao's words. Who dares to speak ill of me, Gudanzan, kneel down and slap your mouth. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, and a figure flashed in front of the barren mountain. Bang! 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 A few consecutive sounds rang out, and the few guards who had spoken earlier were all sent flying. And you, as the commander, are not strict enough. Let me teach you a lesson. The person who had appeared was a handsome young man who was a first-level martial emperor. After sending the guards flying, he did not stop and continued to attack Yi Hao. Wu Jiafeng, stop. Seeing the young man attacking Yi Hao, Guo Shuefu couldn't help but shout anxiously. Wu Jiafeng snorted coldly and ignored Guo Shuefu. He wanted to show off in front of Guo Shuefu. In fact, he also liked Guo Shuefu. After all, Guo Shuefu was beautiful, gentle, and kind. However, his status was not as high as Bai Yi's. Guo Shuefu was betrothed to Bai Yi and this made him angry. Why did the woman he liked have to marry a good-for-nothing prince? Was it because his status was higher than his? In his heart, no one was worthy of Guo Shuefu, even if Bai Yi was the prince of the Bisheng holy dynasty. Since he couldn't teach Bai Yi a lesson, he would vent his anger on Yi Hao. This was because he had already found out that the team that had escorted Guo Shuefu back was the 8th Monarch Squad under Bai Yi. He had already planned to teach the 8th Monarch Squad a lesson and vent his anger. Moreover, Guo Shuefu's tough attitude and commanding tone made him feel even more unbearable. Why? How dare you order me around just because of a commander? Since you want to stop me, I won't listen to you. I will kill this guy in front of you. Let's see what you can do about it. Thinking of this, Wu Jiafeng used his strongest move and attacked Yi Hao's head. In his opinion, Yi Hao was just a rank 5 Emperor Wu. How could he be the deputy commander of the 8th Monarch Squad? The 8th Monarch Squad was just a facade. Kneel down, kid. Wu Jiafeng shouted angrily. You're courting death. Originally, he could ignore Wu Jiafeng teaching the guards a lesson. After all, they were courting death and they weren't his men. He could stand aside and not stop Wu Jiafeng. However, since Wu Jiafeng was courting death and had offended him, there was no need for him to show mercy. 5th senior brother, 9th junior brother is being rash again. Should we stop him? 2 young men stood behind the barren mountain and watched everything that was happening. No need. I don't like these guards. I don't understand what the sect leader is thinking. How could he marry the eldest miss to that playboy? 5th senior brother looked indignant. He looked at Guo Shuafu's graceful figure with a hint of greed in his eyes. Commander, hide. Although they didn't like Yi Hao, no matter what, Yi Hao was still one of them. Their own conflict was considered an internal conflict. Wu Jiafeng had humiliated the Baisheng dynasty. If he did the same to Yi Hao, it would be a big joke. If the commander of the Baisheng dynasty was beaten up, they wouldn't have the face to call themselves the imperial guards of the Baisheng dynasty. Seeing that Yi Hao wasn't moving, the guards shouted anxiously. Many of them had already taken out their weapons and were ready to stop Wu Jiafeng. However, Wu Jiafeng was a first-order martial emperor. Their reaction speed wasn't as fast as Wu Jiafeng's. Yi Hao shouted. He didn't even look at Wu Jiafeng as he lightly struck out with his palm. It seemed like he didn't use much strength. On the other hand, the strength in Wu Jiafeng's palm was surging. It was obvious that Wu Jiafeng had the upper hand. This brat is scared silly. Looking at Yi Hao's gentle palm, Wu Jiafeng couldn't help but sneer. He met Yi Hao's palm with his own. Many of the guards had already closed their eyes and didn't dare to look. They were cursing Yi Hao in their hearts. Why are you still pretending? Aren't you courting death? Bang! When their palms met, there was a loud explosion. Heaven and earth shattered and a shockwave rose. Many of the guards were afraid of being affected and immediately retreated. Chapter 335. Commander. Deputy Commander. A group of guards immediately shouted loudly. In their opinion, Yi Hao was most likely going to meet with misfortune. However, everyone was afraid of Wu Jiafeng and did not dare to look forward. After a few moments, the dust finally dissipated, revealing 2 figures. However, one was on the ground while the other was still standing on the spot. How was this possible? The dust settled completely. When everyone saw the scene before them, they were all in disbelief. Their mouths were so wide open that a fist could fit in them. This was because they realized that reality was different from what they had imagined. In their opinion, Yi Hao should have been on the ground, but it was Wu Jiafeng who was on the ground. And Yi Hao had won. Commander is mighty. It was unknown who took the lead to shout this, but it immediately attracted a tsunami of cheers. Commander is mighty. Commander is mighty. Yi Hao also did not expect that he actually obtained everyone's support by a freak combination of factors. Actually, these people's hatred for Yi Hao originated from the fact that Yi Hao had killed their vice-commander and commander. It made them feel as though Team Monarch No. 8 and Team Monarch No. 2 had been slapped in the face by Yi Hao. Of course, this did not mean that Fatty was a good person in their hearts. It was only because Yi Hao had slapped them in the face that they felt uncomfortable. That was why they could not stand Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao had helped them vent their anger and helped them gain face. Instantly, many people had a good impression of Yi Hao. How is this possible? My meridians. Wu Jiafeng was lying on the ground, blood flowing out of his mouth. His voice was weak. His meridians were all destroyed. In other words, he had become a cripple. He was destined to have no future with martial arts. If that was the case, it would be better to just kill him. This is your own strength. I'm just giving it back to you. Looking at Wu Jiafeng, who was like a pile of mud, Yi Hao said softly, "You only have yourself to blame if you want to be obedient." He didn't kill Wu Jiafeng. After all, if he guessed correctly, this should be Guo Shuefu's home. He had to give Guo Shuefu some face. After all, Guo Shuefu had helped him before. It would be inappropriate for him to kill someone from her family in front of her house. But that did not mean that Yi Hao had a good temper. "No matter how much power you use to attack me, I'll use the same amount of power to retaliate. As for whether you live or die, that's up to you." But now it seemed that Wu Jiafeng deserved it. Originally, Wu Jiafeng had wanted to perform well in front of Guo Shuefu and win her favor. Therefore, Wu Jiafeng used his strongest power to crush Yi Hao. In the end, he reaped what he sowed and shattered his own martial meridians. With Wu Jiafeng's talent, no matter what, he was still a genius of his generation. Who would have thought that he would end up like this, destroyed by his own hands? On the contrary, the guards did not have any pity for Wu Jiafeng. After all, everyone had seen Wu Jiafeng's arrogance just now. As for the guards who were attacked by Wu Jiafeng, their injuries were not lighter than Wu Jiafeng's. "Ninth junior brother, lad, how dare you injure my ninth junior brother? Let's see how many lives you have left today." Seeing that Wu Jiafeng had been defeated, which was beyond the expectations of fifth senior brother and fourth senior brother, the two of them did not hide and immediately stepped forward to question Wu Jiafeng. "Finally out." Yi Hao sneered when he saw the two of them. From the moment he saw them, he had a sharp feeling that someone was watching him in the dark. It seemed like it was the two people in front of him. It was Wu Jiafeng's fault in this matter. He had spared Wu Jiafeng's life, which was already a great kindness. However, the expression and attitude of fifth senior brother and fourth senior brother made Yi Hao very unhappy. Since this was the case, there was no need for him to show them any respect. "Men, capture this man. How dare he attack the imperial guards of the Baisheng Holy Dynasty? He must have a death wish. Let's see who dares." Fifth senior brother was surprised when he heard Yi Hao's order. He had not expected Yi Hao to make such a decision. The guards did not care. They were also unhappy with fifth senior brother and fourth senior brother. When they heard Yi Hao's order, two of them stepped forward and lifted Wu Jiafeng up as though he was a dead dog. "Senior brother, save me." Wu Jiafeng had not expected Yi Hao to not let him off after his cultivation was destroyed. He immediately pleaded with fifth senior brother and fourth senior brother for help. "Didn't you hear my order? Let my junior brother go." Fifth senior brother had not expected that the guards would not show him any respect. His face darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. There was already a hint of threat in his tone. However, the guards held their heads high and looked straight ahead. It was as though they could not see fifth senior brother, let alone hear what he had said. Fifth senior brother was unhappy that everyone had ignored him. However, he could not act rashly now that his junior brother was in their hands. Fifth senior brother suppressed his anger and looked at Yi Hao. "I'll give you one more chance. Let him go. Who do you think you are?" Yi Hao glanced at fifth senior brother. He did not even look him in the eye. Fifth senior brother almost vomited blood. How dare a lowly commander speak to him like that? "Do you really not know anything? You have to see clearly whose territory this is. This is not the Baisheng Holy Dynasty." Wow! The guards were in an uproar. Awesome! All the guards thought at the same time. They realized that they must have misunderstood Yi Hao in the past. Yi Hao's attitude toward fifth senior brother made them feel relieved. They realized that they had begun to like Yi Hao's character. They felt comfortable following a commander like him. In the past, Fatty and the others were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would definitely swallow their anger. However, Yi Hao was fearless. His attitude was unyielding. Many guards straightened their backs, afraid that they would lose their momentum. "You're really forcing me." In fact, with so many guards around, fifth senior brother, as a third-order martial emperor, was hesitant to make a move. However, it did not mean that he could endure. He was on the verge of exploding. "Forcing you?" Yi Hao looked at fifth senior brother and said, "We are the Baisheng Holy Dynasty's guards. Do you dare to make a move? With the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty as his trump card, it would be a waste not to use it. Moreover, Yi Hao was eager to make enemies for the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty. Hence, he was even more fearless. Fifth senior brother's expression changed again and again. He clenched and unclenched his fists. That's right, he was afraid of the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty. He was not as impulsive as ninth junior brother. If he took the initiative to make a move on Yi Hao, he would not be able to clear his name. This was also the reason why he was in a hurry to rescue Wu Jiafeng. He was afraid that the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty would get hold of his weakness and bring trouble to Gudanzan. I apologize to you on behalf of junior brother. Let him go. Fifth senior brother suddenly lowered his attitude and said to Yi Hao. Senior brother. Sixth senior brother was shocked. He did not understand what was wrong with fifth senior brother. Haha. Chapter 336. Then what do you want? Fifth senior brother was completely enraged. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be so ignorant even though he had already put down his attitude. Did Yi Hao really think that he was afraid of him? Or did he think that he was easy to bully? Yi Hao lifted his head and looked at fifth senior brother with an evil smile. I have my own decisions. I don't need you to interfere. You. Fifth senior brother felt that he couldn't communicate with Yi Hao. He kept hitting a wall. Eldest miss, save me. Seeing that Yi Hao wasn't giving fifth senior brother face, Wu Jiafeng could only cry and beg Guo Shuafu for help. You can only blame yourself for this. You asked for it. I already stopped you just now and asked you to stop, but you didn't listen. What can I do? Guo Shuafu shook her head and smiled bitterly. What? Ha ha ha. Wu Jiafeng laughed when he heard Guo Shuafu's words. Then, he laughed self-deprecatingly. At first, he thought that Guo Shuafu was afraid that Yi Hao would get hurt, so he purposely tried to kill him to show off. He didn't expect her to know that he wasn't a match for Yi Hao from the start. She only asked him to stop because she wanted to save him. Please open the entrance. I want to return to the sect. Guo Shuafu ignored Wu Jiafeng's self-deprecating laughter and said to fifth senior brother. Yes. Guo Shuafu was the precious daughter of the sect leader. No matter how arrogant fifth senior brother was, he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Fifth senior brother took out a token and a small mountain road suddenly appeared on the side of the mountain. Wait a minute. Gudanzan doesn't welcome outsiders. Fifth senior brother sneered when he saw that the guards were about to follow them. He finally found a chance to take revenge. Oh! Since when did Gudanzan have such a rule? Why didn't I know about it? Guo Shuafu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned around to ask fifth senior brother. Outsiders? Miss Guo is His Highness's fiancée. We will be a family in the future. Are you trying to sow discord? Yi Hao suddenly looked at fifth senior fellow apprentice and asked sternly. This? Fifth senior brother immediately stuttered. Since Gudanzan had betrothed Guo Shuafu to the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty, it meant that he wanted to form an alliance with them. Destroying the alliance between the two was a huge crime. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not be able to bear it. The guards couldn't help but look at Yi Hao a few more times. They originally thought that they would be blocked outside the door. After all, Gudanzan was also a saint-ranked force. He was at the same level as the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty. Although he wasn't as powerful as the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty, he was still a powerful force. If it wasn't for the Bai Sheng Holy Dynasty, they wouldn't have dared to barge in. He reckoned that he would have to spend the night here in the next few days. This was not a big deal, but if news of this spread to the other teams or forces, they would definitely be punished. Then their 2nd and 8th squads would really lose face. They were escorting His Highness's fiancée back, but they were blocked outside and not allowed to enter. How could they still have the face to return to the palace? They didn't expect Yi Hao to be so quick-witted. With just a few words, he made fifth senior brother speechless. In fact, fifth senior brother was just a disciple. Even some elders or important people in Gudanzan wouldn't dare to bear the crime of destroying the alliance between the two forces. Let's go in. I'll see who dares to stop us. Looking at fifth senior brother's expression, Guo Shuefu said unhappily. She guessed that fifth senior brother must have made the decision to stop Yi Hao and the rest from entering. Fifth senior brother gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and retreated. Yi Hao took the lead and led the guards to follow behind Guo Shuefu. Looking at the guards walking past him with their heads held high, fifth senior brother felt that his lungs were about to explode. He roared into the air. Among the outer sect disciples of the ancient alchemy sect, he was also an existence akin to a genius. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Who do they think they are? They are just watchdogs of the royal family. How dare they be so arrogant in front of me? Fifth senior brother thought angrily. If it weren't for the Bishing dynasty, he would have skinned Yi Hao alive. Senior brother, calm down. Sixth junior brother saw fifth senior brother roaring into the sky and tried to calm him down. Come with me to find master. No matter what, we must save ninth junior brother. I won't let this arrogant man off. After roaring into the sky for a while, fifth senior brother finally calmed down and rushed toward the barren mountain. What a powerful array. After walking a few hundred meters on the path, the group suddenly felt as though they had arrived in another world. There were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were towering trees everywhere. Most importantly, the martial arts power in the air had undergone an earth-shattering change. Compared to the martial arts power they had encountered earlier, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was more than a few hundred times stronger. The martial arts power here was comparable to the martial arts power of the Bishing dynasty. This is Gudanzan. If I hadn't come here by accident, I wouldn't have known where to look. Yi Hao sighed as he looked at Gudanzan, which was like another world. He had come out to find the divine elixir pills for the Nangong Wentian, and Zheng Dong had told him about Gudanzan. Originally, he had wanted to look for Gudanzan after he was done with the beast monster sect. Who would have thought that he would come to Gudanzan by accident? However, this was a sacred sect after all. If no one led the way, he would have a hard time finding it. Even if he found it, he wouldn't be able to find the real entrance to Gudanzan due to the existence of the array. However, the divine elixir pills were precious. Even if he entered Gudanzan, it wouldn't be easy for him to get his hands on the divine elixir pills. Looking at the situation, this was still Guo Shuefu's home. If he wanted to snatch it, he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive and he wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. However, if he wanted Guo Shuefu to give him one, it would be wishful thinking because the divine elixir pills were too precious. How could Guo Shuefu give it to him for no reason at all? Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. At worst, I'll raise my alchemy level and refine it myself. After thinking for a moment, Yi Hao made up his mind. My father has a bad temper. You have to be careful later. Guo Shuefu was afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble for her and told Yi Hao through voice transmission. Am I the kind of person who causes trouble? Besides, whether your father has a good temper or not has nothing to do with me. I'm just escorting you back. Yi Hao was speechless as he transmitted his voice to Guo Shuefu, feeling indignant for himself. In response to Yi Hao, she rolled her eyes. If you don't cause trouble, who will? You accidentally barged into the palace of the sacred dynasty and became restless. First, you killed the commander of the second team, then the deputy commander of the 8th team. You did something that others wouldn't even dare to do in their dreams. How can you not cause trouble? You just arrived at Gudanzan and you crippled an outer sect genius disciple's martial arts cultivation at the entrance of the sect and even captured him. Chapter 337. Greetings, Father. Yi Hao followed Guo Shuefu to the main hall of Gudanzan alone. To Yi Hao's surprise, there was only a middle-aged man in green sitting in the hall. The middle-aged man had a standard square face and looked gentle. However, he did not look like a big shot who controlled a saint-level force. On the contrary, the middle-aged man looked more like an ordinary person or a scholar. It turns out that all fathers are gentle. It is no wonder that they were able to raise a well-educated, gentle, and kind daughter. Yi Hao guessed that Guo Shuafu's character was most likely related to her father's teachings. My daughter, you don't have to be so courteous. Have you gotten used to life in the past 6 months? Guo Zhenyu saw Guo Shuafu and immediately stood up from his seat with a smile. He walked over to Guo Shuafu and took her hand. He looked concerned. Thank you for your concern, father. I am doing well. Guo Shuafu saw that her father was so concerned about her. She was afraid that Guo Zhenyu would be worried, so she immediately smiled. My daughter, how long will it take for you to come back this time? Guo Zhenyu was relieved to see that his daughter was fine. In fact, he was not willing to let his daughter marry into the Bisheng dynasty. After all, no matter how strong the prince's background was, he was not worthy of his daughter. Moreover, although his daughter looked gentle on the outside, she was very strong-willed. He knew that Guo Shuafu did not like Bai Yi. I just came back and you are chasing me away. Guo Shuafu snorted angrily and turned her head to the side. All right, my dear daughter. How could I bear to chase you away? I am willing to let you stay by my side every day. Guo Zhenyu smiled and stroked Guo Shuafu's hair lovingly. Yi Hao frowned as he watched. No matter how he looked at it, Guo Zhenyu looked like a good father. Moreover, the sincerity in his eyes could not be faked. How could she bear to use Guo Shuafu as a sacrifice to marry a man she didn't like? Ahem. Yi Hao suddenly coughed twice. This is... Hearing Yi Hao's coughing, Guo Zhenyu finally noticed Yi Hao. Then, he looked at Yi Hao. An expert. Although Guo Zhenyu didn't do anything, Yi Hao felt immense pressure. He felt powerless in front of Guo Zhenyu. If his guess was correct, Guo Zhenyu was definitely a martial sage. And compared to Bai Wu, he was only stronger. This was because in front of Bai Wu, although Yi Hao felt pressured, he was still able to deal with it calmly. However, Guo Zhenyu didn't do anything, yet he was able to exert such pressure on him. Then, Yi Hao's gaze suddenly shook, and he recovered from the powerlessness. What a joke! His goal was to unify the entire royal continent. In the future, even martial gods would have to submit to him. How could he be afraid before the battle? Moreover, Guo Zhenyu didn't do anything, so what was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Yi Hao's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Guo Zhenyu. His expression was once again filled with confidence. What an interesting kid. Seeing Yi Hao's expression, Guo Zhenyu was slightly surprised and became curious about Yi Hao. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, his cultivation level was too high. As long as he didn't deliberately restrain his aura, even martial emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even martial emperors would not be able to withstand it. They would not be able to remain calm and would even have to activate their martial power to resist it. However, Yi Hao was only in the Emperor Wu realm. He was surprised that Yi Hao could withstand his aura and remain so calm. Who are you? What's your position in the Holy Dynasty's Imperial Guards? Guo Zhenyu was interested in Yi Hao and asked. Liu Ji, the commander of the 2nd Squad and the deputy commander of the 8th Squad. Yi Hao didn't know what Guo Zhenyu wanted to do, so he revealed his identity as Liu Ji. As for his true identity, Yi Hao would never reveal it unless he had no other choice. Oh! Holding 2 commander positions, Guo Zhenyu was also somewhat shocked. He had heard about the selection of the Imperial Guard commander in the Bisheng Holy Dynasty. The candidates had to be at least in the martial emperor realm. Yi Hao was only in the Emperor Wu realm and he wasn't strong enough. Father, Liu Ji is right. He killed the commander of the 2nd Squad and the deputy commander of the 8th Squad and obtained the positions. Seeing the disbelief on Guo Zhenyu's face, Guo Shuafu hurriedly said. Yi Hao was her friend after all. She couldn't let Yi Hao lose face. Really? Guo Zhenyu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yi Hao. He didn't expect Yi Hao to have such an ability. If Yi Hao could kill a martial emperor as an Emperor Wu, he must be a genius if he didn't hide his strength. No matter what, Yi Hao wasn't simple. More importantly, it seemed that his daughter cared about this guard. Otherwise, why would she take the initiative to speak up for Yi Hao? Sect Master Guo, there's something I don't understand. Yi Hao suddenly said to Guo Zhenyu. Logically speaking, with his seniority, he should address Guo Zhenyu as a junior. However, Yi Hao used the word I. In his opinion, he was giving Guo Zhenyu a lot of face. After all, he was an emperor. Although he wasn't as powerful as Guo Zhenyu now, Yi Hao believed that he would surpass Guo Zhenyu one day. He couldn't be too humble. Guo Zhenyu was a little uncomfortable with how Yi Hao addressed himself. After all, no matter how powerful Yi Hao was, he was just a guard. Who was he? He was the dignified sect master of Gudanzan. He was a top existence in the Myriad Kingdom continent. It was Yi Hao's blessing to be able to speak to him. How dare he use the word I in front of him? Not to mention a minor commander, even the Grand Commander of the Holy Dynasty would have to be respectful to him and address him with the title of little or lowly or humble. However, Guo Zhenyu didn't take it to heart. Instead, he looked at Yi Hao. He wanted to know what Yi Hao wanted. I see that sect master Guo dotes on your daughter very much. Why would you let your daughter marry someone she doesn't like? Yi Hao went straight to the point. He was a person who would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Since Guo Shuafu had helped him before, now that she was in trouble, he would lend her a helping hand if he could. Enough. Guo Zhenyu had tolerated Yi Hao for a long time. How dare this guard question him? Did he think he was someone important? Me. My daughter is marrying the prince of the Bisheng dynasty, the future emperor of the Bisheng dynasty, your master. If she doesn't marry him, should she marry you? On Guo Zhenyu's elegant face, there was also a hint of anger. He was the dignified sect master of Gudanzan. He was a top figure in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Now that he was offended by a nobody, how could he not be angry? What? Did I poke at your sore spot? A dignified martial sage and a sect master. If you can't even decide your daughter's happiness, what's the point of living? Since Yi Hao had decided to help Guo Shuafu, he was no longer worried about Guo Zhenyu's anger and kept talking. Guo Zhenyu's face was gloomy and filled with murderous intent. Yi Hao's words were like a sharp knife that kept poking at his sore spot. No one had dared to say these words to him, not even his beloved daughter. At this time, it was said by a nobody. Chapter 338. Liu Ji, that's enough. Stop talking. Guo Shuafu shouted anxiously. Guo Shuafu knew what Liu Ji meant by doing this. However, she was afraid that her father would not be able to control himself and end Yi Hao's life. Guo Shuafu was very touched, but she had to stop Yi Hao from talking. No, you don't have to stop him. Let him talk. Guo Zhenyu reached out to stop Guo Shuafu. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. He wanted to see what Yi Hao could say. Haha, sect leader Guo, you are angry. It seems that I have hit your sore spot. Yi Hao looked at Guo Zhenyu and laughed fearlessly. Who are you? Guo Zhenyu squinted and stared at Yi Hao for a long time before he suddenly asked. At this moment, Guo Zhenyu's face was filled with boundless anger. When a martial sage was angry, the sky would change color and corpses would be everywhere. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above Gudanzan. All the disciples and elders looked in the direction of the main hall in fear. In Guo Zhenyu's opinion, even if Yi Hao was a young and impetuous boy, even if he was a junior commander of the Imperial Guards, Yi Hao's words and actions were superior. Although he was still a little immature, only a person with a high position could have such an attitude. The reason for that was because that arrogant gaze was most definitely not something that a mere commander could possess. The commander of the Imperial Guards of the Bisheng dynasty, Yi Hao said without changing his expression. Impossible. Tell me, what is your real identity? Guo Zhenyu immediately denied. Fine, if you don't want to tell me, don't force me to kill you. Guo Zhenyu waited for a while. When he saw that Yi Hao was still not talking, he was about to attack Yi Hao. But Yi Hao stood there motionless, with a faint smile on his face. He just looked at him quietly. Guo Zhenyu did not attack. Suddenly, he looked at Yi Hao curiously and said, "Boy, are you really not afraid of death? Or do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Let me tell you, not to mention you, even if I killed your superior, the Grand Commander, I wouldn't need to give any explanation. No. Yi Hao shook his head and said confidently, I believe that you won't kill me. Oh. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao mockingly. Why? Intuition. Yi Hao calmly spat out these two words. Ha ha ha. Intuition. When Guo Zhenyu heard Yi Hao's words, he raised his head and mocked him mercilessly. As a martial artist, you actually believe in your instincts. Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. Believe it or not, this sect master will kill you right now. Suddenly, Guo Zhenyu's aura changed. The martial arts and mental strength in his body were about to burst out. Father. Guo Shuefu immediately stood between the two of them. She was really afraid that her father would get angry and kill Yi Hao in a fit of anger. She was a little regretful now. If she had known, she would not have brought Yi Hao here. Although Yi Hao had caused trouble for her this time, the consequences of angering a martial sage were very serious. Guo Zhenyu looked at his daughter's anxious face and thought about how Yi Hao had disregarded his own safety to speak up for Guo Shuefu. Guo Zhenyu suddenly asked with interest, what's the relationship between the two of you? Nothing. Yi Hao and Guo Shuefu blurted out at the same time. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that the two of them spoke in unison, Guo Zhenyu could not help but cough a few times. Then, Guo Zhenyu retracted his aura and placed his hands behind his back. He returned to his scholarly state. I made the right bet. Seeing that Guo Zhenyu had retracted his aura, Yi Hao felt relieved. This was because he had made a bet just now. He had bet that Guo Zhenyu was not a heartless person. Although he had contradicted Guo Zhenyu, he had done so for his daughter. Since Guo Zhenyu loved his daughter so much, he would definitely not do anything to him. Indeed, he had made the right bet. Guo Zhenyu sat back on his throne and sized up the two of them. Being stared at by Guo Zhenyu, even if Yi Hao was thick-skinned, he could not take it. Sect leader Guo, please speak your mind. Elope with my daughter. Guo Zhenyu suddenly said something shocking. What? Yi Hao thought that he had heard wrong. He looked at Guo Zhenyu in shock. He had just met him once and he had contradicted him. It was good enough that he was not killed. Why was he betrothing his daughter to him? Could it be that he had fainted from anger? Father, what are you talking about? I am already engaged to Prince Bai Yi. Guo Shuefu also looked at Guo Zhenyu in confusion. One had to know that this marriage was arranged by her father. At that time, she had tried to stop him, but it was to no avail. Guo Shuefu could not believe that her father would say such words. Father, have you become muddle-headed from anger? Guo Shuefu had the same thought as Yi Hao and asked worriedly. What nonsense are you talking about? I am a martial sage. How could I become muddle-headed from anger? Guo Zhenyu pretended to be angry. He suddenly looked at Guo Shuefu and asked, Daughter, do you want to marry Bai Yi? Suddenly, the whole hall became quiet. Guo Shuefu hesitated for a moment and shook her head. That's right. I was a little selfish before. Guo Zhenyu was not surprised when he saw Guo Shuefu shaking her head. He knew his daughter best. Father won't force you. You can go with this Liu Ji. After Guo Zhenyu said this, he suddenly looked a little lonely. Father, are you okay? Guo Shuefu looked at Guo Zhenyu and was even more worried. Father, if I leave, what about the Baisheng Holy Dynasty's anger? Guo Shuefu asked. Now that everyone knew that the Baisheng Holy Dynasty and Gudanzan were connected by marriage, she would disappear at this time. At that time, the Baisheng Holy Dynasty's anger would be vented on Gudanzan. She did not want to see that happen. She did not want to see Gudanzan, where she was born and raised, in a terrible situation. She also did not want to see Gudanzan, which her father had painstakingly built, disappear from this continent. Daughter, listen to your father. Guo Zhenyu slowly explained all the reasons. Gudanzan had been declining day by day. Most importantly, Gudanzan's old ancestor had passed away. This meant that Gudanzan no longer had a martial god realm expert. The most powerful expert was himself, a 7th-level martial sage. However, if he wanted to break through to the martial god realm, he would not be able to do so even if he had a few hundred years. Now, many forces were eyeing Gudanzan covetously. After all, Gudanzan was an elixir sect. In the eyes of other martial artists, it was a big fat piece of meat, not a piece of meat. Now, Gudanzan was relying on himself to maintain it. However, this could not change the selfish desires of some people. Originally, in order to protect Gudanzan, he had no choice but to betroth his precious daughter to Bai Yi. At that time, he would be able to obtain the support of a holy dynasty. At that time, Gudanzan would be able to smoothly overcome the difficulties. But suddenly, one day, he discovered that the ancient alchemy sect had long existed in name only, because many powerhouses and alchemy grandmasters were secretly associated with other forces. This completely chilled his heart. However, he was still unwilling. Gudanzan stood at the top of the 10,000 countries continent. How could it be destroyed like this? Therefore, he still hoped that one day, he would be able to turn the tide. However, after being contradicted by Yi Hao, Guo Zhenyu suddenly came to a complete realization. What was the purpose of his life? As a martial saint expert, he could not even give his daughter happiness. As a martial saint expert, he had to sacrifice his daughter for the sect. Was it all worth it? Now, Gudanzan had been completely corroded by worms. Now that he was still alive, those worms did not dare to act recklessly. When he fell, Gudanzan would have no successor. After all, he would still fall. At that time, the Holy Dynasty would not divide Gudanzan. However, they would definitely not help Gudanzan. Chapter 339. But father, I don't like him. Why should I elope with him? Hearing Guo Zhenyu's explanation, Guo Shuefu felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She also knew how difficult it was for Guo Zhenyu. As a big shot, he also had his own troubles. But to elope with Yi Hao, what kind of joke was that? She was going to marry a genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years, a genius that caused the heavens and earth to change. She only had a good impression of Yi Hao. She did not like Yi Hao. At least, that was what she thought. Silly daughter, I was going to kill this kid. Why are you so nervous if you don't like him? Guo Zhenyu asked with a cunning smile. His tone was filled with love for Guo Shuefu. But father. Guo Shuefu paused for a moment. She did not know why she was so nervous. Didn't she treat Yi Hao as a friend? No buts. I know what you're thinking, but the gap between you and him is too big. Guo Zhenyu looked at Guo Shuefu and said softly. Guo Zhenyu knew that Guo Shuefu admired the mysterious person with the innate sacred spiritual body. But until now, this person had not been discovered. This meant that there was a powerful force protecting him. Many god-ranked forces in the 10,000 countries continent had gone out to search for him, but they were still in a daze. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this person's background was. Besides, he had the innate sacred spiritual body. His future achievements were limitless. It was only a matter of time before he reached the martial god realm. At that time, it was not impossible for him to ascend to the upper realm. Even if his daughter waited her whole life, she might not have any contact with him. Most importantly, they did not even know whether he was a man or a woman. Although Yi Hao thought that there was a gap between him and the innate sacred spiritual body, it was still rare. Because in his opinion, Yi Hao was not bad. At least, he was better than some of the young talents he had met. I wonder if you are willing to give up your current glory and wealth and elope with my daughter. Seeing that Guo Shuefu was deep in thought, Guo Zhenyu stopped talking to her. Instead, he looked at Yi Hao and asked Yi Hao. After all, no matter what, Yi Hao was the commander of the imperial guards of the Bishing dynasty. It was a position that many people couldn't obtain even if they racked their brains. Moreover, Yi Hao was so young. He had a bright future ahead of him. If ordinary people were to give up on these positions, they would not be able to do so. Yi Hao shook his head. Guo Zhenyu's eyes revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. Could it be that my, Guo Zhenyu's, baby daughter's position can't compare to yours? There was a trace of anger in Guo Zhenyu's tone. I didn't even despise you for a mere commander's position. I'm the daughter of a martial sage, and I'm betrothed to you. I haven't even said that I'm unwilling, Yet you're being so picky. Yi Hao smiled and said, let's not talk about a small commander. I don't even want to be a senior commander. Then what do you mean? Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Could it be that you don't like my daughter? My daughter is naturally beautiful and gentle. When it came to praising his daughter, Guo Zhenyu no longer had the demeanor of a sect leader. His words were like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. Yi Hao was speechless. Why did he feel that Guo Zhenyu was trying to sell his daughter to him? Humph. Guo Shuefu's heart was in a mess. However, when she saw that her father was praising her while Yi Hao was indifferent to her, she felt a little angry. Miss Guo is very beautiful and I like her very much. Yi Hao said with a smile when he saw Guo Shuefu's adorable look. Guo Zhenyu and Guo Shuefu were even more confused. Since you like her very much, why are you shaking your head? Are you trying to be mysterious? Guo Zhenyu rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Hao for a moment before he laughed. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Tell me, do you still want to get benefits from me? Tell me, as long as I have it, I will give it to you. Father. Guo Shuefu stomped her feet in anger. Was she that unbearable? She eloped with him for nothing and he wasn't even willing. Now, she wanted to give him more. Guo Shuefu wished she could strangle Yi Hao to death. What has this got to do with anything? Yi Hao felt like he was about to break down when he saw Guo Zhenyu talking to himself. I just wanted to say that I can help you protect Miss Guo. As for the person she likes, let her choose for herself. Sect leader Guo, please don't interfere. When Guo Zhenyu stopped talking, Yi Hao finally had the chance to speak. He looked at the two of them and said softly, if you betroth Miss Guo to me and she doesn't like me, what's the difference between betrothing her to Bai Yi? So, sect leader Guo, if you love Miss Guo, let her find the person she likes herself. When they heard Yi Hao's words, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. Guo Zhenyu looked at Yi Hao for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. Little brat, I really didn't misjudge you. All right, my daughter, I won't interfere in your matters. After saying this, Guo Zhenyu instantly felt his entire body relax. Thank you, father. Guo Shuefu's eyes were brimming with tears as she threw herself into Guo Zhenyu's arms. Seeing the father and daughter hugging each other, Yi Hao didn't say anything. He left the hall quietly and closed the door on his way out. He wanted to let the father and daughter have a heart-to-heart talk. Sigh. Father, wait for me. I will definitely rescue you as soon as possible. Yi Hao sighed when he saw the father and daughter reunite. He then clenched his fists and said, after being separated from Yi Batian for so long, Yi Hao still missed his father very much. Hearing the roars of beasts in a valley, Yi Hao's eyes lit up and he immediately flew over. Gudanzhen is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. When Yi Hao reached the entrance of the valley, 2 guards immediately stopped him. Wait a moment. This is the eldest Mrs. Distinguished Guest. Let him through quickly. At this moment, a disciple flew over and ordered the disciples guarding the valley. Yes. When the 2 disciples saw the person who had come, they had strange expressions on their faces. However, they still made way for him. Thank you. Looking at the person who had come, Yi Hao didn't understand why the person wanted to help him. However, he still thanked him. I want the experience points and soul point. Yi Hao directly rushed into the valley. Right now, he was Emperor Wu rank 5. However, the total number of resurrection points and soul points he had was only 37 million. No matter what, he had to gather enough to summon a martial sage first. Otherwise, he would encounter a martial sage every time he took a step. He would be surrounded by danger everywhere. You're welcome. Seeing Yi Hao fly into the valley, the disciple said in a voice that only he could hear clearly, because once you enter, you won't be able to come out. After that, the disciple left. The 2 disciples guarding the valley looked at each other in dismay. How did that person offend 17th senior brother just now? 17th senior brother actually attacked him so ruthlessly. Sigh. No one who enters the valley has ever come out. This fellow is probably doomed. Forget it. Don't talk too much. Let's pretend that we don't know. We don't want to get into trouble. The Beast Roar Valley was a restricted area in Gudanzan. It wasn't that there were treasures inside. It was just that this valley had already existed when Gudanzan was built. The entire valley was filled with the unknown and was filled with mysterious colors. One had to know that Gudanzan had existed for tens of thousands of years. One could imagine how long the history of this valley was. Chapter 340. When Gudanzan was established, Gudanzan's powerhouses naturally wanted to explore every corner of Gudanzan. As for the Beast Roar Valley, in their eyes at the beginning, it was just an unremarkable little valley. However, when more than 10 Emperor Wu-level powerhouses entered Roaring Beast Valley and never came out again, it attracted everyone's attention. Gudanzan's powerhouses immediately formed a small team of martial emperors, but the result was the same. They entered Roaring Beast Valley like a clay ox entering the sea. They never came back, and there was still no news. At this time, Roaring Beast Valley finally attracted the attention of Gudanzan's higher-ups. They immediately sent a martial god-level powerhouse directly into the valley. However, the result was the same. The martial emperor also never came back. Therefore, since then, no one dared to enter Roaring Beast Valley, and Roaring Beast Valley became Gudanzan's forbidden area. Of course, there were many reckless disciples who wanted to enter Roaring Beast Valley in search of opportunities. However, they all ended up the same. After entering the valley, there was no news of them again. This was because the valley was named Roaring Beast Valley because of the beast roars that came from time to time. In the eyes of the two gods, even a martial god would not be able to escape death after entering the valley. How could Yi Hao, an Emperor Wu level, leave alive after entering the valley? What a strange place. There is no martial arts power. After entering the valley, Yi Hao immediately sensed that something was wrong. This was because there was no martial arts power in the air in the valley. This also meant that if the martial arts power in the body was exhausted, there would be no martial arts power to replenish it. For a martial artist, this was the most terrifying thing that could happen. How could this be? Yi Hao sensed that something was wrong and knew that he should not stay here for long. He could not put himself in danger for some experience points. However, when he turned around, there was no path behind him. The path had turned into towering trees. Detection technique. Ding dong, detection failed. Insufficient level. Detection technique. Ding dong, detection failed. Insufficient level. Yi Hao used it dozens of times in a row, but he could not detect the existence of the formation at all. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, several beastly roars came from all directions. They were even more powerful than the ones he had heard outside the valley. Detect. Congratulations, host. Detection successful. Ancient mutated beast, level 1 martial emperor. What? Yi Hao thought that he had misheard. He didn't expect these magical beasts to be ancient beasts. Weren't ancient beasts already extinct? In some ancient books, it was known that ancient strange beasts were magical beasts from ancient times, but it had been hundreds of thousands of years since then. And on the Myriad Kingdom continent, there were almost no traces of ancient mutated beasts. On the Myriad Kingdom continent, the demonic beasts that were able to possess the blood of ancient demonic beasts were the strongest amongst the demonic beast. What Yi Hao didn't expect was that these ancient beasts were all pure ancient beasts. But what Yi Hao didn't understand was why there was such a terrifying group of people in the Gudanzan sect. Yi Hao suddenly thought of the two guards who were looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. Damn it, I was tricked. Yi Hao immediately knew that he had been tricked by that disciple. How was that disciple helping him? He was obviously trying to kill him. The beasts in the valley were so powerful, and there was no martial power here. When he ran out of energy, he would definitely become food for these beasts. You're courting death. At this time, one of the ancient strange beasts had already pounced in front of him. Yi Hao didn't have time to draw his weapon and punched the beast's body. Bang! With a loud bang, the strange beast only took a step back. It shook its head and roared angrily, charging at Yi Hao again. How is this possible? Yi Hao was stunned and immediately retreated. Although he didn't use 100% of his strength, he still used 70% of it. He could already deal with a fourth-order martial emperor, and this strange beast was only a first-order martial emperor. Even if his punch couldn't kill it, it would at least be half dead. However, the ancient strange beast didn't seem to feel anything. It couldn't break through its defense. How am I supposed to play with this? Yi Hao was speechless. He knew that the ancient strange beast was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Roar. The ancient strange beast roared and bit at Yi Hao. You're courting death. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Since my fist couldn't break through its defense, I'll use my weapon. Yi Hao took out the divine artifact, the Bloodscar dual blades. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Hao roared and slashed at the ancient strange beast with his dual blades. Rip! Suddenly, the sound of skin tearing could be heard. A wound of more than 10 centimeters was torn open on the ancient strange beast's body. Haha, there's hope. Seeing that the Bloodscar dual blades could cause damage to the ancient strange beast, Yi Hao finally heaved a sigh of relief. 1,000 Leaves Slash. Yi Hao roared. The 1,000 Leaves Slash was naturally a modified version of the 1,000 Leaves Palm. One had to know that as long as one used martial techniques flexibly, they could be used regardless of whether one was barehanded or using various weapons. If it were someone else, they might have to put in a lot of effort. However, with the system around, these small problems were easily solved. They weren't a problem at all. Yi Hao used the Falling Leaves 1,000 Slash. Instantly, around Yi Hao, close to 1,000 colored transparent blades formed from martial power appeared, condensing around Yi Hao's body. Suddenly, the entire sky changed color. A series of explosions resounded in the air. Roar. The ancient strange beasts around Yi Hao immediately let out uneasy roars. The ancient strange beasts looked at the white blades in the air and pounced on Yi Hao ferociously without hesitation. A bunch of idiots, die. If this group of ancient strange beasts didn't attack together, Yi Hao wouldn't have been able to kill all of them at the same time. This was because the 1,000 Leaves Slash covered a wide area, but it lost its flexibility and couldn't be controlled flexibly. If these ancient strange beasts scattered and fled, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to cause damage to all of them. The Bloodscar dual blades in Yi Hao's hands slashed fiercely at an ancient strange beast. At the same time, it drove the nearly 1,000 white blades around Yi Hao. Yi Hao's Bloodscar dual blades swiftly and violently slashed into the body of an ancient strange beast. The ancient strange beast was instantly cut in half. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing an ancient strange beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. A voice immediately rang out in Yi Hao's mind. What surprised him was that both the experience points and soul points were twice as much as killing the magical beasts outside. After Yi Hao killed an ancient strange beast, Yi Hao's 1,000 Leaves Slash finally landed on the bodies of more than a dozen magical beasts. However, the ancient strange beasts weren't afraid at all and still wanted to pounce on Yi Hao. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were pierced by the sharp blades formed from martial power. Each of the ancient strange beasts had dozens of bloody holes in their bodies. Chapter 341. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing an ancient mutated beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing an ancient mutated beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. The notifications in Yi Hao's mind instantly rang out non-stop, causing Yi Hao to enjoy the feeling of his experience skyrocketing. Although he had only killed a dozen or so ancient mutated beasts, Yi Hao had obtained more than 30 million experience points, and his soul points had finally reached 40 million. He was only 10 million away from being able to summon a martial saint expert. Roar. The smell of blood from the dozen or so ancient mutated beasts immediately spread out, attracting even more ancient mutated beasts. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, countless ancient mutated beasts sped towards him, causing Yi Hao to clearly feel that the ground beneath his feet was trembling. Come, let this young master kill to his heart's content today. Although there was no martial power in this place, the martial power in his body was enough for him to use a powerful martial skill of the same intensity as before 10 times. Even if he could obtain 30 million experience points from using the falling leaves 1000/once, 10 times would require at least 300 million experience points. 300 million experience points was enough for him to level up a few times. Furthermore, as long as he could ensure that he could level up, he wouldn't die so easily. This was because as long as he leveled up, no matter how serious his injuries were, the system would be able to instantly heal him. Even the martial power in his body was the same. Therefore, to other warriors, this place might be a tomb, but to Yi Hao, as long as he did it properly, there would be no restrictions on Yi Hao. On the contrary, this place was a paradise for experience and soul points. This was because as long as he killed the ancient mutated beasts here, he would obtain double the experience points. This was equivalent to a dungeon with double the experience points. These are good stuff. Looking at the bodies of the ancient mutated beasts on the ground, Yi Hao immediately kept them into the system. This was because the bodies of these ancient mutated beasts were treasures to warriors. Therefore, Yi Hao wouldn't waste them. Furthermore, he had the system space, and there was no limit to it. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about not having enough space. Of course, Yi Hao didn't mind collecting all the bodies of these magical beasts. You should know that this is a martial monarch realm ancient beast. If you were to sell it outside, you would probably be able to sell it for an astronomical price. Falling leaves 1000/ Black Dragon / Earth Devouring / Because only by using the bloodstained dual sabers could he break through the ancient mutated beast's defense, Yi Hao decided to use all of his martial techniques. Roar. The ancient beasts pounced on Yi Hao one after another. In Yi Hao's mind, the system's notifications kept ringing non-stop. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing an ancient mutated beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing an ancient mutated beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. Yi Hao killed more than a dozen ancient mutated beasts in a row before the system notification finally arrived. Congratulations to the host for reaching 60 million experience points. Upgrade requirements met. Do you wish to upgrade? No. Yi Hao immediately chose to decline. In this place, martial power was a priceless treasure. Furthermore, he still had quite a bit of martial power in his body. He absolutely couldn't waste this martial power. In this Beast Roar Valley, what else was more precious than martial power? Come, let the experience points and soul points fly crazily. Since he already had a trump card, Yi Hao became even more fearless and directly charged towards the ancient mutated beast horde. Most of the ancient mutated beasts had gained intelligence. After all, they were already at the martial monarch realm. Most of the saint-level magical beasts could transform. Now that they saw that Yi Hao was so arrogant and even dared to charge into their horde, countless ancient mutated beasts immediately felt Yi Hao's provocation and pounced on Yi Hao even more violently, biting and tearing at Yi Hao. They were determined to tear this arrogant brat to shreds and swallow him. Father, this is bad. After chatting with Guo Zhenyu for half a day, Guo Shuefu came out to look for Yi Hao. She wanted to thank Yi Hao, but she couldn't find Yi Hao's shadow even after a long time. Guo Shuefu immediately ran in front of Guo Zhenyu anxiously and shouted anxiously. Guo Zhenyu frowned and looked at Guo Shuefu. This was because Guo Shuefu had never panicked in front of him. Guo Zhenyu knew that something had really happened. He immediately stood up and comforted her. Daughter, don't worry. What exactly happened? Father, Liu Ji is missing, Guo Shuefu said while panting heavily. What? Guo Zhenyu's face was filled with shock. How is that possible? Wait for me to go and check. Guo Zhenyu immediately flew out. Guo Shuefu also anxiously followed. Have you seen your commander? Guo Zhenyu first went to the place where the guards were resting and asked. Greetings, sect leader Guo. Isn't the commander with Miss Guo? The guards also looked at Guo Zhenyu with puzzlement. Could it be that something has happened to our commander? Nothing. Guo Zhenyu waved his sleeves. Time was of the essence and he did not want to waste time with these guards. He immediately flew in another direction. Miss Guo, what happened to our commander? Now that they were in someone else's territory, no matter what, Yi Hao was their commander. Furthermore, quite a few people had already let go of their grudges against him. Now that they saw Guo Zhenyu and Guo Shuefu, many of the guards asked anxiously. No, nothing. Guo Shuefu also did not know how to explain to these guards. She turned and chased after Guo Zhenyu. Father, when Liu Ji came to the sect, he offended the disciples outside. I suspect. Guo Shuefu caught up with Guo Zhenyu and said with a worried look on her face. What? Why didn't you tell me about this? Guo Zhenyu's face changed slightly. He did not say anything more and immediately flew towards the outer sect. When Guo Zhenyu arrived at the outer sect, everyone immediately rushed out to welcome him. Greetings, sect leader. Everyone greeted him in unison. After all, Guo Zhenyu was the strongest person in Gudanzan and had a lot of prestige among the disciples. Greetings, sect leader. May I know what brings you to the outer sect? Some of the outer sect elders also flew over and asked respectfully when they sensed Guo Zhenyu's aura. Let me ask you, did you catch someone called Liu Ji? Guo Zhenyu went straight to the point and asked the elders. Guo Zhenyu's attitude was tough. But at the same time, these elders did not dare to challenge Guo Zhenyu's authority. All of the elders looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they did not. You really didn't. Guo Zhenyu narrowed his eyes and continued to interrogate the elders. Sect leader, we don't even know who this Liu Ji is. Why did we catch him? That's right, sect leader. Who is this Liu Ji? Sect leader, we are innocent. We really don't know what happened. One by one, the elders cried out in unison. Who is this Liu Ji? Why is the sect leader suddenly concerned about this person? I heard that he is a commander of the guards who escorted Miss back. A commander? Is there a need for the sect leader to come personally and make such a big fuss? Who knows? I heard that this Liu Ji even injured ninth senior brother. Do you think? Chapter 342. Hearing the disciples' discussion, Guo Zhenyu frowned and shouted, Fifth disciple of the outer sect, come out now. Hearing Guo Zhenyu call out to him, the fifth senior brother panicked and his palms were sweating. He immediately walked out shakily and knelt on the ground. Greetings, sect leader, the fifth senior brother said with a trembling voice. Guo Zhenyu was a martial sage and he had the aura of a sect leader. Although Guo Zhenyu did not deliberately release his aura, it was enough to make the fifth senior brother panic. The fifth senior brother did not understand. Who was this Yi Hao? What was his background? Wasn't he just a small commander? No matter what, Yi Hao was just an outsider. He was the disciple of Gudanzan. He was the hope of Gudanzan's future. Why would the Grandmaster question him for the sake of an outsider right now? I'm asking you, where is Liu Ji? Guo Zhenyu narrowed his eyes and stared at the fifth senior brother. I don't know. The fifth senior brother said stubbornly. Anyway, as long as he did not admit to it, no one would know that he was the culprit. After all, the disciple that he had sent out had already been killed by him. You're really not going to tell me? Guo Zhenyu's face was ashen. Looking at the fifth senior brother's expression, Guo Zhenyu knew that the fifth senior brother definitely had something to do with this. However, such a small disciple, even if he was a genius in the sect, dared to lie to him. He did not take him seriously at all. Since that was the case, what was the use of keeping him alive? Seeing that Guo Zhenyu was looking at him with a murderous look, the fifth senior brother suddenly panicked. He hurriedly cast a pleading look at his master. Sect leader, leave this matter to me. Don't worry, I'll help you find out the truth. However, before we have evidence, we can't accuse an innocent person. Seeing his disciple's pleading gaze, the third elder coughed a few times and said to Guo, "You're saying that I'm accusing him?" Guo raised his eyelids and a trace of displeasure appeared in his eyes. This fifth senior brother's master was the outer sect's third supreme elder. He was one rank higher than an ordinary elder, which meant that his seniority was even higher than his own. However, such an old thing had secretly done many things to destroy Gudanzan. If it wasn't for the sake of the overall situation, he would have killed him with his own hands. Alright, don't you want to get to the bottom of this? I'll give you a chance. Guo suddenly thought of a way to deal with the third supreme elder. I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. If you don't give me an answer, I'll punish you and your disciple together. The third supreme elder's expression changed slightly as a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. However, with Guo strength, he couldn't resist too much. This elder accepts the order. Let's see how arrogant you can be. The third supreme elder sneered in his heart because Guo had no successor. So what if he was powerful? Not long after, an elder leaned over and whispered in Guo ear. Guo eyes were suddenly filled with shock. Damn it! Guo face turned gloomy. 17th disciple of the outer sect, get out here. When the disciples saw that their sect master was suddenly enraged, they were all in a daze. They didn't understand what the elder had said to Guo to make him so angry. One had to know that Guo had been in control of Gudanzan for hundreds of years. When the disciples saw Guo, they were all amiable. Many of the disciples rarely saw Guo get angry. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary anger. As soon as Guo finished speaking, the disciples started searching for the 17th disciple in the crowd. Where is he? Get out here. After waiting for a while, Guo couldn't help but shout again. His expression was even uglier. Reporting. Reporting to the sect master. Suddenly, a disciple ran over. What's the matter? Speak. Reporting to the sect master, 17th senior brother has committed suicide by consuming poison. The disciple had received Guo permission and reported in a trembling voice. What? The disciple's words immediately caused an uproar. In Gudanzan, only the favored ones were lucky enough to be ranked by numbers. Gudanzan had 100,000 outer disciples, and only 100 of them were ranked. The 17th disciple was already very impressive to be able to be ranked 17th. However, how could a 17th disciple with a bright future commit suicide by consuming poison? What? Impossible. How could 17th junior brother commit suicide by consuming poison? At this moment, it was finally time to test his acting skills. Although he was the one who killed the 17th disciple, he could only put on an act and cry bitterly in order not to arouse suspicion. My good 17th junior brother would never commit suicide. Someone must have framed him. I must avenge him, the 5th senior brother complained with tears and snot all over his face. Sect master, 17th junior brother would never commit suicide. You must help him find the culprit. The 5th senior brother suddenly turned around and knelt in front of Guo feet. He kept knocking his head on the ground, making muffled sounds. 5th senior brother is really affectionate and righteous. With such a senior brother, what else can we ask for? Sigh, it's really hard to find someone as loyal as 5th senior brother in the ranks of martialists. Moreover, it seems like 5th senior brother and 17th senior brother's relationship is really good. Even I feel a little pain when he kowtows. The 5th senior brother's acting skills immediately resonated with many disciples. Each and every one of them praised the 5th senior brother generously. Hearing the praises of the disciples, the 5th senior brother was delighted. Old man, let's see what you can do as long as you can't produce any evidence. Good disciple, I'm really gratified to have a disciple like you. The third supreme elder squinted his eyes and looked at his beloved disciple with a gratified expression. A pair of big and small foxes, Guo Zhenyu gritted his teeth as he watched the master and disciple echo each other. However, he could not produce any evidence. Moreover, it was obvious that the fifth senior brother had already won the hearts of the disciples outside. If he could not produce any strong evidence, he would definitely damage his dignity as the sect master if he made a move on the fifth senior brother. Me. Guo Zhenyu snorted coldly. He swept up the 17th junior brother's physical body and flew towards his main palace. Farewell, sect master. Seeing Guo Zhenyu leave in anger, all the disciples and elders immediately bowed and shouted. Disciple, did you do it cleanly? After Guo Zhenyu left, the third supreme elder immediately called the fifth senior brother to his residence and asked. The fifth senior brother's expression changed again and again. He did not expect his master to know about this matter. He did not know if his master would punish him for this matter. The fifth senior brother immediately lowered his head and kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind. The third supreme elder glanced at his beloved disciple. What's wrong? You even want to hide it from your master? Don't worry, I won't blame you for this matter. Master, you really won't blame me? Killing a fellow disciple was not a small matter. Chapter 343. He's not my disciple. If you killed him, so be it. How could I blame you for an outsider? The third great elder said with a smile, I'll ask you one more time. Did you kill him cleanly? Don't let Guo Zhenyu find out anything. If that happens, I won't be able to escape the blame. Seeing that his master really did not blame him, fifth senior brother could not help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as his master was protecting him, there was nothing for him to worry about. Recalling the process of killing the witness, fifth senior brother believed that he had not left any loopholes. He immediately shook his head and said, Master, I didn't leave any traces behind. Very good. The third great elder could not help but praise. At the same time, he did not forget to remind him, although Guo Zhenyu won't be able to find any evidence, he won't be able to do anything to you. However, he is still the leader of a sect, a 7th-level martial sacred realm expert. Even I am no match for him. Therefore, you must be careful in the future. Hearing his master's reminder, fifth senior brother quickly nodded, Don't worry, master. I'll go into seclusion in a few days. I guarantee that he won't be able to find anything wrong with me, and he won't be able to find anything that can be used against me. The third great elder nodded and asked curiously, That Liu something, who exactly is he? Why is Guo Zhenyu treating him so seriously? Fifth senior brother had a confused expression too. I don't know. I only know that he is the leader of the guards that escorted Guo Shuefu back. Furthermore, he is very strong. Thinking of how Yi Hao had crippled 9th junior brother so easily, 5th senior brother was still secretly shocked. However, if he entered the Beast Roar Valley now, even if he had 100 lives, he would still die in there. Thinking of how Yi Hao had entered the Beast Roar Valley, 5th senior brother felt extremely joyful, as if the anger in his heart had been completely vented. Of course, he had also sacrificed a little bit, and that was sacrificing a lackey that he liked. Since he has entered the Beast Roar Valley, then this matter is over. You should go into seclusion first. Come out after this matter is over. Hearing that Yi Hao had entered the Beast Roar Valley, third great elder no longer worried. Even a martial god realm expert would not be able to leave the Beast Roar Valley. And if Yi Hao went in, would he be able to come out alive? Master, my alchemy realm is already stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th level. I hope that Master can give me some pointers. 5th senior brother said to third supreme elder. The highest third elder nodded. He was also increasingly fond of this disciple of his. Cultivating both martial arts and alchemy at such a young age, he was already on the verge of becoming an 8th-rank alchemist. With a little bit of training, it wasn't impossible for him to become a saint-grade alchemist. As long as his disciple became a saint-grade alchemist, wouldn't this Gudanzan be his? Father, what happened to Liu Ji? Back in the main hall, Guo Shuefu asked nervously when she saw Guo Zhenyu's livid face. Liu Ji, he entered the Beast Roar Valley. Guo Zhenyu paused for a moment, but still told Guo Shuafu the truth. What? When Guo Shuafu heard the news, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, and her body trembled. Her eyes were glazed over. Daughter. Seeing Guo Shuafu's appearance, Guo Zhenyu supported Guo Shuafu with heartache. Father, why did he enter the Beast Roar Valley? Why did he enter the Beast Roar Valley? This news isn't reliable, right? Guo Shuafu quickly grabbed Guo Zhenyu's hand and asked urgently. Daughter, calm down. Liu Ji entered the Beast Roar Valley. Maybe he can come out. Guo Zhenyu shouted coldly, saying something that even he didn't believe. As the sect master of Gudanzan, he was very clear about the terror of the Beast Roar Valley. Even the previous sect founder, a martial god-level powerhouse, had entered and couldn't come out. In his eyes, if Yi Hao entered the Beast Roar Valley, it would be even more certain death. On the contrary, if Yi Hao could come out of the Beast Roar Valley alive, it would be a miracle in his eyes. On the contrary, it would be really abnormal. And the reason why Gudanzan was lonely was really related to this Beast Roar Valley. Because the only remaining martial god expert in Gudanzan had reached the end of his life. If he didn't break through, he would die. Therefore, in order to fight to the death, the martial god ignored the ancestral taboo and barged into the Beast Roar Valley alone. It had been nearly 10 years and the martial god still hadn't come out. In his opinion, if the martial god hadn't broken through, he would have died without a doubt. Yes, that's right. I'm going to wait for him to come out. Hearing Guo Zhenyu's words, Guo Shuafu's eyes carried a trace of hope and immediately flew in the direction of the Beast Roar Valley. Sigh. Seeing Guo Shuafu's appearance, Guo Zhenyu sighed. He sent a voice transmission to Xiaoqing, go and watch the young miss. Don't let her enter the Beast Roar Valley. Let her do as she pleases. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing an ancient beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 13 million experience points. You can level up to Emperor Wu rank 7. Do you want to level up? After Yi Hao killed dozens of ancient beasts, the system's notification finally sounded. Level up. Yi Hao immediately said to the system. Because he had continuously killed dozens of ancient beasts, the energy in his body was almost completely depleted. At this moment, all the ancient beasts pounced at Yi Hao even more ferociously. Yi Hao and the others could feel that Yi Hao was about to die. Many ancient beasts excitedly pounced at Yi Hao. Ding dong, congratulations on consuming 6 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, Emperor Wu rank 6. Come, my little darlings. In an instant, some of the injuries on Yi Hao's body were instantly healed and the martial arts power in his body was once again filled to the brim. Yi Hao excitedly charged at an ancient beast in front of him and stabbed the blood-stained dual blades into the ancient beast's body. The trace of blood that the ancient beast had left on the blood-stained dual sabers was immediately absorbed by the blood-stained dual sabers, disappearing without a trace. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing an ancient beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. Haha, soon. Yi Hao glanced at the soul points. He was less than 2 million away from being able to summon a martial sage. In other words, he only needed to kill 10 more ancient beasts to fulfill this condition. What a monster. All the ancient beasts had the same thought in their minds. In their opinion, Yi Hao should have been lacking in energy and then unable to carry on and be torn apart by them. Who knew that Yi Hao seemed to have become even more powerful in an instant. Moreover, his energy seemed to be inexhaustible. However, they simply didn't have the time to think about it because Yi Hao had already arrived in front of them. Actually, Yi Hao hadn't noticed that every time he killed an ancient beast, the inscribing heart in his eyes would rotate slightly. It would absorb some of the energy in the air into the inscribing heart and then into the heavenly yin spirit's body. The heavenly yin spirit would then transfer the energy into the heavenly yin battle beasts' bodies. Hey! What a strange kid. Kill him. I don't believe that his energy is truly inexhaustible. In the depths of the roaring beast valley, a pair of eyes was staring at Yi Hao. He had originally thought that Yi Hao might not even be able to withstand the attack of one ancient beast after entering the roaring beast valley. Chapter 344. The person who spoke was actually a humanoid monster with a leopard head and a human body. Hearing his command, more ancient beasts rushed towards Yi Hao in the Beast Roar Valley. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing an ancient beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 soul point. Damn, why do I feel that there are more and more ancient beasts? Yi Hao observed his surroundings as he fought the ancient beasts. This won't do. I have to retreat. Looking at the hundreds of ancient mutated beasts charging at him, Zhongxian knew that if he allowed the number of ancient mutated beasts to increase, he would be in grave danger. Furthermore, his soul points had finally reached 50 million. However, the system had a rule that he couldn't summon generals during a battle. Therefore, he had to leave the battle. Yi Hao fought and retreated. However, these ancient beasts seemed to have received an order and held him back. Since you want to fight, I was afraid that you would fight. In the end, Yi Hao had no way out. At this moment, he was furious. He stopped retreating and rushed towards the ancient beasts. Falling leaves thousand slash. Yi Hao used his martial skill to attack the ancient beasts in front of him. I want to level up. After a while, Yi Hao felt that the energy in his body was insufficient. Yi Hao immediately said to the system, Ding dong, congratulations to the host for consuming 70 million experience points. The host's level has reached Emperor Wu rank 7. After hearing the system's voice, the injuries on Yi Hao's body immediately healed. His martial arts power was also the same. In fact, it was much stronger. How strange. The leopard-head humanoid monster clearly felt that Yi Hao's attacks couldn't keep up with the rhythm. This was clearly a sign that the martial arts power in his body was insufficient. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Hao actually broke through. The strangest thing was that there wasn't any martial arts power in this space. How did Yi Hao break through? I don't believe it. Let's see how long you can last. The leopard-headed humanoid monster suppressed the shock in its heart. With a bestial roar, more ancient mutated beasts pounced towards Yi Hao. With so many ancient beasts, if they were to be released, they would definitely be able to sweep through any empire. *CK your grandpa. Am I really going to die here today? Yi Hao saw more and more ancient mutated beasts. Although they were only first-order martial emperors, the number of ancient demonic beasts had reached more than 1,000. Who knew if there would be even more powerful ancient beasts appearing later? Right now, although Yi Hao wasn't lacking in martial strength, his attack reaction clearly couldn't keep up. This was because there were simply too many ancient mutated beasts around. Moreover, there were more than 10 of these ancient beasts attacking him at the same time. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to block all those attacks. Before long, there were dozens of wounds of various sizes all over Yi Hao's body. The blood of the ancient mutated beasts and his own blood had turned him into a bloody man. Of course, these wounds weren't serious because they would heal immediately once he leveled up. However, in order to not waste his martial strength, he could only resist the urge to level up. He could only choose to level up again at the most critical moment. Heh, kid, you can't take it anymore. The leopard-headed humanoid monster looked at Yi Hao with a mocking smile on its face. However, it was secretly smacking its lips because this Yi Hao had really wasted a lot of his effort. Normally, not to mention martial emperors, he could even kill martial emperors in a matter of minutes. However, Yi Hao, a mere Emperor Wu, was able to surprise it so much. This was enough to shock it. I'm going to eat you up and see what kind of magical powers you have. The leopard-headed humanoid monster looked at Yi Hao with a greedy expression. It had been a long time since it tasted human flesh in this place. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a transportation talisman. Just as Yi Hao was engrossed in his killing, A notification sounded in Yi Hao's mind. It's actually a transportation talisman. The heavens are really on my side. However, Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh at the system's drop rate. He couldn't remember the last time he had obtained an item from killing an enemy. Bye-bye. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Yi Hao waved his hand as he looked at the thousands of ancient mutated beasts around him. He immediately crushed the transportation talisman in his hand. Hey! Where is he? The leopard-headed humanoid monster's expression suddenly changed. It shook its head and blinked its eyes. It realized that Yi Hao had really disappeared. How is this possible? The leopard-headed humanoid monster suddenly transformed into a huge leopard that was 100 meters long and pounced on Yi Hao. The ancient mutated beasts along the way immediately prostrated themselves respectfully when they sensed the aura of the huge leopard. The huge leopard sniffed with its nose and realized that Yi Hao's aura had really disappeared. The huge leopard immediately roared and transformed back into its human form. It had a strange expression on its face as it asked the ancient mutated beast beside it. Could it be a transportation talisman? But how is this possible? Could it be that the laws of space have lost their effect? The huge leopard transformed back into its original form. It was even bigger now. It was 400 to 500 meters long and immediately charged into the sky. Roar! The huge leopard charged into the sky and roared loudly as it attacked the spatial wall. Bang! Suddenly, the originally ordinary spatial wall emitted a dazzling light. It formed a 100-meter wide ball of light and bombarded the huge leopard. The huge leopard immediately fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The huge leopard's body immediately shrank rapidly. In the end, it had no choice but to transform back into its human form. However, the blood at the leopard's mouth proved that it had suffered an intense attack. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough cough. The huge leopard suddenly faced the sky and laughed crazily. Then, it coughed violently and mouthfuls of blood flowed out from its mouth. However, the wide grin on its face proved that it was in a good mood. The group of ancient mutated beasts were all dumbfounded as they prostrated on the ground. They did not understand what had happened to the huge leopard and what had provoked it. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Sensing the huge leopard's respect for the spatial wall, dots of light flashed in the sky. They were actually monsters with beast heads and human bodies like the huge leopard. Some had the head of a fox, some had the head of a gorilla, some had the head of a tiger. The appearance of this group of monsters caused the ancient mutated beasts prostrating on the ground to tremble even more violently. They wished that they could stick their heads into the ground. This group of monsters were all ancient mutated beasts that had transformed into human form. In this beast raw valley, they were the absolute powerhouses. All of them had the cultivation of a martial saint. However, the strange thing was that ordinary demonic beasts in the Myriad Kingdom continent could completely transform into human form as long as they reached the martial saint realm. However, this group of ancient mutated beasts actually retained their beast heads. Damned leopard, are you crazy? Or are you tired of living? You actually attacked the spatial wall. The fox-headed ancient mutated beast shook its slender waist and plump buttocks as it walked in front of the huge leopard and said, "Stay away from me, coquettish fox." The huge leopard looked at the fox with some disdain and immediately hid to the side. This fox was incomparably treacherous. The number of demonic beasts that had been killed by her was uncountable. Therefore, the huge leopard did not want her to come close. He, I'll eat you. The fox stretched out her jade-like hand and covered her mouth as she giggled. Chapter 345. Old Leopard, what's going on? Why would you attack the spatial barrier for no reason? Are you tired of living? Wait, I think I smell a living person. Also, what's with the bloodstains all over the ground? Old Leopard, you're too mean. Did a living person come in and you eat him? You're so heartless. You didn't even leave him for us to play with. You ate him. Even if there was a living person, you wouldn't have attacked the space barrier. It was rare for the beast-headed, human-bodied ancient beasts to gather together. All of them spoke in the human language at the same time. That person has appeared. Big Leopard looked at the crowd as he suddenly blurted out. That person? What person? It can't be. As the tiger-headed ancient beast spoke, the nonchalant look on its face suddenly turned into one of astonishment. Are you for real? Following which, all of the transformed ancient beasts looked at each other. Unsurprisingly, everyone's expressions underwent a huge change at this moment. Furthermore, none of them were able to say a word. Their expressions were either excited, agitated, disbelieving, or dumbfounded. Old Leopard, you're not joking, right? After a long while, the fox finally recovered and looked at Old Leopard. Upon hearing the fox's words, all the ancient beasts looked at Old Leopard, eager to know the answer. This was because this space was special. There was no martial power for them to cultivate. However, there was a special kind of energy in the air. As long as they could breathe, their strength would continue to grow. This place could be said to be their heaven. However, there were special rules and regulations. They could never leave this place. This was tantamount to locking them up in a cage. Of course, many of them had tried to attack the space barrier in an attempt to escape. However, no one had ever succeeded. Slowly, all of the ancient mutated beasts gave up on this meaningless resistance. However, they had a special inheritance that told them that as long as they waited for a person, that person would be able to bring them out. In this space, they couldn't use transportation talismans at all. Furthermore, no one who entered could leave this place. However, Yi Hao was able to leave this place. Their intuition told them that Yi Hao was the person they were waiting for. Immediately, the faces of all the exotic beasts were filled with joy. Some of them had been here for tens of thousands of years, and the limit of this power seemed to only allow them to reach the saint level. If nothing unexpected happened, they would die of old age here just like those seniors. But Yi Hao's sudden appearance immediately gave them hope of getting out. That was why the big leopard had acted so crazily. Even though it was seriously injured, its face was brimming with joy. Don't be happy so early. That person has already left. If he doesn't come back, we still won't be able to get out. Suddenly, the fox's words were like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the fiery mood of the beasts. Therefore, the ancient beast instantly calmed down. That's right. Now that Yi Hao had left, who knew if he would come back? If he didn't come back, wouldn't she still have to live the same life as before? This was simply too torturous for them. But no matter what, it meant that this person, the person who could bring them out, really existed. As long as he existed, then there was hope for them to leave. Henceforth, the roaring beasts' valley was peaceful. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Hao's return. Liu Ji, where are you? Liu Ji, you can't die. If you die, who will I elope with? I still don't know your real name. Gudanzhen was already deep into the night. Other than the disciples who were still diligently refining pills, most of them were in deep sleep. At the entrance of the roaring beasts' valley, other than the two guards on duty, there were two delicate young girls sitting on a large rock. They were Guo Shuafu and Xiaoqing. At this moment, Guo Shuafu was mumbling non-stop. Her eyes were already red and swollen. One look and one could tell that she had cried a lot. Little Qing, on the other hand, was bored and had fallen asleep on his lap. Where is this? Yi Hao looked around and realized that he had already arrived in the outside world. This was because he could clearly feel the martial arts power in the air. Although it was still very sparse, compared to the environment in the Roaring Beasts Valley, this bit of martial arts power already made him feel very comfortable. Yi Hao escaped and couldn't help but greedily breathe in the air. Then, he smelled the thick smell of blood on his body. Yi Hao wrinkled his nose. Let's find a place to take a bath first. Wash, 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 oh. Yi Hao found a clear lake. After chasing away the magical beasts, he took a rare relaxing bath. Yi Hao closed his eyes comfortably. It was rare for him to be so relaxed. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. Not far from the same forest, there was a woman in white. She was holding a cold sword in her hand and killing the magical beasts in front of her. Miss Mu, you really made us look for you. Quickly come back with us so that young Master Yang won't be anxious from waiting. Miss Mu, you've already been out for many days. It's time for you to go back and complete your wedding. At this moment, two people suddenly flew over from afar. They were both martial spirits. The two of them stood in opposite directions of Mu Qingyu, afraid that Mu Qingyu would escape. I'll go back with you. Wait for me for a moment. Mu Qingyu did not turn back. Her eyes were only focused on the magical beasts in front of her. Swoosh. Suddenly, a martial spirit attacked and instantly killed the magical beast that was fighting with Mu Qingyu. The martial spirit clapped his hands. All right, Miss Mu, can you come back with us now? Mu Qingyu's eyes flashed with disgust. She said coldly, "Did I let you attack? Just you wait." After saying that, Mu Qingyu turned around and was about to leave. The two martial spirits looked at each other and were about to chase after her. Mu Qingyu stopped in her tracks and said coldly, "Give me a day and I'll go back with you. But if you dare to continue following me, I'll definitely not go with you unless you want to bring back a corpse." Miss Mu, why do you have to do this? You'll have to go back sooner or later anyway. Why do you have to make things difficult for us? One of them looked at Mu Qingyu and smiled bitterly. Mu Qingyu ignored them and continued walking forward. What should we do? Young Master Yang is still waiting. Looking at Mu Qingyu's proud and aloof figure, one of them asked, "Didn't you hear what she said? We'll give her a day. Let's see what she can do. We can't force her into a corner." The other person said. He was also afraid that if he really forced Mu Qingyu into a corner, he would not be able to explain himself to young Lai Feng. What if she runs away or doesn't want to go back with us? Do you think she will? Does she want to see the entire Mu family in misery and suffering? That's true. Then let's follow her from a distance. It's better to be vigilant. As long as we can bring her back, we'll be recognized by young Master Yang. In the future, we'll be able to follow young Master Yang. That's right. Young Master Yang is also a disciple of Gudanzan. If he can get 2 good pills, it would be perfect. Chapter 346. Sigh, looks like this is my fate. Mu Qingyu wandered aimlessly around the perimeter of the forest filled with magical beasts. She had been hiding for a few days, but she had not expected to be found so quickly by the people sent by young Lai Feng. She knew that if she did not return, her father and younger brother would be in danger. I wonder what he is doing. Is he still in Yanghuang City? How is he doing now? In Mu Qingyu's mind, Yi Hao's figure suddenly appeared. Mu Qingyu was so engrossed in her thoughts that she forgot the path beneath her feet. In the end, she missed a step and fell into the water with a splash. Yi Hao, who was resting with his eyes closed, was instantly jolted awake. Looking at the back view and the faint fragrance, Yi Hao was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that Sister Lin fell from the sky? Yi Hao was naked and looked at the beautiful back view in his arms. Mu Qingyu fell into the water and choked. In a moment of panic, her hands kept grabbing around. Suddenly, she grabbed a rod. Yi Hao was stunned and thought to himself, "Woman, you are playing with fire. Hey, can you be quiet for a while? If this doesn't drown you, are you still a martial artist?" Yi Hao grabbed Mu Qingyu and said helplessly. Mu Qingyu was jolted awake. Why was there another person here? But why did she feel like she had heard this voice before? Mu Qingyu opened her eyes and turned to look at the shirtless Yi Hao. Suddenly, she screamed, hooligan. Who is a hooligan? I was sleeping well here. You were the one who fell and I saved you. And your hand?" Mu Qingyu's back was facing Yi Hao. Therefore, Yi Hao did not see Mu Qingyu's face clearly. Moreover, he was not in the mood to look at Mu Qingyu now. His metal rod was still being held tightly by her. "My hand? Why?" When Mu Qingyu heard Yi Hao's words, she was obviously stunned. Then, she looked down and realized that her hand was grabbing Yi Hao's crotch. She immediately screamed again. "Pervert, I'm going to kill you." Mu Qingyu broke free from Yi Hao's grip and went to look for her weapon. But her weapon might have fallen into the lake, so she could only reach out and strangle Yi Hao. Preposterous. Yi Hao was also stunned by Mu Qingyu. He had saved her out of kindness, but not only did she not know how to be grateful, she even dared to hit him. Yi Hao was just about to make a move to subdue Mu Qingyu when he saw a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. It's her. Yi Hao was stunned. He had thought that the two of them would never cross paths again in this lifetime. Who would have thought that they would meet again in such an awkward situation? How are you doing? Yi Hao asked directly. When she heard Yi Hao's words, Mu Qingyu was also stunned. She looked at Yi Hao carefully, but she did not know him at all. Do I know you? Mu Qingyu frowned and asked coldly. Yi Hao suddenly remembered that he was using the Thousand Illusion mask now. His current appearance was still Liu Ji's appearance. Miss Mu, are you all right? Miss Mu, say something. When they heard Mu Qingyu's voice, the two martial spirits immediately flew over. However, when they saw the lake water, they did not dare to immediately check it out. I'm fine. Mu Qingyu looked at Yi Hao and replied immediately. Are you really fine? The two of them asked worriedly. I'm really fine. Who asked you to come over? Mu Qingyu said coldly. TSK, why are you so arrogant? If young Master Yang was not your fiancé, I wouldn't have bothered. When they heard Mu Qingyu's cold tone, one of the martial spirits muttered unhappily. Let's go. Although the other person was unhappy, he immediately pulled the person who still wanted to speak and left. Young Master Yang? Fiancé? Yi Hao whispered softly. Could it be that he already had someone? This made Yi Hao, who originally wanted to reveal his true identity, fiercely suppress it. Please let go of me. Yi Hao did not know why his mood suddenly became so bad. Yi Hao said coldly to Mu Qingyu. Seeing Yi Hao change so quickly, Mu Qingyu was clearly not used to it. She did not understand why Yi Hao suddenly seemed like a different person. Mu Qingyu immediately climbed ashore and anxiously waited for Yi Hao to put on his clothes. At the same time, she asked curiously, do we know each other? This was because she felt that there was a trace of familiarity when she looked at Yi Hao. Moreover, Yi Hao's question, are you doing well, made her even more suspicious. Could it be that she really knew him? You. After waiting for a long time, Mu Qingyu turned around and realized that Yi Hao had disappeared without her noticing. What a strange person. Where did he go? Why didn't he say anything before he left? Mu Qingyu looked around. Yi Hao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Hey, this is... Mu Qingyu originally wanted to pick up her cold word sword, but she saw two blood-red sabers by the lake. They looked very shocking. When she saw the blood-stained dual sabers, Mu Qingyu felt as if her head had exploded. At this moment, she was completely stunned. Although the blood-stained dual sabers in front of her were a little different from before, their overall appearance had not changed. At a glance, she could recognize that these were Yi Hao's weapons. Is it him? Is he really here? But why didn't he reveal his identity? Why did he leave? One question after another flashed through Mu Qingyu's mind. Her mind was instantly in a mess. Yi Hao, where are you? Mu Qingyu shouted excitedly to her surroundings. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. There was also no response from Yi Hao. Mu Qingyu held back the tears in her eyes and sat cross-legged in front of the blood-stained dual sabers. The strong smell of blood from the blood-stained dual sabers filled her nose and rushed straight to the top of her head. What exactly did he go through in the past year for a weapon to produce such a strong smell of blood? Mu Qingyu stared at the blood-stained dual sabers in a daze as she thought about it. Could it be that God arranged for us to meet again? But why did he leave without saying a single word? Could it be that he has some hidden troubles? Mu Qingyu thought of many things in an instant. She had thought that her life would be fixed like this. That her marriage to young Lai Feng would be her ending. And that person could only live in the deepest part of her heart. The two of them would never have the chance to meet again. But she had not expected that fate would play a trick on her. It actually allowed her to meet him again at this time. It made her dead heart come alive again. She thought about Yi Hao's naked body and how she had unintentionally touched Yi Hao's body. She had even grabbed Yi Hao's private part in the end. Although all of this made her so shy. But how she wished that time could go back and be frozen in that moment forever. But when she thought about how she was going to go back with those two people tomorrow and marry young Lai Feng, her heart was filled with endless bitterness. How she wished that Yi Hao would appear in front of her and take her away from home. But when she thought about young Lai Feng's background, Mu Qingyu smiled bitterly. Yi Hao was just the mayor of a small city. No matter how fast he grew. In just over a year. Chapter 347. Not to mention Gudanzan, a sneeze from him was enough to make the entire 10,000 land continent tremble. Even young Lai Feng himself was a martial honor. In the 10,000 land continent, he could also be considered a mid-tier elite. If she was still related to Yi Hao at this time, she might even bring death upon Yi Hao. When she thought of this, Mu Qingyu was so scared that she broke out in cold sweat. Looking at the sky, it was already dawn. It was obvious that it was already the second day. She did not expect that a day had passed after she was only stunned for a moment. And Yi Hao did not return. This made Mu Qingyu extremely disappointed. Mu Qingyu put away Yi Hao's blood-stained dual blades. As she did not have an interspatial ring, Mu Qingyu could only find a piece of animal skin to wrap Yi Hao's blood-stained dual blades and then carry them on her back. Humph, you are so careless. I can't just leave your weapon here. What if it is picked up by someone else? Mu Qingyu thought angrily. At the same time, on a huge tree a few kilometers away, Yi Hao was lying on the tree, snoring. Underneath the tree, there were countless bottles of erguatu scattered on the ground. That's right, Yi Hao was drunk. Yi Hao did not know why he felt so disappointed when he knew that Mu Qingyu had found a partner. In the end, he was so annoyed that he just wanted to get himself drunk. But these normal white wines would not be of much use to a martial artist at his level. As long as he used a bit of his martial arts, he would be able to resist the effects of the alcohol. But he only wanted to get drunk and did not use his martial arts. That was why he did not want to get drunk. But his mind was even more chaotic. Yi Hao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky through the gaps between the leaves. He let out a loud roar, wanting to vent his anger. Roar. Yi Hao's roar was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Instantly, countless beasts roared. I'll let you scream. Yi Hao was already annoyed to begin with, so these damned beasts naturally became his punching bag. Where are my sabers? Yi Hao felt around and realized that his blood-stained twin sabers were gone. What a joke! This blood-stained dual blades was the most precious thing he had besides the sealed flying dragon palace. That was a divine artifact. Yi Hao used his connection with the bloody scars to instantly know the location of the bloody scars. Thief, how dare you steal my scars? Wait until I'm done venting my anger. See how I'll deal with you. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he jumped down from the 100-meter-tall tree and rushed towards the nearest magical beast. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 4th-rank magical beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 experience points and 100 soul point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 5th-rank magical beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience points and 1,000 soul points. The experience points of these magical beasts were already unable to satisfy Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao did not think about this right now. He only wanted to properly vent the anger in his heart. And the unlucky ones were naturally the magical beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles. And this radius of hundreds of miles had naturally turned into a purgatory on Earth. The screams of the magical beasts before their deaths could be heard from time to time, forming a symphony of death. As long as Yi Hao went to a place, there would definitely not be a single beast. All of them would be killed with a single punch. As for the magical beasts, they could also sense that a blood fiend had arrived in the forest. They immediately spread their legs and fled in all directions. What's going on? Why did the magical beasts in the forest suddenly go berserk? Who knows? It was fine yesterday. Two martial spirits were carefully following behind Mu Qingyu. They looked at the magical beasts that were escaping from them from time to time and asked in puzzlement. The situation is unclear. It's better to be careful. The two of them could not help but hold their weapons because they had already seen a few 5th-rank magical beasts running past them. One had to know that a 5th-rank magical beast corresponded to the martial spirit realm. If a 5th-rank magical beast appeared, the two of them would still be able to deal with it. However, if more magical beasts were attracted, they would only have a path to death. However, what made them feel strange was that these magical beasts seemed to only care about running for their lives and did not notice them at all. They really could not figure out what had happened in the forest that could make these magical beasts so afraid. Will he be okay? Mu Qingyu frowned as she looked at the magical beasts that were running away from her. She could not help but worry in her heart. No, I want to go back. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyu turned around and wanted to look for Yi Hao. But how could those two martial spirits do that? They couldn't wait to leave this damned place. Otherwise, if they encountered a 6th-rank magical beast later, they would really have to die here. What are you doing? I have something to do. Looking at the two people in front of her, Mu Qingyu frowned and said coldly. The two of them said apologetically, Miss Mu, for the sake of our lives, we can only let you down. What? You still want to use force? Taking advantage of the fact that the two of them were not paying attention, Mu Qingyu immediately wanted to rush back from the side. However, Mu Qingyu was only a martial king. How could she be a match for the two of them? She was immediately subdued by them. Mu Qingyu's face was filled with anxiety as she said in a bone-chilling tone, "Let go of me, I'm sorry." The two of them apologized to Mu Qingyu. Then, side by side, they grabbed Mu Qingyu's arm and quickly left the forest. Phew, awesome. After a day and night of crazy killing, Yi Hao did not know how many magical beasts had died under his fists. Yi Hao only knew that his experience points had increased by more than 100 million. It was enough for him to level up again. Furthermore, his soul points had increased by more than 10 million. Brat, stop right there. Just as Yi Hao was about to leave, a large black tiger suddenly pounced in front of Yi Hao and spoke in human language. Martial Emperor level magical beast. Looking at the large tiger that was more than 50 meters long, Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and said. This was because as long as a magical beast reached the martial emperor level, some magical beasts with good aptitude would be able to speak. Obviously, this tiger was at the martial emperor level. Detection skill. Ding dong. Congratulations master on a successful detection. Black-Wind Tiger, 5th level martial emperor, medium aptitude, overlord of 100 miles radius. Yi Hao used the detection skill and the Black-Wind Tiger's simple information immediately rang in Yi Hao's mind. I'll give you a chance to live. Be my mount. The Black-Wind Tiger in front of him had a murderous aura. Yi Hao was too lazy to kill it. It just so happened that he lacked a means of transportation. What an arrogant kid. Watch how your grandfather eats you. Being looked down upon by Yi Hao, the Black-Wind Tiger's lungs were about to explode. It was a dignified overlord, but its group of underlings were all killed by you. You still want me to be your mount? You must be dreaming. You're just a 7th level Emperor Wu brat. Do you know that your grandfather Tiger is a 5th level martial emperor? Roar. The Black-Wind Tiger decided to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. It wanted to let him know that a tiger's tail was not to be touched. Chapter 348. The Black-Wind Tiger narrowed his eyes at Yi Hao. He could already imagine Yi Hao's fate. Yi Hao would definitely be smashed into a pile of meat by his airwave. Hey! Could this kid have been scared silly by me? The Black-Wind Tiger thought that Yi Hao would try his best to escape after seeing his attack. Even if he didn't escape, he would at least try his best to block it. However, Yi Hao actually stood there and yawned. It was as if he didn't care about his attack at all. The Black-Wind Tiger really wanted to ask how long it had been since he slept to be so sleepy. The Black-Wind Tiger looked at Yi Hao without any interest. Such a piece of trash had almost toppled his subordinates' forces. If he hadn't gone out to deal with something, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Yi Hao to be so arrogant. Suddenly, the black-winged tiger's eyes widened abruptly. What is this kid trying to do? Yi Hao, who was still yawning, suddenly raised his right hand and waved it forward. The air wave that he had shot at Yi Hao actually retraced its original path and attacked him. Hey, what kind of monster is this kid? The black-winged tiger immediately dodged in a panic. He really couldn't understand how a rank 7 Emperor Wu could block his attack. Moreover, the black-winged tiger was able to retrace its original path. As a rank 5 martial emperor, the black-winged tiger believed that he could do it too, but it definitely wouldn't be so easy. Boom! The black-winged tiger narrowly dodged his attack. The airwave hit a small hill that was 100 meters tall. The hill instantly shattered and turned into a pile of rubble. Kid, Grandpa who still has something to do today. I won't play with you anymore. As soon as the black-winged tiger finished speaking, he immediately spread his limbs and fled. What a joke. The black-winged tiger knew that he was definitely not this monster's opponent when Yi Hao waved his hand so casually. As a martial emperor overlord, he had to be flexible. Since he knew that he wasn't Yi Hao's opponent, what was he waiting for? The black-winged tiger leaped with all his might. As the saying goes, the clouds follow the dragon and the wind follows the tiger. The black-winged tiger was very confident in its speed. He didn't know how many times he had relied on his extraordinary speed to avert danger time and time again. In his opinion, this time was no exception. After flying for dozens of miles, the black-winged tiger looked back worriedly and realized that he could no longer see Yi Hao's figure. He could not help but grin proudly. Little guy, you're still too inexperienced to fight with your grandpa tiger. Kitty, are you done playing? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside his ear. The black-winged tiger felt its body stiffen. It stopped moving and slowly turned its head to look at Yi Hao on its left. Well, why are you following me? I don't have any extra food at home. Black-winged tiger said awkwardly. The black-winged tiger was very confident in its speed. He had always believed that no creature of the same level could surpass him in terms of speed. But what the hell was happening now? Yi Hao had appeared beside him without a sound. Could it be that Yi Hao, a rank 7 Emperor Wu, was not only strong, even his speed was abnormal? The black-winged tiger was wondering if it was some expert who had deliberately hidden his strength to play with it. I have plenty of time. You can continue running. Yi Hao looked at the black-winged tiger with a sneer. Look, what's that? The black-winged tiger's eyes turned and immediately changed direction. It looked at the air fluctuations behind it. The black-winged tiger immediately revealed a sinister smile. Brat, if you want me to be your mount, you'd better wait for your next life. The black-winged tiger brought Yi Hao to a place in the periphery of the forest. Although this place was in the periphery of the forest, it was actually a forbidden area. When the black-winged tiger thought of that place, its hair stood on end. A group of rats lived there. These rats had a terrifying ability, which was to eat. They would eat anything. Even a martial emperor expert would not be able to escape death if they were surrounded by these rats. This group of rats was called the heaven-swallowing rats. It meant that they could even swallow the heavens. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it also showed that the heaven-swallowing rat's devouring ability was very strong. Moreover, not only did the heaven-swallowing rats have strong devouring ability, their reproduction ability was also very strong. In the beginning, there were only a few heaven-swallowing rats. However, after a few years of development, the number of heaven-swallowing rats had reached tens of thousands. They had already become another overlord of this forest. The black-winged tiger's plan was to lure Yi Hao into the territory of the heaven-swallowing rats. At that time, even if Yi Hao had 100 skills, he would not be able to escape the fate of being eaten by the rats. Enjoy it, brat. The black-winged tiger sinisterly thought. Along the way, the black-winged tiger deliberately released its aura in order to attract the heaven-swallowing rats. Rat King, I've brought you a big meal. I'll be leaving first. They arrived at a barren area. There was not a single tree in the surroundings, only some gravel. The black-winged tiger shouted towards the sky and immediately began to escape. This was because he had no way of dealing with this group of heaven-swallowing rats. He had personally seen an emperor-level magical beast being torn apart alive by this group of heaven-swallowing rats. One had to know that this group of heaven-swallowing rats were only at rank 5 or 6. However, they could break through the defense of an emperor-level magical beast. One could imagine how powerful the teeth of the heaven-swallowing rats were. Hualala Tilda. As soon as the black-winged tiger left, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a rat's head popped out. It looked at a huge rock and immediately pounced on it. Then, it quickly destroyed the huge rock. The hard rock was like tofu in front of them. And more heaven-swallowing rats appeared on the ground. They were a black mass and each of them was more than a meter long. These are rats. Looking at the heaven-swallowing rats, Yi Hao was somewhat uncertain. This was because he had seen rats before. However, he had never seen rats that were so big and so abnormal that they could even eat rocks. Detection skill. Yi Hao immediately used the detection skill on the heaven-swallowing rat. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successful detection. The heaven-swallowing rat's strength was around rank 5. They had the innate ability to eat everything. They had a mouthful of incomparably hard teeth that could crush everything. Seeing Yi Hao appear, all the heaven-swallowing rats immediately revealed their glowing green eyes. They looked at Yi Hao as if they wanted to swallow Yi Hao in one mouthful. Can crush everything. Seeing the appraisal information, Yi Hao was clearly in disbelief. Yi Hao took out a bone from the space. This was the bone of an ancient mutated beast. Moreover, it was a rank 1 martial emperor. Its hardness was comparable to a rank 7 emperor artifact. The moment Yi Hao took out the bone, tens of thousands of heaven-swallowing rats instantly became excited. As if they had seen a naked beauty, all of them looked at the bone in Yi Hao's hand greedily. Let's see how hard your teeth are. Looking at the greedy heaven-swallowing rats, Yi Hao threw the bone down. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Tens of thousands of heaven-swallowing rats immediately rushed towards the bone of the ancient mutated beast. In the blink of an eye, the bone disappeared. This, Yi Hao was completely shocked because he saw with his own eyes that the hard bone was easily crushed like potato chips. Chapter 349. How am I supposed to play with this? Yi Hao had no doubt that as long as he went down, this group of rats would definitely be able to dismember him in an instant. Once he thought of being eaten by rats, Yi Hao could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. You're courting death. Suddenly, a rat could not resist the temptation and shot towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao instinctively punched out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 heaven-devouring rat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience points and 1,000 soul points. So easy. Yi Hao was clearly a bit surprised because he had just casually attacked and killed the heaven-devouring rat just like that. He saw that the heavens were really fair, giving the heaven-devouring rat a set of powerful teeth but taking away its defensive ability. Just based on the heaven-devouring rat's defensive ability, in Yi Hao's opinion, it was simply inferior to a rank 2 magical beast, or even by quite a bit. As for the heaven-devouring rat's corpse that was shot down by Yi Hao, before it landed, it was bounced up by a few heaven-devouring rats and was divided up at the same time. Beasts are beasts, even eating their own kind. Yi Hao felt a bit nauseous and swallowed his saliva. Clearly, he was stunned by the heaven-devouring rat's performance of devouring its companions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just at this moment, a strange squeaking sound suddenly came from underground. Compared to a normal heaven-devouring rat, the sound was much stronger, as if it was an order. Hearing this sound, immediately, all the heaven-devouring rats pounced towards Yi Hao as if they did not care about their lives. Black Dragon Charge. Yi Hao's palm moved and immediately, a flood dragon that was over 10 meters long condensed from martial power appeared in front of him and attacked the heaven-devouring rats. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 heaven-devouring rat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience points and 1,000 soul points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 heaven-devouring rat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience points and 1,000 soul points. Yi Hao really did not dare to compliment the defensive ability of this group of heaven-devouring rats. With just one move of his, dozens of heaven-devouring rats had lost their lives. As if restrained by the strange squeaking sound just now, the group of rats did not bite their companions' corpses. Instead, they bared their jagged teeth at Yi Hao as if they didn't care about their lives. Hiss tilde in the blink of an eye, dozens of wounds appeared on Yi Hao's body. Yi Hao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, because there were truly too many heaven-devouring rats. It was still okay to deal with a few in the beginning, but now that tens of thousands of them had surrounded him, Yi Hao simply did not have enough energy to defend against all the heaven-devouring rats. Moreover, his defense seemed to have no effect on this group of heaven-devouring rats. Am I really going to be eaten by a rat? Yi Hao's martial Dao power trembled and instantly killed the sky-devouring rats on his body. But just as he finished killing them, another group of rats pounced on him. 1,000 palms of falling leaves, earth-devouring palm, black dragon charge. Yi Hao unleashed one martial skill after another, and a large number of heaven-devouring rats died as well. However, the heaven-devouring rats continued to advance. Wait. Yi Hao suddenly remembered the introduction of the heaven-devouring rats. They could devour physical bodies. What about incorporeal bodies? Yi Hao suddenly thought excitedly. Within his carving heart, there were still close to 1,000 lunar beasts. And these lunar beasts were all incorporeal bodies, and all of them were at the peak of rank 6. They were more than enough to deal with this group of heaven-devouring rats. Yi Hao had a thought and immediately released all the lunar beasts around him. One by one, the lunar beasts surrounded Yi Hao tightly. Roar tilde, all the lunar beasts roared in unison and attacked the heaven-devouring rats around them. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 heaven-devouring rat. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience points and 1,000 soul points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 heaven-devouring rat. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience points and 1,000 soul points. In an instant, the notifications kept ringing in Yi Hao's mind. And Yi Hao was surprised to find out that when the heaven-devouring rats wanted to bite the lunar beasts, they would bite the air and be slapped to death by the lunar beasts. Surrounded by the lunar beasts, Yi Hao stood among them safe and sound. Not a single heaven-devouring rat could bite Yi Hao. Kill them. Looking at the group of damned rats, Yi Hao ordered the lunar beasts. When he thought about how he was almost eaten by the rats, Yi Hao felt extremely humiliated. And at this time, Yi Hao finally realized that with every heaven-devouring rat that the lunar beasts killed, their aura would become stronger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the one-sided massacre of the lunar beasts, the one underground could not take it anymore and cried out anxiously. Want to run? Not a chance. Hearing the voice, Yi Hao could immediately guess. He immediately ordered the lunar beasts to seal off all escape routes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that Yi Hao had sealed off all escape routes, the voice underground cried out even more angrily. Brat, I admit defeat. Can you let my descendants live? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Yi Hao's mind. If Yi Hao's guess was right, this voice must have come from the Rat King of the heaven-devouring rats. However, from the looks of it, this Rat King had not reached the martial emperor realm. Otherwise, it would not be unable to speak and need to send voice transmissions to Yi Hao. Humph. Yi Hao snorted coldly. After nearly eating him, he let them go just because they wanted him to. Who did they think he was? Sir, what exactly will it take for you to let us go? When the Rat King saw that Yi Hao was unmoved, it could not help but sound anxious. Its attitude was already starting to soften. Yi Hao originally wanted to kill all these rats. However, when he thought of the shocking talent of the heaven-devouring rats, Yi Hao suddenly changed his mind. Bring your tribe and submit to me, Yi Hao said softly. Don't go overboard. Impossible. When it heard Yi Hao's words, the Rat King became even angrier and rejected him sternly. Then wait for your tribe to be exterminated, Yi Hao said unconcernedly. You. The Rat King had not expected Yi Hao to be so difficult to deal with. The number of heaven-devouring rats was also rapidly decreasing. 50,000. 40,000. 30,000. 20,000. 10,000. Sir, please stop. I will recognize you as my master. Seeing that the tribe that it had painstakingly developed was about to be exterminated, the Rat King finally admitted defeat. Stop. Yi Hao ordered, and all the Sky Yin combat beasts obediently stopped killing. Although they had not broken through to rank 7, their auras were even more threatening. How good would it have been if you had done this earlier? Yi Hao said softly, get out here. Following that, the ground shook and an even bigger rat appeared in front of Yi Hao. This rat was at least 10 times bigger than the rest of the heaven-devouring rats. Yi Hao drew a rune in front of him. This was Yi Hao's blood contract with the giant dragon. Sir, this, as a high-level magical beast, she was still aware of the might of the blood contract. However, hadn't it disappeared for a long time? How would Yi Hao know about it? Furthermore, the blood contract was too overbearing. As long as it was signed, there was no possibility of it going back on its word. Its life and death would be tied together with Yi Hao's. As long as Yi Hao wanted it, its soul would be destroyed. If Yi Hao died, it would also die. Chapter 350. Do you have any other choice? Yi Hao asked mockingly when he saw the Rat King's hesitant expression. All right, I'll sign it. When the Rat King heard Yi Hao's words, the last line of defense in its heart was finally destroyed by Yi Hao. The Rat King knelt on the ground and allowed Yi Hao's talisman to enter its mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the sky-devouring Rat King. Obtained 100 favorable impressions from the sky-devouring rat pack. As the notification sounded, Yi Hao immediately felt that there was a connection between him and all the sky-devouring rats. It was as if he was their Rat King. And now, as long as he willed it, he could control their life and death. You're actually a female rat? After contracting with the sky-devouring Rat King, Yi Hao naturally knew everything about the Rat King. What surprised Yi Hao was that the sky-devouring Rat King was actually a female rat. All of you, follow me to teach that kitten a lesson. Solving the problem of the sky-devouring rat didn't mean that Yi Hao would let the black-winged tiger off so easily. This black-winged tiger had almost killed him. How could he not take revenge? No matter what, he had to keep it as his pet mount. This would relieve the hatred in his heart. However, the group of sky-devouring rats didn't move. Instead, they looked greedily at the corpses of their companions. At the same time, they sent out a strong desire to Yi Hao, telling Yi Hao that they wanted to eat these corpses. Yi Hao tacitly agreed and turned his head away. This was because the sky-devouring rat pack didn't have any ethics or morals. They only knew that as long as they could become stronger, they could eat anything. Naturally, the corpses of their companions could be eaten as well. Rip! The sound of the sky-devouring rats tearing apart the corpses of their companions rang out behind Yi Hao. Ding dong! Congratulations to the sky-devouring rat pack for adding 1 member. Ding dong! Congratulations to the sky-devouring rat pack for adding 1 member. Ding dong! Congratulations to the sky-devouring rat pack for adding 1 member. What's going on? Yi Hao heard the system notification and looked at the sky-devouring Rat King. Squeak squeak squeak. Heaven-devouring Rat King squeaked. As for the heaven-swallowing rats, the more things the male rats devoured, the sharper their teeth would be. As for the female rats, when they devoured things, they would quickly transform into new life and give birth to little heaven-swallowing rat. Currently, the heaven-devouring rat's strength was around rank 5. However, their teeth were so tough that they could crush a peak martial emperor. But at the same time, the heaven-devouring rat's defense was a weakness. If it was a single heaven-devouring rat, it might not even be able to deal with a class 3 magical beast. Furthermore, the sky-devouring rat had a huge drawback. It could only devour physical objects, but could not devour virtual gas or energy. Therefore, as long as they found a way, they would be able to easily slaughter the heaven-devouring rats, just like Yi Hao. In a short while, the severed limbs on the ground were all wiped out, and the heaven-devouring rat group gained over 1,000 new heaven-devouring rats. Yi Hao could only secretly click his tongue in amazement at the heaven-devouring rats' heaven-defying reproductive ability. However, this made Yi Hao have the idea of building an army of heaven-devouring rats. In Yi Hao's opinion, the current heaven-devouring rats were still too few. If the heaven-devouring rats were to move out in groups, there would be 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million. Thinking of this, Yi Hao felt his throat dry up. Presumably, the heaven-devouring rat group at that time would definitely make the entire continent tremble in fear. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if they could sense Yi Hao's thoughts, all the heaven-devouring rats cried out excitedly. Moreover, relying on the heaven-devouring rats' astonishing reproductive ability, this was not impossible. Originally, the heaven-devouring rats could not do much because of the flaw in their defense. Otherwise, there would not be so many heaven-devouring rats that were still entrenched in the periphery of the forest. But now that they had Yi Hao's protection, there would definitely be an astonishing development. Moreover, Yi Hao had already thought of an idea for the heaven-devouring rats' defense. That was to forge a batch of equipment for the heaven-devouring rats. Forging equipment for magical beasts was not something that did not exist in the Myriad Kingdom continent, but the cost was too high. Moreover, the technical requirements were also very high. But as long as Yi Hao wanted to do it, there was nothing that could not be done. Moreover, the heaven-devouring rats were born to be good at attacking cities. What city could withstand the teeth of the heaven-devouring rats? With a wave of his hand, Yi Hao immediately sent all the heaven-devouring rats into the dragon prison lake. Hehe, that kid must have turned into shit by now. I, Grandpa who, am simply too smart. The person who dares to fight with your grandpa who has not been born yet. On a small mountain a few kilometers away, a magical beast was yawning. If one did not look closely, one would think that it was a black cat lying on the top of the mountain. The black-winged tiger lazily basked in the sun as it thought proudly in its heart. Little kitty, it seems that you are very relaxed. Suddenly, a ghostly voice sounded from behind the black-winged tiger. The black-winged tiger could not be more familiar with this voice. It's like a ghost lingering around. The black-winged tiger only felt the fur on its back stand up straight and a cold wind blew behind its neck. What kind of monster is this? He can actually come back alive from that group of perverts. The black-winged tiger's eyes kept rolling as it thought about how to escape from Yi Hao's hands. Little kitty, you are quite sinister. Tell me, how should we settle this score? Yi Hao directly sat on the black-winged tiger's back. The black-winged tiger smiled awkwardly. Yi Hao sat on it, but in its heart, it was actually rejecting it. No matter what, it was the overlord of the area. Now that it was being sat on like this, if word got out, how was it going to survive? But it did not dare to resist at all. Because Yi Hao could escape from the heaven-devouring rats group, it proved Yi Hao's strength. The black-winged tiger was even more certain that Yi Hao was definitely stronger than it. It was not too shameful to become the mount of such a strong person. But it was used to being free and unfettered. Now that it suddenly had to be restrained and become someone else's mount, it did not want to be at all. It really regretted coming out to act cool. If it did not come out to act cool, it would not have ended up like this. It was really sending itself to its doorstep. Little kitty, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you are thinking of ways to harm me again. Yi Hao lay on the black-winged tiger's back, crossed his legs, and basked in the sun comfortably. Speaking of which, he really had not basked in the sun since he came to the Xingwu continent, nor had he carefully observed the sun. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge sun in the sky that was twice as big as the sun on Earth. What was different from Earth was that the sun here emitted a faint purple light. Sir, you must be joking. How would this little beast dare? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the black-winged tiger wanted to tremble. But when it thought of Yi Hao on its back, it did not even dare to tremble. But after waiting for a long time, it did not receive any response from Yi Hao. Sir! The black-winged tiger called out carefully. Could he have fallen asleep? The black-winged tiger suppressed the joy in its heart and said uncertainly. The black-winged tiger immediately pricked up its ears. When it heard Yi Hao's breathing gradually stabilizing, the black-winged tiger was delighted. Should it kill this kid in one fell swoop? This kid dared to be so arrogant in front of it. He even dared to sleep on its blanket. Was it going to let him off so easily? But the black-winged tiger was afraid that if it could not kill Yi Hao in one fell swoop, it would fall into Yi Hao's hands instead. At the thought of this, the black-winged tiger immediately fell into hesitation. Forget it, let's run for our lives first. In the end, the black-winged tiger still could not muster up the courage to kill Yi Hao. Chapter 351. Looking at the many heaven-devouring rats staring at him with fiery eyes, the black-winged tiger was so scared that he peed his pants. What's going on? These damned rats, when did they surround me without me noticing? Fortunately, this group of damned rats did not attack him, otherwise, he would really be finished. Under the encirclement of so many heaven-devouring rats, he had no hope of survival. This group of damned rats, did they chase this kid all the way here? The black-winged tiger did not dare to move under the encirclement of tens of thousands of heaven-devouring rats. Rat King, what do you mean by this? You actually dare to come to my territory, isn't this a bit unruly? Don't think that I'm really afraid of you, a fifth-order martial emperor. I believe that you guys are not having a good time. Seeing the Rat King behind the group of rats, the black-winged tiger was afraid of waking up Yi Hao, so he asked the Rat King through telepathy. The Rat King rolled his eyes at the black-winged tiger. In fact, the Rat King also hated the black-winged tiger very much. Although he had already submitted to Yi Hao, his tribe had almost been annihilated. However, his clan had almost been exterminated. All of this was thanks to the black-winged tiger. It was the black-winged tiger that had brought this little devil to his territory. Otherwise, how could his tribe be left with only 10,000 people? However, Yi Hao was his master now, so the Rat King did not dare to hate Yi Hao. Therefore, the Rat King naturally blamed all of this on the black-winged tiger. Seeing the black-winged tiger being tortured by Yi Hao like this, the Rat King was secretly pleased. If it was not for Yi Hao, the Rat King would not be able to hold back and devour the black-winged tiger. Rat King, what do you mean? If you are here to chase this kid, I can give this kid to you. The black-winged tiger narrowed his eyes and said to the Rat King. However, the Rat King still replied with a roll of his eyes. Could it be that this group of damned rats is here to find me? The black-winged tiger suddenly thought with a guilty conscience. The black-winged tiger realized that all the heaven-devouring rats were looking at him with burning gazes, but they were looking at Yi Hao with deep worship. Thinking of this, the black-winged tiger wanted to cry but had no tears. He had no doubt that if he dared to escape, this group of damned rats would instantly tear him to pieces. Only now did the black-winged tiger understand why Yi Hao dared to sleep on its body without any precautions. It turned out that the other party had come prepared. They had long known that he would be defeated. Black-winged tiger didn't know whether to stand or sit. There was a little devil sleeping on top of him, and there were so many rat eyes staring at him covetously. It seemed that they were treating him as a big meal. Why am I so unlucky? The black-winged tiger roared in its heart. It looked up at the sky, and 2 streams of tears flowed out of its eyes. That's right, a dignified martial emperor demonic beast, the overlord of this area, was actually forced to cry by Yi Hao. The sky was getting dark. Yi Hao woke up on the tiger's back and stretched comfortably. Hey, little kitty, you didn't escape. Yi Hao looked at the black-winged tiger under him and asked with a smile. I wanted to run, but could I? Looking at the smile on Yi Hao's face, the black-winged tiger no longer had the strength to ridicule him in its heart. However, it didn't dare to provoke Yi Hao right now. It could only smile at Yi Hao and say, My lord, why would I run? I don't know if you slept comfortably. This tiger skin is quite comfortable. If it was made into clothes, I think it would be pretty good. Yi Hao nodded and said with satisfaction. Plop. Suddenly, there was a plop sound. The black-winged tiger that was about to get up actually knelt down in fright. What was this brat trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to kill it? Making it into clothes? Thinking of this, The black-winged tiger soul was almost scared to death. "My lord, I surrender. I recognize you as my master." The black-winged tiger held back its tears and said this sentence. This was because it was really afraid of Yi Hao at this moment. In its opinion, a great man knew when to yield and when not to yield. At the very least, being a mount was better than being a tiger skin coat. "Forget it, I don't want a mount." "Anyway, you don't want to be a mount." "I still want a tiger skin coat." Yi Hao shook his head and looked at the black-winged tiger's skin with a covetous expression. The black-winged tiger's face was full of anxiety. "Don't, my lord." "Who said that I don't want to be your mount? It's my honor to be your mount." Seeing the black-winged tiger's actions, Yi Hao finally realized that when a tiger was shameless, it couldn't even compare to a human. Yi Hao had played enough. He immediately drew a blood contract and contracted the black-winged tiger. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for contracting the black-winged tiger. "Little thief, see how I'll deal with you." After subduing the black-winged tiger, Yi Hao wanted to retrieve his blood-stained dual sabers. Even now, he did not know that his blood-stained dual sabers were actually in the hands of Mu Qingyu. Furthermore, because of the blood-stained dual sabers, something bad had happened. "Little girl, hand over the things behind you." At this moment, Mu Qingyu and the other two were surrounded by more than 10 burly men. "This thing is mine. Why should I give it to you?" Mu Qingyu's tone was cold as she used her hands to protect Yi Hao's blood-stained dual sabers. This was Yi Hao's weapon. Even if she had to risk her life, she had to protect the blood-stained dual sabers well. "Yours. If someone with the ability knows about the treasure, I can say that it's mine," one of the burly men said with a smile. "How dare you? Do you know who she is?" This group of more than 10 bandits were all at the martial spirit realm. It was obvious that they had done a lot of robbing others of their treasures. They did not know when they had set their eyes on them. However, with Yang Lifeng as their backer, the two subordinates of Yang Lifeng were not afraid at all and shouted loudly. "Who is she?" When they heard the words of Yang Lifeng's subordinates, everyone looked at Mu Qingyu with burning eyes. "Who can she be? Isn't she just a great beauty? How dare you? She is a disciple of Gudanzan and the fiancée of young master Yang Lifeng." Yang Lifeng's subordinates shouted loudly, trying to use Yang Lifeng to intimidate this group of people. "What? Gudanzan?" When they heard the name Gudanzan, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Their faces turned ashen and their eyes were filled with fear. Now you know how to be afraid. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and get out of my way." When he saw everyone's frightened expression, Yang Lifeng's subordinates could not help but say proudly, "Big brother, this time we've encountered a tough nut to crack. We can't afford to offend Gudanzan. Big brother, why don't we retreat? Big brother, Gudanzan is too strong. I'm afraid that any one of his disciples can kill us all." The dozen or so people all looked at one of the bald men and said at the same time. This was because Gudanzan's reputation had indeed made them fear him. They originally thought that Mu Qingyu was at most a young lady of a family, so it was fine for her to rob people. They didn't expect that Mu Qingyu had such a background. "No, brothers, listen to me. This is the wilderness and there is no one here. As long as we silence them, even Gudanzan won't be able to find us." "Big brother, what you mean is that we should..." When they heard the bald man's words, everyone thought that it made sense. One of them even looked at Mu Qingyu and the other two and made a throat-slitting gesture. The bald man immediately nodded his head. "Big brother, wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a beauty?" Chapter 352. That's good too. Let's kill these two first and take her away. Then, we'll let our brothers enjoy her. Sizing up Mu Qingyu's beautiful figure and peerless appearance, the bald man suddenly felt a burst of heat in his throat. He was also endlessly envious of Mu Qingyu. He couldn't wait to pounce on Mu Qingyu and vent his desire. "Run!" The two subordinates of Yang Lifeng reacted quickly when they heard the bald man's words. They immediately fled in 2 different directions. "Kill them!" The bald man immediately ordered his subordinates when he saw the 2 fleeing figures. He knew that he would really be in danger if he let the two of them escape. However, he was also very confident in the strength of his brothers. "Little beauty, you'd better not move. Be obedient and obey me. Otherwise, it won't be good if I hurt you." The bald man rubbed his palms together as he sized up Mu Qingyu. Mu Qingyu couldn't help but frown. She was extremely disgusted by the bald man's behavior. "You guys guard her first. I want to have some fun." Half of his subordinates had already gone after the two of them. The bald man didn't think that the two of them would be able to escape. The more he looked at Mu Qingyu, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but order his subordinates. "Heh, don't worry, big brother. You can enjoy yourself. But after you're done, can you please give our brothers some fun as well?" "That's right, big brother. You can't just enjoy yourself. You should let our brothers have some fun too. Ha 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 ha." A peerless ice beauty like Mu Qingyu wasn't something that a bunch of fugitives like them could get their hands on. They hadn't even dared to think about it in the past. Now, Mu Qingyu was right in front of them. They felt like they were living in a dream. "Don't worry, big brother will treat you well." The bald man smiled lewdly as he took off his shirt. "What are you trying to do?" Mu Qingyu unsheathed her sword and looked at the bald man warily. "Little beauty, don't be nervous. Big brother will take you to have some fun," the bald man said anxiously as he took off his clothes. "Don't come over." Mu Qingyu pointed her sword at the bald man. Mu Qingyu was only a martial king. She was no match for the bald man. The bald man snatched the sword in her hand. "Little beauty, come." The bald man took off his pants and pounced on Mu Qingyu. Squeak squeak squeak. Squeak 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 squeak. "What's that sound?" The bald man was startled and quickly asked loudly. At the same time, the remaining subordinates also looked around vigilantly, but there was nothing around them. Squeak. Squeak. Hearing the bald man's miserable cry, all the subordinates immediately turned to look. In the end, they saw that the bald man's lower body had already become a bloody mess. However, there was a huge pit beneath the man's feet. Big brother, I'm going to kill you." Squeak. 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 "Why are there rats here?" Squeak. 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 Mu Qingyu heaved a sigh of relief. She did not expect herself to be so lucky. If it was not for that rat, she would have been in deep trouble. Squeak. 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 "It hurts so much, damn rat. Don't bite me. Die." Painful screams sounded out one after another. The sky-devouring rat simply did not give these people a chance to react and immediately burrowed back into the ground. Including the baldy, there were a total of 6 people. All of them had pale faces as they held onto their nether regions. Their nether regions were dripping with blood. "Thank you for your help, senior." No matter how stupid Mu Qingyu was, she knew that someone was secretly helping her. "Who is it? Don't pretend to be a ghost. Get out here." One of the subordinates shouted loudly while covering his lower body. "Big brother, that rat just now seemed to be a heaven-devouring rat." A subordinate gritted his teeth and said, "What? Heaven-devouring rat, a rank 5 magical beast, heaven-devouring rat?" The bald man's expression changed. He had long since heard of the heaven-devouring rat's fame. It was unknown how many adventurers had entered the forest and died in the mouths of the heaven-devouring rats. In the eyes of some warriors, the heaven-devouring rat was even more terrifying than other magical beasts. This was because when the heaven-devouring rats appeared, they would definitely move out in groups. Thinking of this, the baldy looked at the ground vigilantly and hurriedly said in a low voice, "Quickly capture that woman. Let's run." Whether or not this group of heaven-devouring rats was controlled by someone, the baldy knew that he was no match for them. Yes. Just as the 2 subordinates reached out to grab Mu Qingyu, 2 heaven-devouring rats suddenly appeared under their feet and bit off their thighs. "Big brother, save me." A heart-wrenching pain drilled into their minds. Run. When the Baldy saw this scene, how could he not know that he could forget about touching Mu Qingyu? Otherwise, he could forget about leaving alive. Hearing the Baldy's words, the remaining subordinates did not care about their injuries and immediately fled in all directions. The 6 of them flew a few kilometers. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, 2 heaven-devouring rats suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their path of retreat. "I'll fight it out with you." The Baldy roared angrily as he pulled out his weapon, wanting to fight the heaven-devouring rats to the death. However, at that moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the back of a young man. The Baldy swallowed his saliva in fear. Who are you? Tell me, how do you want to die?" Yi Hao asked softly. He had originally wanted to retrieve his blood-stained twin blades, but he had never expected that they would actually be in Mu Qingyu's hands. How could Yi Hao let the Baldy off easily after seeing him do such a thing to Mu Qingyu? When he saw the 2 heaven-devouring rats lying obediently at Yi Hao's feet, the Baldy's eyes shrank and he suddenly knelt on the ground. "Sir, please spare my life. I don't know how I have offended you. Could Sir be that beautiful, that lady's fiancé?" When he recalled what Yang Lifeng's subordinates had said, the Baldy naturally mistook Yi Hao for Yang Lifeng. When he heard Mu Qingyu's fiancé, Yi Hao could not help but feel his heart ache. An indescribable emotion filled his heart. "No," Yi Hao said coldly. Chapter 353. Could it be that I've really fallen in love with her? Hearing the Baldy's words, Yi Hao felt a little uncertain. Suddenly, Yi Hao smiled calmly. So what if he liked her? She already had a fiancé. She already had someone to belong to. Could it be that he had to snatch her away? The Baldy looked at Yi Hao, who was deep in thought. The corner of his eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. He did not expect Yi Hao to be in a daze at this time. Feeling waves of pain coming from below, the Baldy felt that death was better than living. His hatred for Yi Hao grew even more. The Baldy immediately picked up his weapon and carefully stared at Yi Hao. Seeing that Yi Hao was still in a daze, the Baldy could not help but make up his mind. "Kid, go to hell." The Baldy held a large saber in his hand and stabbed it straight at Yi Hao's chest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that their master was in danger, the 2 sky-devouring rats immediately exploded. The 2 of them rushed in front of Yi Hao at the same time. Squeak tilde bang. The Baldy's large saber carried a strong martial arts power and directly stabbed into the body of a sky-devouring rat. How could the sky-devouring rat withstand the full force attack of a martial spirit? Its body instantly exploded and died. "You're courting death." Feeling the fluctuation of martial arts power, Yi Hao immediately came back to his senses and realized that it was the sky-devouring rat that had saved his life. Yi Hao didn't care about the blood on his body and sent a palm strike towards the bald man. Boom! A strong martial arts power flew out from Yi Hao's palm and fiercely bombarded the Baldy's body. The Baldy's entire body was instantly smashed into the ground. "Eat him," Yi Hao instructed the sky-devouring rat beside him. At this moment, Yi Hao's eyes were filled with rage. If he killed the Baldy at this moment, it would be difficult to vent the anger in his heart. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that its companion had been killed, the remaining sky-devouring rat immediately rushed to the Baldy's side and angrily picked him up with its mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Phut. "Lord, please give me a quick death. I was wrong. I don't want to be eaten by rats." The bald man spat out mouthfuls of blood, but he wasn't in the mood to care about his injuries. He just wanted to die. Now that he was dead, it would be a great blessing to him. Feeling the sky-devouring rat's saliva dripping onto his body, the Baldy could only beg for mercy at the thought of being eaten by the rat. However, Yi Hao would not pity him at all. A person who specialized in robbing, killing and plundering was not worthy of his pity at all. And if she hadn't appeared, Mu Qingyu would have been raped by him. If not for the heaven-devouring rat saving him, he might have died under his blade right now. Rip, creak tilde. Upon receiving Yi Hao's command, the sky-devouring rat swallowed Baldy whole. Before the Baldy died, He could clearly hear the sound of his bones being chewed up by the sky-devouring rat. At this time, he was extremely annoyed. He should have checked the almanac before going out today. Creak, creak, creak. After a while, the sky-devouring rats that he had sent out all returned safely. Yi Hao waved his sleeves and immediately kept all the sky-devouring rats into the dragon prison lake. Yi Hao, is that you? Yi Hao was about to leave when he heard Mu Qingyu's nervous and shaky voice behind him. She sounded like she was about to cry. When Yi Hao heard this voice, his entire body trembled violently. Then, his body stiffened. Mu Qingyu looked at Yi Hao's back and bit her lip. Her eyes were filled with tears. How she wished that this person was the one in her dreams. I'm sorry. You've got the wrong person. Yi Hao turned around and said coldly to Mu Qingyu. Since she already had someone in her heart, there was no need for him to have anything to do with her. That was what Yi Hao thought. That's impossible. Although I don't know why your appearance has changed, I'm sure that this weapon is definitely yours. When she heard Yi Hao's denial, Mu Qingyu immediately panicked. She quickly took out the blood-stained dual blades. It was as if the blood-stained dual blades were the only evidence that could prove Yi Hao's identity. They had also become the last straw in her life. Miss, you must be joking. The 10,000 land continent is so big. There are so many similar weapons. Why do you insist that I'm your friend just because my weapon looks like your friend's weapon? Yi Hao shook his head and chuckled. When she heard Yi Hao's explanation, Mu Qingyu couldn't help but tremble again. Then why do you ask if I'm doing well? At this moment, Mu Qingyu couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Yi Hao, why don't you dare reveal your identity? When he heard Mu Qingyu's cries, Yi Hao's heart ached. He really wanted to reveal his identity, but when he thought about how Mu Qingyu already had young Lai Feng, he immediately suppressed this strong urge. I just thought that you looked like an old friend of mine. Now it seems that I've mistaken you for someone else. Yi Hao continued speaking without the slightest trace of emotion in his voice. That's impossible. Then why did you sneak away? Mu Qingyu wasn't sure if the man in front of her was the man she had been thinking about day and night. Because I wasn't wearing any clothes at the time. When she heard Yi Hao's words, Mu Qingyu instantly recalled the part where she had grabbed Yi Hao. Immediately, her tear-stained face flushed red. Then why did you save me? Mu Qingyu's tone was much weaker now. She wasn't sure either. She was also wondering if she had really misunderstood. She had missed Yi Hao too much, so when she saw the same weapon as Yi Hao, she had mistaken the man in front of her for Yi Hao. I'm guessing that many men would do something like saving a damsel in distress. Yi Hao shrugged helplessly. Besides, you took my weapon away. The air suddenly froze as the two of them stared at each other. No one knew what the two of them were thinking. Mu Qingyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, she realized that she had nothing left to say. After a long silence, Mu Qingyu could only take off the animal's skin on her back and pass it to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took the blood-stained dual blades and looked around. I'm guessing that your fiancé's men are probably dead by now. In that case, I'll be a good man until the end and send you home. Mu Qingyu wanted to refuse, but when she looked around, she realized that the forest was filled with danger due to the demonic beast's rampage. If they weren't careful, their lives would be in danger. Mu Qingyu could only nod. Yi Hao waved his hand and a huge black shadow appeared in front of them. Mu Qingyu looked carefully and realized that it was a huge tiger that was 40 to 50 meters long. Mu Qingyu looked at the majestic black-winged tiger in front of her and suddenly felt her calves tremble involuntarily. Her mouth was wide open in shock. Roar! The black-winged tiger immediately roared at the sky to show off in front of the beauty. Immediately, the black-winged tiger's roar resounded in all directions. All the demonic beasts fled in all directions. What are you roaring for? So noisy. Yi Hao didn't give the black-winged tiger any face and kicked its butt. My lord, I was wrong. After being kicked by Yi Hao, the previously valiant black-winged tiger's body immediately went limp. It looked at Yi Hao with a resentful expression. Fart. Seeing such a powerful demonic beast show such an expression, Mu Qingyu suddenly laughed through her tears. It was rare for her to laugh out loud. Chapter 354. Sigh, the master is indeed the master. He is so good at picking up girls, the black-winged tiger thought in admiration. How many people in the world could make a cold beauty smile through her tears? And Yi Hao did it so easily and effortlessly. Even though the black-winged tiger was a demonic beast, it was impressed by Mu Qingyu's appearance. Come on up. Yi Hao immediately retracted his gaze and jumped onto the black-winged tiger. His tone suddenly became cold as he spoke to Mu Qingyu. Mu Qingyu frowned inadvertently. When other men saw her, they were all smiling and thinking of ways to make her happy. However, Yi Hao's expression was even colder than hers. She did not provoke him and she did not owe him money. However, when she saw the black-winged tiger, she knew that the person in front of her was not Yi Hao. The last glimmer of hope in Mu Qingyu's heart was extinguished. Although she had never seen a martial emperor-level demonic beast before, she knew that a martial emperor-level demonic beast would be able to speak human language. Since the black-winged tiger could speak, it proved that the black-winged tiger was at least a martial emperor-level demonic beast. How powerful must this person be to be able to tame a martial emperor-level demonic beast as his mount? Based on this, Yi Hao and the person in front of her could not be the same person. Yes, master. Now that she knew how powerful Yi Hao was, Mu Qingyu did not dare to be impudent. Mu Qingyu jumped lightly onto the black-winged tiger's back. Let's go. Yi Hao patted the black-winged tiger's back. The black-winged tiger immediately rose from the ground and the towering trees retreated rapidly. I heard from those people that you have a fiancé? The two of them sat on the black-winged tiger's back and felt awkward for a moment. Yi Hao asked. Mu Qingyu glanced at Yi Hao and nodded. Because she did not understand what Yi Hao meant. I knew it. Yi Hao finally gave up when he received Mu Qingyu's confirmation. Young Master Yang, I think that Mu family girl has most likely run away. In a room in the Li residence, Yang Lifeng was hugging two scantily clad women while Li Jiazhu was fanning the flames. How dare she? If she dares to run away, I will annihilate her Mu family. I will chase her to the ends of the earth. Yang Lifeng roared as he increased the strength of his hands, causing the two women in his embrace to cry out in pain. Tears welled up in their eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything. But young Master Yang, we've already sent out hundreds of people to search for him, but there's still no news. Gather people for me. Follow me to the Mu family to get them back. Hearing Li Jiazhu's words, Yang Lifeng immediately ordered. Obviously, he was afraid that Mu Qingyu would really run away. That day, he had just left the Mu family to enjoy himself. Moreover, he had already thought of a plan to deal with Mu Qingyu. However, when he returned to the Mu family that night, he found out that Mu Qingyu had run away. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He immediately sent out hundreds of people to search for her. Needless to say, Gudanzhen's name was very useful. It didn't take long for him to gather many martial spirits as his subordinates. All right, I'll do it right away. Li Jiazhu immediately went to prepare after receiving Yang Lifeng's orders. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Previously, when he found out that Mu Qingyu had agreed to marry Yang Lifeng and that Mu Tianyu would enter Gudanzhen as a condition, he panicked. If the Mu family had really done this and Yang Lifeng had agreed to it, then his Li family would have gone for wool and come home shorn. In the end, he would have gotten himself into trouble. Fortunately, Mu Qingyu did not let him down. In the end, Mu Qingyu really did stir up some trouble. After so many days of fanning the flames, Yang Lifeng no longer had a good impression of the Mu family. Bitch, watch how I'll deal with you when the time comes. Yang Lifeng's eyes were filled with viciousness. When he thought of Mu Qingyu's face, his body was instantly filled with boundless anger. Yang Lifeng looked at the two women sitting on his lap and laughed out loud. He got up and threw the two women directly onto the table, then he wantonly ravaged them. Everyone from the Mu family, get out here. Li Jiazhu accompanied Yang Lifeng. An elder of the Li family blocked the main door of the Mu family and shouted arrogantly. When the guard at the door saw the aggressive approach, he was so frightened that he immediately ran into the residence to report. At this moment, the Mu family was already in a mess. Everyone in the Mu family was obviously like ants on a hot tin roof. Master, where did Mu Qingyu go? Master, just hand over Mu Qingyu. Do you really want that young Master Yang to come knocking on our door? Master, if you don't hand her over, don't blame us for leaving the Mu family. At this moment, all the elders in the Mu family's meeting hall were fighting to be the first to ask Lord Mu. Everyone, please calm down. I am not sure about this matter, but I believe that my daughter will not abandon the family. The Mu family wiped off his cold sweat and hurriedly comforted them. He did not have a good time these days. He had been pressured by Yang Lifeng many times. However, he had also sent people to look for Mu Qingyu, but there was no result until now. He was also anxious, but what could he do? Master, our Mu family is surrounded. At this moment, the guard at the door rushed into the meeting hall and reported in a panic. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Yang Lifeng to come knocking on their door so early. What do you think we should do? Our entire Mu family can't bear young Master Yang's anger. It's all that damned girl's fault. She actually dared to go missing at such a critical moment. It's over, it's over. This time, the Mu family is really finished. Enough, hurry up and come out with me to welcome them. Lord Mu could not help but shout when he saw that all the elders were dejected and none of them could do anything serious. Lord Mu was also unhappy at this moment. What do you think I am? What do you think my daughter is? I am the Mu family's master, but the development of the Mu family can't only rely on me. My daughter has already sacrificed herself. Now that something has happened, you only know how to blame me. The family is great. All of you know how to enjoy life. All of you are obedient and listen to me. Now that something has happened, all of you immediately changed your attitude and dared to blame me. Even a clay bodhisattva has some anger. Do you really think that I have a good temper and that anyone can scold me? Hearing the Mu family heads roar, everyone's mind was stunned. They curled their lips and could only follow. Although they were nagging, the entire Mu family was now tied together. Whether they lived or died depended on Lord Mu. Therefore, they could not really provoke him now. Old Mu, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. You really surprised me. Li Jiazhu could not help but sneer when he saw Lord Mu coming out with a group of elders to welcome them. Ha ha ha, young Master Yang, why didn't you inform this old man in time and let this old man be prepared? Lord Mu glanced at Li Jiazhu with resentment, then ignored him and said respectfully to Yang Lifeng. Li Jiazhu was immediately unhappy that he was ignored. He said, "Inform you? Did I give you a chance to escape in advance?" Escape? What do you mean? Young Master Yang is the son-in-law of the Mu family. Why should we escape when the son-in-law is home? Lord Mu said with a smile. Then, he turned to the elders behind him and signaled with his eyes, "Don't you think so?" That's right. Young Master Yang is the son-in-law of the Mu family. We must welcome him. Why should we escape? Chapter 355. Tumphh, how could this old man do that? Li Jiazhu couldn't help but feel guilty. He immediately snorted coldly to hide his inner thoughts. I think it's definitely you who instigated it. Young Master Yang, even if you believe anyone, you can't believe Li Jiazhu's words. That's right, our young lady is definitely willing to marry young Master Yang. That's our young lady's blessing. A group of Mu family members were all talking at once. Shut up for this young master. Whoever dares to say a word of nonsense, this young master will directly kill him. Listening to the noisy crowd, Yang Lifeng shouted in dissatisfaction. Seeing Yang Lifeng angry, everyone obediently shut their mouths and quietly looked at Yang Lifeng. Ahem. Lord Mu coughed twice awkwardly to ease the atmosphere. He said to Yang Lifeng, "Young Master Yang, this is not a place to talk. I think we should go in and talk." Yang Lifeng glanced at Lord Mu, who was smiling flatteringly. His heart was filled with disdain. He impatiently waved his hand. This young master thinks that there's no need to go in. This young master just wants to know where Miss Mu is now. Seeing Yang Lifeng's attitude towards him was so disdainful, Lord Mu felt very uncomfortable. However, whether it was his strength or his identity, he couldn't afford to offend him. Lord Mu could only look uncomfortable and said, "Young Master Yang, my daughter went out to gain experience and hasn't returned yet. You know that. And please rest assured, young Master Yang. As long as my daughter comes back, I will immediately send her to you." Yang Lifeng suddenly frowned and said with a slightly angry tone, "Wait for her to come back? Is it possible that she won't come back for a lifetime? Does that mean this young master will have to wait for her for a lifetime? And Mu Qingyu, who does she think she is? If this young master likes her, she's a treasure. If this young master doesn't like her, she's trash." At this time, young Lifeng was already impatient. He did not mind directly falling out with the Lord Mu. After all, he was sure that the Lord Mu could not do anything to him. He had already made up his mind to bring Mu Qingyu back to Gudanzan. After he was done playing and enjoying himself, he would give Mu Qingyu to his fellow disciples to enjoy. Yang Lifeng sneered in his heart. She could only blame herself for angering him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the heart to do this. Upon hearing Yang Lifeng's words, Lord Mu felt embarrassed. No matter what, Mu Qingyu was his precious daughter. Her beauty was rare even in the Myriad Kingdom continent. But now, Yang Lifeng made it sound so unbearable. He was a little doubtful now. If he married his daughter to Yang Lifeng, would he be able to get any benefits from Yang Lifeng? If not, then wouldn't he suffer a double loss? Lord Mu could only smile awkwardly. "I think young Master Yang is drunk. Otherwise, why would he be talking nonsense?" "I'm talking nonsense." Yang Lifeng suddenly slapped Lord Mu's face with the back of his hand. Immediately, a clear palm print appeared on his face. "You!" Lord Mu's face was filled with anger. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that he had no place in Yang Lifeng's heart. At any rate, he had betrothed his daughter to you. It's fine if you don't feel grateful, but you actually slapped my face in front of so many people. On the other hand, the elders and clansmen of the Mu family acted as if it had nothing to do with them. They all lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. Seeing the behavior of his clansmen at this time, Lord Mu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Why did he do all this? At this critical moment, no one was willing to stand up for him or for Mu Qingyu. This made him completely sad. Serves you right. Li Jiazhu looked at Lord Mu's defeat and felt smug in his heart. A mocking smile appeared on his face. "Father." Suddenly, a child's voice sounded from the crowd. The source of this voice was naturally Mu Tianyu. When Mu Tianyu saw that his father was badly injured, his eyes were filled with anger. "I'm going to kill you." Mu Tianyu condensed martial power on his fist and was about to punch Yang Lifeng. "Tianyu, no." Seeing that Mu Tianyu attacked Yang Lifeng without saying anything, Lord Mu immediately shouted in panic. He was really afraid that Yang Lifeng would kill Mu Tianyu. One had to know that the strongest person present was Yang Lifeng. If Yang Lifeng wanted to kill someone, no one present could stop him. This Mu Tianyu is too presumptuous. How dare he be so disrespectful to young Master Yang? It's really over this time. This little bastard Mu Tianyu has angered young Master Yang. He will definitely vent his anger on the Mu family. Hurry up and run for your life. If you don't run now, you won't have another chance. Hearing the discussion behind him, Lord Mu only felt the blood in his body churning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his heart sank again. This group of people was still his family. They were all living ingrates. Trash. Seeing that Mu Tianyu was attacking him aggressively, Yang Lifeng disdainfully kicked out. "Get lost." Bam! With a muffled sound, Mu Tianyu's martial power, which he had painstakingly condensed in his hand, dissipated and his body flew backward. Cough cough cough. After flying for dozens of meters, Mu Tianyu bent his body and stood up with difficulty. He clutched his stomach with his small hands and spat out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Mu Tianyu's eyes were filled with unwillingness, hatred, and enmity. "Today, none of you from the Mu family will live." Yang Lifeng's words were like the voice of the Grim Reaper, exploding in everyone's ears. "Young Master Yang, please spare our lives. This has nothing to do with us. Young Master Yang, if you want to blame someone, blame them. Don't blame us. Please spare our lives, young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, please spare our lives. It's all your fault. Now that you've angered young Master Yang, you'd better bear the consequences yourselves. It's you, your father, and that Mu Qingyu. Now that the entire Mu family has been destroyed in your hands, are you happy now? When everyone from the Mu family heard young Lifeng's words, they immediately knelt at young Lifeng's feet and kowtowed desperately to beg for mercy. In order to survive, even more people started to blame Lord Mu and Mu Tianyu. Mph, you bunch of trash. If you want to live, it's easy. As long as you find Mu Qingyu within 3 days, I'll let you go. Otherwise, none of you will live. Young Lifeng sneered when he saw the Mu family members begging for mercy. He had achieved his goal. If he used the Mu family members to find Mu Qingyu, it would definitely be much better than using outsiders. He didn't believe that Mu Qingyu would be so heartless as to watch the entire Mu family be destroyed for his sake. Furthermore, he even guessed that Mu Qingyu might be hiding in some corner at this moment. He had hit Lord Mu just now to force Mu Qingyu out. Tie up all the women and juniors and beat them. If Mu Qingyu doesn't appear, beat them continuously. Young Lifeng raised her arm and shouted. Some of the warriors behind her, as well as the people of the Li family, immediately arrested everyone, including the Mu family's patriarch. As for you, if you don't want to see your family destroyed, then go and find Mu Qingyu. Don't worry, as long as you find Mu Qingyu, I'll reward you handsomely. As for those who dare to escape, MPH, young Lifeng pointed at the group of elders and some of the strong men of the Mu family. Everyone shuddered when they heard young Lifeng's cold snort. Young Master Yang, I suspect that this old man knows where Mu Qingyu is. Let me pry open his mouth. Li Jiazhu asked young Lifeng as he looked at the tied-up Lord Mu. Young Lifeng glanced at Li Jiazhu and said softly, don't beat him to death. Yes. Li Jiazhu was ecstatic when he heard young Lifeng's agreement. Old man, how are you? Aren't you very arrogant? Now you're finally in my hands. Li Jiazhu laughed sinisterly as he walked towards Lord Mu. Chapter 356. Upon hearing Mu Tianyu's words, Li Jiazhu turned around and walked towards Mu Tianyu instead. All right, let me teach you a lesson, you little bastard. Son, watch how I teach the Mu family a lesson. Although she did not know who killed her son, she knew that the Mu family had something to do with the fact that her son had left her side. In his opinion, if his son had not left him, he would not have been killed for no reason. What he could not accept the most was that he still did not know who the murderer was. When Li Jiazhu saw Mu Tianyu, he was jealous. Why was it that both of them were overlords of the city? You have a son and a daughter, but I have to send my son off. Little bastard, if you dare, scold me again. Li Jiazhu walked up to Mu Tianyu and grabbed Mu Tianyu's face. At the same time, he punched Mu Tianyu in the stomach. Little bastard, weren't you very arrogant just now? Show me how arrogant you are. Fart. Mu Tianyu's abdomen was fiercely attacked and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood onto Li family head's face. However, his mouth was firmly grasped by Li family head and he couldn't open his mouth at all. Mu Tianyu's eyes were filled with hatred as he struggled madly. He swore that as long as he could live, he would cut this old man into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Why are you still looking? I'll show you. Li Jiazhu felt uncomfortable when Mu Tianyu looked at him with hatred. He felt that this was not the look that a child should have. Li Jiazhu was furious and continued to attack Mu Tianyu's stomach. Seeing his beloved son being beaten up like this by Patriarch Li, Patriarch Mu felt extremely distressed. He could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes and shouted loudly, "Old dog Li, come at me if you have the ability. Don't bully a child. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Do you feel pain when I hit your son? The more you don't want me to hit your son, the more I want to hit him." Li Jiazhu felt extremely happy when he saw the pain on Lord Mu's face. He laughed loudly. And now, this old man realized that beating your son feels much better than beating you. Ha ha ha! Li Jiaju kept punching Mu Qianyu in the stomach as he laughed arrogantly. Old dog Li, I'm going to kill you. Old dog Li, let go of my son. Lord Mu burst into tears when he saw his son's miserable state. The more Li Jiaju heard the roars of the Lord Mu, the happier he felt. He couldn't help but increase the strength of his hands. Yang Lifeng, on the other hand, had found two beautiful women at some point in time. He didn't care about others and directly made love in public. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all had the same thought. That was, in the future, the Li family would be the only family in Muang City. And the Mu family, who was also the overlord, was really finished this time. That's the place. I'm here. After leaving the forest, under Mu Qingyu's pleading, Yi Hao kept the black-winged tiger. The two walked to the Muang city and Mu Qingyu said to Yi Hao. Yi Hao nodded and turned to leave. That. Mu Qingyu looked at Yi Hao and suddenly spoke. Yi Hao's body stiffened. He wanted to know what Mu Qingyu wanted. Thank you. Thank you, senior. Mu Qingyu thought for a long time but still didn't know how to say it. Actually, she kind of hoped that Yi Hao would help her get through this difficult situation. After all, Yi Hao had a martial emperor magical beast as a mount. His strength was definitely stronger than Yang Lifeng, but when she thought about it, why should he help her? Moreover, Yang Lifeng himself was a small problem. The important thing was that behind Yang Lifeng was Gudanzhen. Probably no one would be stupid enough to go against a saint-level faction. So, she immediately suppressed this thought. Seeing Mu Qingyu's worried tone, Yi Hao asked with concern, "What's wrong? Miss, you have something on your mind. Quickly surround her. Don't let her escape." At this moment, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from the city and surrounded the two. Yi Hao frowned slightly. "Sir, please calm down. These are my clansmen." Mu Qingyu looked at some of the Mu family elders in the crowd and her heart immediately thumped. But she still tried to persuade Yi Hao first. Although she didn't know how strong Yi Hao was, just that black-winged tiger alone could definitely wipe out the entire Mu royal city in the blink of an eye. Looking at this group of people who came with ill intentions, Yi Hao initially thought that they were Mu Qingyu's enemies. He didn't expect them to be Mu Qingyu's clansmen. However, since Mu Qingyu stopped him, this was none of his business. Yi Hao stood quietly at the side. This is the Mu family's business. Where did this trash come from? Get out of my way. One of the Mu family clansmen looked at Yi Hao threateningly and reached out to push Yi Hao. I advise you not to touch me, Yi Hao said softly as he looked at Mu Qingyu's clansman. Ha, not only am I going to touch you, I'm going to King beat you up. Mu Qingyu's clansmen sneered at Yi Hao and raised their fists. At the same time, they circulated their martial power and were about to attack Yi Hao. Haha, this kid is finished. Mu Yang is the leader of the Mu family's younger generation and is a third-level martial king. This kid is dead meat. When everyone saw Mu Yang make his move, they all smiled and watched. No one stepped in to stop him. This was because in their opinion, the Mu family's current state was all thanks to Mu Qingyu. Therefore, they put all the humiliation they suffered on Mu Qingyu. However, Mu Qingyu was someone that Yang Lifeng had taken a liking to. They definitely didn't dare to touch Mu Qingyu now. However, since Yi Hao and Mu Qingyu were walking together, it was obvious that the two of them knew each other. Since they couldn't deal with Mu Qingyu, they would deal with Yi Hao. If they hit Yi Hao, it would be a slap to Mu Qingyu's face. Mu Yang, as the young mistress of the Mu family, I order you to stop right now, Mu Qingyu shouted with a hint of anger on her cold, delicate face. She was afraid that Mu Yang would really infuriate Yi Hao and bring unnecessary trouble to the Mu family. After all, she didn't have much contact with this mysterious person. She didn't fully understand what kind of person Yi Hao was. She knew very well that the more powerful a person was, the more eccentric they were. They had their own unique temperament. Ha, Mu Yang sneered and glanced at Mu Qingyu. He said disdainfully, "Do you still think of yourself as the eldest miss of the Mu family? The Mu family was almost destroyed by you. What right do you have to order me around? Since you care so much about him, I don't think he's your lover. I remember Wu Jixiao saying that you liked someone in a place called Yang City. Could it be him? Mu Yang suddenly looked at Mu Qingyu and sneered. Mu Qingyu immediately shook her head and said anxiously, "You said that the Mu family was destroyed by me. What happened to the Mu family? You'll know in a while. After I teach this guy a lesson, I'll capture you and bring you back. You'll naturally know." Mu Yang had already gathered 10% of his martial strength in his hand. He believed that even a 4th-level martial king would have to obediently kneel at his feet with this punch. Moreover, he had to perform well in front of so many elders. This was because he knew that Lord Mu's family was probably done for. When the time came, the position of the Mu family's patriarch would be vacant. That was his chance. Yi Hao was the first stepping stone for him to become the patriarch of the Mu family. Chapter 357. After Mu Yang shouted, the violent energy in his fist was ready to burst out. Mu Yang's fist was aimed at Yi Hao's chest. It seemed like it was going to pierce through Yi Hao's chest. The martial arts energy in Mu Yang's fist cut through the air with a loud boom. "I hope you're not too weak. I still want to have some fun with you." Mu Yang sneered in his heart. He was really worried that his punch would be too powerful and instantly kill Yi Hao. He didn't want to show off for a while longer. "Brother Yang is mighty. Brother Yang is mighty. Brother Yang, smash this kid into meat paste. Brother Yang, I admire you so much." When the younger generation of the Mu family saw Mu Yang's powerful attack, they instantly began to boil with excitement. Even some of the elders of the Mu family couldn't help but nod their heads in satisfaction when they saw Mu Yang's performance. Just as everyone was wondering if Yi Hao would fly out, be smashed into meat paste, or kneel on the ground, something unexpected happened. Everyone was stunned, and the cheers stopped abruptly. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Mu Yang's fist. However, his fist was caught by a hand at that moment. "Mu Yang, what are you doing? Why don't you hit him? Why did you withdraw your martial arts energy? Mu Yang, why are you still showing mercy at this time? Can you do it or not? What the hell are you doing? Are you messing with us?" At this moment, all of the younger generation were complaining to Mu Yang. They thought that Mu Yang was deliberately withdrawing his martial arts energy. However, Mu Yang was shocked. He knew that he had used 10% of his strength just now, but it was as if he had hit cotton. All his strength had been neutralized in an instant. Moreover, his fist, which was filled with martial arts energy, had been easily caught by Yi Hao. Mu Yang wanted to withdraw his hand, but Yi Hao's hand was like a metal hook. He couldn't move at all. At this moment, Mu Yang's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat. "You! Let me go!" After struggling for a long time, Mu Yang looked at Yi Hao and shouted anxiously. "Something's not right." Seeing the ferocious look on Mu Yang's face, everyone looked at him in confusion. "What did you say just now?" Yi Hao casually squeezed Mu Yang's hand and asked with mixed feelings. "I say your mother." "Ah. It hurts, it hurts." Mu Yang had lost face in front of so many people. He wanted to scold Yi Hao, but the pain in his wrist was deeply ingrained in his mind. "Are you going to tell me or not?" "I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's Yang something city. I really can't remember what it is." Mu Yang gasped. "But Yang Huang City?" Yi Hao asked nervously. Mu Yang thought for a moment and nodded immediately. "That's right, it's Yang Huang City. The guy that Mu Qingyu likes is called Yi Hao." "That's right, it's Yi Hao." Boom. Yi Hao felt his mind explode. How could Mu Qingyu like him? If Mu Qingyu liked him, then what was up with young Master Yang? "Mu Yang, don't spout nonsense." Hearing Mu Yang's words, Mu Qingyu immediately panicked. She was afraid that this matter would spread to Yang Lifeng's ears. If that happened, it would bring trouble to Yi Hao again. That would be bad. Perhaps Yang Lifeng could destroy the entire Yang Huang city with just a word. This was something that she definitely didn't want to see. "I'm not spouting nonsense. If you guys didn't have any relationship, he would have given you a spiritual weapon. You would have often hugged the spiritual weapon he gave you and spaced out. Mu Yang was afraid that Yi Hao would accuse him of lying, so he immediately emphasized. Stop spouting nonsense. Capture these two people and bring them back. Don't let young Master Yang wait for too long. Seeing the two of them arguing, an elder impatiently ordered. Courting death. At this moment, Yi Hao's mind was in a mess. Looking at the people surrounding him, he immediately released his aura. Plop, plop. Yi Hao's powerful aura instantly forced the crowd to kneel on the ground. One by one, the Mu family members were terrified. What's going on? How could this person be an expert? Sir, please spare our lives. Everyone immediately begged loudly for mercy. They would never have imagined that Yi Hao would be so strong. Just the aura from his body alone was enough to kill everyone in an instant. This was at least at the level of a martial honorable. Everyone was shocked at the same time. However, what they couldn't understand was why Mu Qingyu had such a powerful martial honorable by her side. Could it be that Mu Qingyu had encountered some fortuitous encounter? At this moment, Mu Yang was so scared that he wet his pants. Oh my God, I've been too arrogant. What the hell have I done? I actually attacked a martial honorable. Mu Yang cried miserably and begged for mercy. Sir, I deserve to die. Please spare me. Yi Hao looked at Mu Yang. His pants were dripping with liquid and there was a fishy smell. Yi Hao threw Mu Yang to the side in disdain. Sir, please spare them. Mu Qingyu looked at the crowd kneeling on the ground. Clearly, she had not expected Yi Hao to be so powerful. However, she was afraid that Yi Hao would kill everyone in a fit of anger. She immediately begged for mercy on behalf of the crowd. I can't be bothered to deal with this group of ants. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone immediately thanked him. Thank you, sir, for your mercy. Thank you, sir. Let me ask you. Mu Qingyu is the daughter of your clan leader. Why do you want to capture her? Yi Hao frowned and asked in puzzlement. This was because Yi Hao could tell that this group of people were here for Mu Qingyu. Moreover, they did not come with good intentions. So many people from the Mu family, including the Mu family elders, had come out to capture Mu Qingyu. Something must have happened to the Mu family. Everyone looked at each other and did not know what to say. Sir, it's Yang Lifeng. Yang Lifeng brought people and surrounded the Mu family. He asked us to come out and look for Miss Mu. Moreover, everyone in the family has been captured. One of the clan members was worried about his family and immediately said, Sir, please don't interfere with the Mu family's matters. At the same time, everyone else shouted in unison. That clan member's face was filled with sorrow. This was because his wife and children were all in Yang Lifeng's hands. If they did not capture Mu Qingyu, they would most likely die. Moreover, in their opinion, no matter how powerful Yi Hao was, he was at most as powerful as Yang Lifeng. More importantly, Yang Lifeng had the support of a powerful ancient alchemist. In their opinion, Yi Hao was definitely no match for Yang Lifeng. However, if Yi Hao escaped with Mu Qingyu now, no one would be able to stop them. In the end, they would be the unlucky ones. Yang Lifeng? Isn't that Mu Qingyu's fiancé? Yi Hao frowned when he heard the clan member's words. He was confused by the situation. When Mu Qingyu heard Yang Lifeng's actions, she gritted her teeth and asked worriedly, that despicable man, how are my father and the rest? She did not expect Yang Lifeng to be so deranged and do such a thing when she had only been away for a few days. In order to force her out, he had actually made an example of the entire Mu family. Mu Qingyu wanted nothing more than to cut Yang Lifeng into pieces. Patriarch. Patriarch is being beaten. What? Father. Mu Qingyu did not care about anything else. She pulled out her sword of cold words and rushed towards the Mu royal city. Yi Hao glanced at Mu Qingyu's back. He had to understand what was going on. Yi Hao looked at the crowd and asked, Isn't this Yang Lifeng the fiancé of your eldest miss? Why did he attack the Mu family? Sir, you may not know. To put it nicely, Yang Lifeng is the son-in-law of the Mu family. To put it bluntly, we are trying to climb up the social ladder. Chapter 358. But what can we do? He's a strong cultivator with a strong background. He's not someone we can afford to offend. Moreover, this young Lifeng has played with no less than 20 women in less than 10 days in Mu Royal City. But what can we do? We can only be angry but not say anything. Many of them even purposely gave their women to young Lifeng to play with in order to curry favor with young Lifeng. And regardless of whether our miss can marry young Lifeng or not, as long as she's with young Lifeng, our Mu family will have one more backer. Women are the sacrificial lambs of the family, damn it. After hearing the elder's words, Yi Hao was infuriated. He didn't expect Mu Qingyu's fiancé to be like this. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Mu Qingyu really had a fiancé, he really didn't know what to do. Moreover, after hearing Mu Qingyu's words, Yi Hao could feel that Mu Qingyu seemed to be interested in him. At the same time, Yi Hao was secretly glad that he came along. Otherwise, Mu Qingyu probably wouldn't be able to escape this time. Sir, that young Lifeng has a strong background. He's not someone you can afford to offend. I beg you, let our Mu family go. Seeing Yi Hao's angry expression, the group of elders could immediately guess what Yi Hao wanted to do. The group of people immediately tried to stop him. Although they were afraid of Yi Hao's strength, in comparison, they were more afraid of Gudanzan, because when they thought of Gudanzan, they didn't even have the courage to resist. Strong background. I can't afford to offend them. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. He even dared to offend a saint-class force. He even dared to kill a prince of the sacred dynasty. Why would he be afraid of young Lifeng? Was there a force he couldn't afford to offend? That's right, you can't afford to offend them. You should know that this young Lifeng is Gudanzan's disciple. Seeing Yi Hao's reaction, the elder quickly said, "What? Gudanzan?" Yi Hao's expression was a little strange. Because Yi Hao now didn't know where he had been sent to by the transportation talisman. He was still looking for Gudanzan's whereabouts. He didn't expect to meet Gudanzan's disciple. That's right, my lord. The ancient alchemy sect is not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. When the elder saw Yi Hao's expression, he thought that Yi Hao was afraid and hurriedly followed up with another attack. He wanted to dispel Yi Hao's idea of standing up for Mu Qingyu. But he couldn't say it out loud. After all, with Yi Hao's strength, he wasn't someone he could afford to offend. But he secretly meant that Yi Hao couldn't afford to offend Gudanzan. This matter wasn't something Yi Hao could manage, so he should leave as soon as possible. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. He wasn't even afraid of Gudanzan. He even dared to talk back to him. Could it be that he would be afraid of a Gudanzan's disciple? Yi Hao ignored the crowd and directly flew towards Mu Royal City. Sir. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't listen to their advice, the Mu family's people immediately became anxious. Elder, what should we do? A group of people looked at the elders. This kid wants to die. What can I do? Let's go back and take a look. If there's really no other way, let's all run for our lives. The elders also didn't have any ideas and sighed. After all, although they were the elders of the clan, the experts of the clan, but that was only limited to Mu Royal City. They could still handle the small matters of the Mu family. But for the matters of big shots like Yi Hao and young Lifeng, they had no right to interfere. Lord Mu looked at Mu Tianyu, who was covered in blood and had disheveled hair, and roared with heartache. Mu Tianyu's head drooped at this time, and he no longer had the strength to resist. His body continuously endured Li Jiaju's attacks, but he was already numb at this time. Many onlookers couldn't bear to look at Mu Tianyu's miserable state. After all, he was only a child. They didn't understand how Li Jiaju could be so ruthless. Lord Mu, how do you feel? Is it very comfortable? Ha 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 ha. Li Jiaju retracted his hand and looked at Lord Mu, who seemed to have gone crazy, and couldn't help but mock loudly. Father. Suddenly, a white figure squeezed through the crowd and looked at Mu Tianyu and Lord Mu, shouting sadly. When everyone heard this voice, they immediately looked at Mu Qingyu. It's the eldest daughter of the Mu family. She actually dared to come back on her own. Isn't she a lamb in the tiger's mouth? What can she do? Can she really bear to see the entire Mu family destroyed because of her? Sigh, what a pity. Such a peerless beauty. Although she's a little cold, she's more elegant. What can she do? Yang Lifeng is said to be a disciple of Gudanzan, and his strength is at the level of a martial honor. Who can afford to offend him? Tianyu. Seeing Mu Tianyu's miserable state, Mu Qingyu ignored everything and immediately ran to Mu Tianyu. Tianyu, are you all right? Mu Tianyu, who had been motionless, suddenly raised her head and looked at her sister in front of her. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile that was uglier than crying. Sister, why are you back? Run. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Mu Qingyu hugged Mu Tianyu and cried sadly. Why is she back? Li Jiazhu looked at Mu Qingyu with a cold glint in his eyes. Now that Mu Qingyu had returned, he was afraid that there would be an accident. Men, arrest Mu Qingyu. Li Jiazhu's eyes turned and shouted at the Li family members. The Li family members, who were still in a daze, immediately surrounded Mu Qingyu. Run, my daughter. Don't worry about me. I'm sorry. After today's events and the behavior of the Mu family members, Lord Mu was completely enlightened. He immediately shouted at Mu Qingyu. You want to run? I'm here. Let's see who has the ability to run. Yang Lifeng pushed the two women under him away. He put on his clothes and walked towards Mu Qingyu. Beautiful. You're still so beautiful when you cry. Ayo, my heart hurts from crying. Come, let me wipe it for you. Seeing Mu Qingyu's appearance, Yang Lifeng said with a lewd smile. He reached out to grab Mu Qingyu. Swoosh. Don't come over. Mu Qingyu pulled out her sword and placed it on her neck. She threatened Yang Lifeng. If you dare to come over, you'll get a corpse. Seeing Mu Qingyu holding the sword, Yang Lifeng immediately panicked and retracted his hand. Don't be rash. He wanted to bring Mu Qingyu back for some of his fellow disciples to enjoy. He couldn't let Mu Qingyu die. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. Chimph, bitch. Let's see how I'll deal with you later. Yang Lifeng snorted in his heart. However, on the surface, he persuaded Mu Qingyu. Miss Mu, put down your weapon. Let's talk things out. I know what you want to do, but I only have one request. What request? Hearing Mu Qingyu's request, Yang Lifeng was about to fly into a rage. After all, he was Gudanzan's disciple. What right did a bitch have to make a request of him? However, when he saw the weapon in Mu Qingyu's hand, he immediately softened his attitude. Please tell me, Miss Mu. What is it that only I can do? I'll definitely do it. I want you to let my family go, Mu Qingyu said coldly. Chapter 359. Seeing the lewd smile on Yang Lifeng's face, Mu Qingyu felt even more disgusted, but she had no choice but to ask coldly, then what do you want to do? What can I do? I just want you to make me feel good. Don't worry, as long as I'm happy, I'll consider letting them go. Yang Lifeng's eyes were unrestrained as he sized up Mu Qingyu's body. In your dreams. Hearing Yang Lifeng's words, Mu Qingyu flew into a rage out of humiliation. She had not expected Yang Lifeng to be so vulgar. Yang Lifeng could not help but snort coldly as he looked at Mu Qingyu with disdain. Right now, I don't care if you agree or not, because it's no longer up to you. Hearing Yang Lifeng's words, Mu Qingyu panicked. Only then did she realize that she had entered Mu Royal City alone, and that she was no match for Yang Lifeng. Little beauty, just be good and enjoy. I'll make you feel like you're floating in the clouds, so happy that you'll forget about home, Yang Lifeng said with a lewd smile as he used his martial strength to suppress Mu Qingyu's body. Mu Qingyu only felt her body stiffen, and then she realized that her body was no longer under her control. She could not move at all. Mu Qingyu could not help but panic. You! What are you doing? I'm warning you, let go of me. Alright, I'll put you on the bed and then I'll let you go. Yang Lifeng rubbed his hands and immediately pounced on Mu Qingyu. Lord Mu had not expected that Yang Lifeng would be worse than a beast, and he could not help but shout anxiously, "Daughter." The rest of the onlookers all shook their heads and sighed. Such a good girl was about to be ruined. However, no one dared to speak up for Mu Qingyu. Men, quickly prepare a room for young Master Yang. Seeing this scene, Li Jiazhu was the happiest one. Li Jiazhu immediately called out to his clansmen and shouted to them, "No need, bring me a bed. Today, I want everyone to see how this frosty beauty can become a lustful woman." Yang Lifeng said with a smile. "Ah, yes." Li Jiazhu was stunned when he heard Yang Lifeng's perverted words, but then he agreed with a smile. "What? That's too perverted. This is nothing. Didn't you see just now? He already played with 2 women in front of everyone. But this is the young miss of the Mu family. For such a peerless beauty to be done in front of so many people, isn't it a little? Mu Qingyu's beauty, Yong's, Mu's, she's, she's." On the other hand, Yang Lifeng, who was already exhausted, suddenly became extremely hard. He praised himself for his genius idea. The thought of conquering Mu Qingyu, the frosty beauty, in front of so many people made him feel hot all over. He couldn't wait to abandon the bed and take care of Mu Qingyu on the spot. "No, I don't want to. Just kill me." Mu Qingyu saw Yang Lifeng's perverted behavior and tried her best to break free from Yang Lifeng's restraints. Struggle as much as you want. The more you struggle now, the more I'll feel it later. Soon, while Yang Lifeng waited anxiously, a few clansmen of the Li family brought a big bed over and placed it at the entrance of the Mu family's house. Seeing the big bed, Mu Qingyu's expression changed, because this was her bed. She was about to be done by someone she didn't like on her own bed. Moreover, she was going to be done by someone in broad daylight. Just thinking about it made her go crazy. She only wanted to die now so that she wouldn't have to be humiliated. Yang Lifeng laughed and walked to the side of the big bed. He tore off the curtain. "I don't need to be secretive." Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. Could it be that Yang Lifeng was really going to do that in front of everyone in Mu Royal City? Yang Lifeng lay on the big bed and took a deep breath, his face full of enjoyment. Fragrant, so fragrant. "I guess this is young Miss Mu's bed. Get out of my way." Mu Qingyu looked at Yang Lifeng lying on her bed. Mu Qingyu gritted her teeth, trying to break free from Yang Lifeng's martial pressure. However, the difference between his cultivation level and Yang Lifeng's was too great. How could he break free? Not to mention struggling, even if he wanted to commit suicide, he would not be able to do so. "Who can save me?" Mu Qingyu's gaze was desolate as she thought helplessly. As for Yi Hao, it wasn't that she hadn't thought about it, but she had waited for so long. In her opinion, Yi Hao probably knew everything by now, and knew about Yang Lifeng's background. He should have run away long ago. But she couldn't blame Yi Hao. After all, this was human nature. She wasn't related to him in any way, so why would he want to save her? "Bring her to me." Yang Lifeng laid on the bed and ordered the 2 women that he had played with before. When the 2 women heard him, they immediately walked over to Mu Qingyu, trembling. After all, Mu Qingyu was also a prodigy in Muwang City, and she was quite famous. Thinking that they were going to send Mu Qingyu into Yang Lifeng's arms, the 2 women were both nervous and excited. Roar! Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. Upon closer look, it was a huge black tiger. The huge black tiger roared into the sky, and a shockwave instantly blew away several houses. Everyone was shocked into a daze. Not good, the demonic beast is attacking the city. Everyone, run. How can there be such a huge demonic beast? Lord Demonic Beast, please spare us. Seeing the black-winged tiger that was more than 50 meters long, the people in Muwang City immediately panicked. Some ran away, and some knelt down and begged for mercy. Roar! Whoever dares to run away, I'll be the first to swallow him. The black-winged tiger roared and spoke in human language. Hearing that the black-winged tiger could speak in human language, the people of Muwang City immediately knelt down on the ground like seawater. Beast! Lord Beast Emperor! Everyone immediately called out in fear. This martial emperor-level demonic beast, not to mention a small Muwang City, even in the imperial city, the emperor would have to treat it with respect. But what everyone did not understand was why the black-winged tiger would come to Muwang City. Wait a minute, look. There seems to be someone standing on top of Lord Beast Emperor. Suddenly, someone shouted. Hearing that person's words, everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked at the black-winged tiger. It was a handsome young man. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore blood-red armor. The most eye-catching thing was that the young man was holding two blood-red swords that looked exactly the same, one on each of his shoulders. Who was this person? He could actually make a martial emperor-level demonic beast his mount. Everyone only felt that the young man was too dazzling, and no one dared to look at him directly for too long. Even young Lai Feng was a little envious at this moment. But there were always a few exceptions. How could it be him? Wu Jixiao muttered in shock. Although Yi Hao's face had changed a lot over the past year, he had become more mature, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Even he was dazed, but Yi Hao's blood-red armor was definitely not wrong. Who is he? Could it be that you know this expert? Someone at the side looked at Wu Jixiao and asked. His eyes were filled with envy and admiration as he looked at Yi Hao. Is that kid from Yanghuang City, the one that young mistress likes? But this change is too big. Wu Jixiao looked at Yi Hao, his heart filled with helplessness. Originally, he had been training hard in the past year in an attempt to surpass Yi Hao. But only today did he know how big the gap between him and Yi Hao was. Yi Hao's current status was too high to reach. Although he did not know Yi Hao's current cultivation level, just the black-winged tiger alone was an existence that he could not even look up to. It's him. It's him. It's really him. Mu Qingyu felt his body relax, and young Lai Feng's aura disappeared. Chapter 360. Because Yi Hao had already reverted to his original appearance, Mu Qingyu was entranced by the handsome, domineering young man on the black-winged tiger. She had never expected that the person who had saved her would actually be Yi Hao, the man she had yearned for day and night. What shocked her even more was what had happened in the past year. How had Yi Hao become so powerful? Mu Qingyu looked up at Yi Hao, who was on the black-winged tiger. When Mu Qingyu saw Yi Hao's current height, she actually felt a sense of inferiority in her heart. She felt that she wasn't worthy of Yi Hao at all. Come on up, you are. Suddenly, the black-winged tiger landed on the ground. A gentle smile appeared on Yi Hao's face. He stretched out his hand and said softly to Mu Qingyu. Wow! An uproar immediately broke out. No one had expected that Yi Hao had actually come for Mu Qingyu. At the same time, many young girls in the Mu royal city were looking at Mu Qingyu with jealousy. What? He actually called me Yu Er. When she heard Yi Hao call her so intimately, Mu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Just a moment ago, on the delicate face of a pear blossom in the rain, a seductive blush immediately appeared. You'd better call me by my full name. That's too mushy. When she thought about how Yi Hao had called her so intimately in front of so many people, Mu Qingyu immediately felt embarrassed. I'll just call you Yu Er. Why not? Yi Hao had just spoken when he jumped off the black-winged tiger domineeringly and pulled Mu Qingyu into his embrace. Mu Qingyu struggled a little, but when she felt Yi Hao's chest heave and Yi Hao's panting breath against her cheeks, Mu Qingyu stopped struggling. Mu Qingyu lay quietly on Yi Hao's chest. She finally realized that this young man, who used to be shorter than her, was now more than a head taller than her. Her head just so happened to be resting on Yi Hao's chest. When she felt Yi Hao's chest heave, Mu Qingyu's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Over a year's worth of longing instantly turned into tears, and she cried. Do you know that I almost didn't get to see you again? Mu Qingyu cried in fear. If Yi Hao had come any later, she would have most likely been ruined by young Lai Feng. She wouldn't have lived then. All right, be good, don't cry. Yi Hao stretched out his hand and gently wiped away Mu Qingyu's tears. Then he pulled Mu Qingyu over to Mu Tianyu and said, I'll avenge you later. Yi Hao took out a few elixirs and placed them into Mu Tianyu's body. As for Mu Tianyu's injuries, they were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you. Mu Qingyu said to Yi Hao gratefully. Silly girl, there's no need for thanks between us. Yi Hao smiled at Mu Qingyu affectionately. Mu Qingyu, on the other hand, smiled again, which was a rare sight. Who is this young man? How does my daughter know him? He seems to have a powerful background. Lord Mu was shocked and curious when he saw Yi Hao. He knew that it was all because of Yi Hao that his daughter could smile in front of so many people. Lord Mu couldn't help but blame himself when he thought of this. It had been a long time since he last saw his daughter smile. Every time he saw his daughter, he would only see her expressionless face. You must be the Yi Hao that my sister mentioned. No, I should call you brother-in-law. Brother-in-law Yi Hao. Mu Tianyu had just recovered from his injuries. Mu Tianyu looked at Yi Hao with a cheerful and mischievous smile on his face. Over the past year or so, her sister had told her everything, and she had mentioned Yi Hao's name many times. However, he didn't expect his brother-in-law to be so young and domineering. He even came to save the damsel in distress. Mu Tianyu looked at Yi Hao with admiration. He swore that he would be a man like his brother-in-law. Little Tian, what nonsense are you talking about? Mu Qingyu became even more shy when she heard Mu Tianyu call Yi Hao brother-in-law. She rolled her eyes at Mu Tianyu. Sister, this is a conversation between brother-in-law and me. You're a woman, so don't interrupt, Mu Tianyu said, pretending to be mature. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Mu Qingyu raised her fist and threatened Mu Tianyu. Brother-in-law, you have to teach my sister a lesson. It's inhumane for an elder sister to bully her younger brother. Mu Tianyu looked at Yi Hao pleadingly and said pitifully. Yi Hao looked at his brother-in-law. The way he spoke and behaved was similar to I Ching. Yi Hao couldn't help but think of I Ching when he saw Mu Tianyu. He still didn't know whether I Ching was dead or alive. Back then, I Ching and Wu Hei were in the outer sect. The outer sect was almost destroyed by Bai Wu. Not many people managed to escape. Therefore, Yi Hao guessed that the two of them had met with misfortune. Bai Wu, just you wait. Yi Hao clenched his fists when he thought of this. Now that he had enough soul points to summon a martial sage, he had enough soul points. Enough. Who do you think you are? How dare you steal my woman? Yang Lifeng shouted. He looked fearless as he looked at Yi Hao with disdain. Actually, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Yang Lifeng was stunned when he saw the person who had disturbed his sexual pleasure. After all, he didn't know Yi Hao's background. However, after asking Wu Jixiao, Yang Lifeng couldn't help but laugh coldly. It turned out that he was just the leader of a small village in a broken city. He didn't know what great opportunity he had to tame the black-winged tiger. After asking Wu Jixiao, he found out that Yi Hao didn't have any background. This made Yang Lifeng's fear of Yi Hao disappear. Noisy. Yi Hao didn't even look at Yang Lifeng. He lifted the arm that was holding Mu Qingyu and slapped it back. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Everyone's eyes widened. They looked at the palm print on Yang Lifeng's face as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Yang Lifeng was also dumbfounded. She did not expect that Yi Hao would actually not say anything and directly slap her. He was a disciple of Gudanzhen. When had he ever been humiliated in such a small place? What shocked everyone was that Yi Hao didn't curry favor with Yang Lifeng. He was actually so domineering. He ignored Yang Lifeng's clamor and slapped him first. At this moment, everyone started to guess the strength of this young man who was obviously younger than Yang Lifeng. Yang Lifeng was a martial honorable. In their eyes, he was already a peerless genius. However, Yi Hao was able to slap Yang Lifeng's face. Moreover, it was obvious that Yang Lifeng couldn't dodge it. This meant that Yi Hao's strength was above Yang Lifeng's. The way the crowd looked at Yi Hao changed again. They were even more shocked. Looking at Yi Hao's appearance, he wasn't even older than Yang Lifeng. Yang Lifeng was only 20 years old. In other words, Yi Hao wasn't even 20 years old, but his strength had already surpassed Yang Lifeng, who was a martial honorable. Where did this monster come from? Seeing Yi Hao, the numerous martial artists all sighed one after another. Their cultivation these few years was really cultivated to the point of being a dog. Truly, comparisons were odious. Compared to Yi Hao, they would rather die. How dare you slap me? Do you know who I am? Young Lifeng questioned Yi Hao in disbelief. I don't care who you are. Slap. Just as Yi Hao finished speaking, a crisp and ear-piercing sound rang out again. I'm a Gudanzan disciple. How dare you slap me? I think you don't want to live anymore. Young Lifeng only felt a burning pain on his cheeks. Young Lifeng covered his face with his hands and roared with rage in his eyes. At this moment, Young Lifeng was still trying to use the name of Gudanzan to scare Yi Hao. Young Lifeng swore that he would make this arrogant brat kneel down and admit his mistake. He also wanted to toy with Mu Qingyu in front of him. Chapter 361. Brat, just you wait. I'll call my men now. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'm your son, Young Lifeng said as he took out his teleport charm. Yi Hao, stop him. Mu Qingyu said anxiously to Yi Hao when she saw Young Lifeng take out his teleport charm. If Young Lifeng informed the ancient alchemy sect, at that time, the ancient alchemy sect would send a powerhouse over. That way, even if Yi Hao possessed the Blackwind Tiger, it would still be a disaster. Moreover, Gudanzan would definitely have a martial sage. Even 10 Blackwind Tigers would not be enough to deal with one of them. Ha ha ha. You want to stop me? You're done for. Young Lifeng immediately sent a message to the sect and laughed proudly. Oh no. Mu Qingyu's face turned ashen. She quickly said to Yi Hao, Gudanzan is a sacred force. You can't afford to offend them. You'd better run away. Yi Hao was really starting to wonder if this Young Lifeng was too conceited or if there was something wrong with his head. Was he not afraid that he would kill him now? Yi Hao reached out and patted Mu Qingyu's head to tell her not to worry. At the same time, he took out a voice transmission charm and said, Who doesn't know how to call for help? This was the voice transmission charm of the second team of the Bai Sheng dynasty. Yi Hao immediately used his mind to send a message. What's going on? He doesn't seem to be afraid when he hears about Gudanzan. Does he have a powerful background? Young Lifeng wanted to see a trace of fear or alarm on Yi Hao's face. However, Yi Hao's face was still as calm as ever. He even had a faint smile on his face. Young Lifeng felt guilty when he saw that Yi Hao had not changed at all. However, thinking of Wu Jixiao's words, Young Lifeng couldn't help but sneer again, deliberately mystifying things. Seeing that Yi Hao wasn't nervous, Mu Qingyu slowly relaxed. She was also wondering if Yi Hao had a powerful background as well. Otherwise, why would his expression not change when he heard Gudanzan's name? Second team, assemble. Team 8, assemble. Suddenly, in front of a guest room in Gudanzan, there were 2 emergency calls to assemble. I just received news from the commander. The commander is currently in a place called Cleansing Royal City. The commander ordered us to hurry over. One of the guards raised the teleportation talisman and shouted. But I'm in Gudanzan now. Gudanzan won't let me out. One of them said with a depressed expression. I'll go look for Miss Gua now. The guard holding the teleportation talisman didn't waste any time and immediately ran in the direction of the Roaring Beast Valley. Guo Shuafu had been waiting in front of the Roaring Beast Valley for a few days ever since she had heard that Yi Hao had entered it. Miss Gua. The guard bowed when he saw Guo Shuafu, who had lost a lot of weight. If you want to go back, I'll take you out now, Guo Shuafu said expressionlessly as she glanced at the guard. She also knew that it was inconvenient for these guards to stay in Gudanzan. She thought that the guard wanted to talk to her about returning to the country again. No, Miss Gua, there's news from the commander. The guard saw that Guo Shuafu had misunderstood and hurriedly shook his head. Guo Shuafu stood up abruptly when she heard the guard's words, her face full of disbelief. After entering the Roaring Beast Valley, voice transmission talismans couldn't be used. The Roaring Beast Valley was like an isolated world. Yi Hao was actually in the Roaring Beast Valley. How could he send a message? Please take a look, Miss Gua. The guard wasn't surprised when he saw that Guo Shuafu didn't believe him. He immediately handed the teleportation talisman to Guo Shuafu. Guo Shuafu's hands trembled as she took the teleportation talisman. When she saw the message inside, her helpless expression immediately relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. She happily mumbled to herself, "He's actually fine. Miss Guo, we would like to head to where the commander is." "We don't know." The guard asked for instructions. They were now in Gudanzan and had almost lost their freedom. If they wanted to leave, they could only rely on Guo Shuefu. "Go quickly. I'll be there soon." Guo Shuefu was about to leave with the guard when she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly handed her identity token to the guard. As long as one had their identity token, anyone could leave Gudanzan freely. At the same time, in a cave abode in Gudanzan, a middle-aged man was refining elixirs. With a loud boom, the elixir furnace exploded. Instantly, all the disciples were startled awake. Logically speaking, their master had taught them how to refine elixirs and had never failed before, not to mention a serious explosion. "Temph, where did this arrogant brat come from? How dare he bully my son?" When the second elder saw the message sent by Yang Lifeng in the teleportation talisman, he was furious. "Master, who dares to bully junior brother Lifeng? Let me go and teach him a lesson." "What? Someone dares to bully our junior brother Lifeng? This is simply disrespecting Gudanzan. This is outrageous. This person dares to provoke junior brother Lifeng. This is a heinous crime and absolutely unforgivable. He should be torn into pieces." It could be seen that young Lifeng was quite popular among the disciples. Everyone fought to stand up for young Lifeng. This was also because they rarely had the chance to leave the sect. But young Lifeng was different. He had an elder father protecting him. If he wanted to enter and leave the sect, it was indescribably easy. Although young Lifeng was a dandy outside, in the sect, this young Lifeng was very sensible. Moreover, every time young Lifeng left the sect, he would definitely bring back some beauties for them to secretly enjoy. Moreover, this was negligible. That young Lifeng was also their master's disciple. If they stood up for young Lifeng, they would be able to perform well in front of their master. In any case, they would definitely not be at a disadvantage. "Master's good disciples, follow me to Muang City and meet this little bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let him know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Let's go." The second elder raised his arm and called out. Dozens of his trusted disciples immediately followed. "Father! Father! Father!" Guo Shuefu had not yet entered Gudanzan's main hall and was shouting loudly along the way. Her face was full of excitement. "Shui, why are you here? And you?" These past few days, Guo Zhenyu had been troubled by Guo Shuefu. He was really worried that something would happen to Guo Shuefu and that she would take things too hard. But right now, seeing Guo Shuefu's face filled with excitement and joy, this was simply abnormal. Logically speaking, Guo Shuefu's behavior should make him happy. But this sudden abnormality made him a little confused. "Father, let me tell you a piece of good news. Liu Ji is still alive." Guo Shuefu panted heavily. Her face was brimming with a sweet smile as she immediately shared this joy. Hearing Guo Shuefu's words, Guo Zhenyu's expression did not become happy. Instead, his brows had already unconsciously creased. This was because he had already investigated clearly. Yi Hao had indeed entered the Beast Roar Valley. And what kind of place was the Beast Roar Valley? It was a place where even martial gods would not be able to survive. In the end, there was no news of them. From Guo Zhenyu's point of view, Yi Hao was only at the Emperor Wu realm. Even if he had great abilities, could he be more powerful than a martial god? He was now a little worried that Guo Shuefu might have missed Yi Hao too much and was hallucinating at this moment. Or perhaps her mind was in a mess. "Father, this is true. Liu Ji has already sent a message." Seeing Guo Zhenyu looking at her with a face full of worry, Guo Shuefu understood that her father did not believe her. "Daughter, father knows that Liu Ji has entered the Beast Roar Valley. You are worried about him, but he has already entered. There is no other way. You can't continue like this. Go and have a good rest first. Father believes that Liu Ji will be blessed by the heavens. But that Beast Roar Valley is a place where even gods will fall. I reckon that Liu Ji won't have it easy." Hearing Guo Zhenyu speak with assurance, Guo Shuefu could not stop him. She could only pat her head and pass the teleportation talisman in her hand to Guo Zhenyu. Chapter 362. It's really Liu Ji's mental strength. How is this possible? Guo Zhenyu was in disbelief after checking the teleportation talisman. Guo Zhenyu was starting to wonder if he was hallucinating as well. Daughter, let's go to Muwang City, Guo Zhenyu said anxiously. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. Father, you're finally here. That's the guy who hit me. Yang Lifeng covered his face when he saw the second elder and his fellow disciples. You're the one who hit my son? The second elder's face was cold as he looked at Yi Hao with disdain. The second elder was a little surprised when he saw Yi Hao's cultivation level. Although Yi Hao didn't look too old, his cultivation level was already at Emperor Wu's rank 4. However, the second elder was only slightly surprised. Aren't you asking the obvious? Yi Hao glanced at the second elder, not giving him any face. Kid, let me tell you, there's a price to pay for being arrogant. The second elder narrowed his eyes at Yi Hao, his tone was full of threat. Of course, I don't want to fight with a small fry like you. The second elder shouted at his disciples, Disciples, here. The second elder sneered at Yi Hao, he didn't intend to do anything himself. After all, he was still an rank 8 martial emperor. Although in Gudanzan, his cultivation level couldn't be compared to the Grand Elders. After all, the seniority of those Grand Elders was one generation higher than his, and they had cultivated for who knew how many years longer than him. However, his strength was still considered decent in Gudanzan. Moreover, as the second elder of Gudanzan's outer court, he had to be arrogant. Not everyone was worthy of him taking action. Although most of his disciples were martial honorables, there were quite a few of them who were at Emperor Wu's level. There were even 2 who were at the beginner martial emperor realm. In his opinion, these disciples were more than enough to deal with Yi Hao. Brat, wait for your death. With the support of his father, Yang Lifeng instantly became lively again. He said to his fellow disciples, help me take down this ignorant brat. I will definitely reward you greatly. Junior brother Lifeng, what are you talking about? Junior brother's business is my business. Senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely make this brat kneel before you obediently. Junior brother, just watch and see how your senior brother will help you vent your anger. At this moment, second elder's junior brothers obviously didn't take Yi Hao seriously either. This was also Yi Hao's fault. Just now, when he released the Black-Winged Tiger, the people of Mu Royal City were not used to it, so he put the Black-Winged Tiger away. Otherwise, with the Black-Winged Tiger here, these people definitely wouldn't dare to boast like this. Yi Hao, you'd better leave quickly. Brother-in-law, take my sister and run. You are no match for them. Mu Qingyu and Mu Tianyu exclaimed in unison as they sensed that their disciples were on the verge of bursting forth with their overwhelming might. No hurry. Yi Hao waved his hand, they are almost here. They are almost here? Who is almost here? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the 2 of them were confused. Arrogant brat, kneel before me. One of the martial emperors was confident in his cultivation and took the lead to charge at Yi Hao. His long sword slashed out a 10-meter-long azure wave. Ah, help! Run quickly! The crowd around Yi Hao immediately cried out in panic. If this martial emperor's attack landed, they would definitely die. Seeing this martial emperor attack at will without caring about the lives of others, Yi Hao frowned and snorted coldly. Earth-devouring palm. Yi Hao showed no mercy and immediately used a martial technique. In an instant, a huge black vortex formed in Yi Hao's hand. Go! Yi Hao let out a roar as the black vortex collided with the green wave. The black vortex swallowed the azure wave at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? The martial emperor's expression changed and he attacked again. Continue to devour. Yi Hao sneered and the black vortex attacked the martial emperor. Master, save me. When the martial emperor saw the black vortex flying towards him, he was scared out of his wits. He quickly begged the second elder for help. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Seeing that his proud disciple had suffered a loss at the hands of Yi Hao, the second elder disregarded everything and attacked Yi Hao's black vortex. What's going on? The second elder's attack actually didn't shatter the black vortex. What he didn't know was that Yi Hao was using an Earth-grade technique. Although his cultivation was much higher than Yi Hao's, how could he easily break through Yi Hao's martial technique attack if he didn't use a martial technique? Swish, swish. Right at this time, sounds of whistling wind came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a group of silhouettes standing in the airspace above the Mu royal city. You dare to be impudent in front of the commander? You really don't know what's good for you. There were close to 400 people, all of them wearing golden armor and holding golden machetes. Their black cloaks fluttered without any wind, and the words Bai Sheng were written on them. One of them pulled out a large blade and looked disdainfully at everyone as he shouted, "Commander! Who is the commander? Who are these people?" They seem to be the imperial guards of the Bai Sheng dynasty. Why would the imperial guards of the Bai Sheng holy dynasty come to such a small place? And who is the commander? Besides the onlookers, even the second elder's disciples looked at the imperial guards in confusion. The imperial guards of the Bai Sheng holy dynasty were looking around for something. This was because they didn't see Liu Ji. "Why aren't you saluting when you see me?" Yi Hao's voice suddenly rang in the imperial guards' minds. All the imperial guards immediately looked at the young man in red armor and realized that they had never seen Yi Hao before. However, Yi Hao's voice transmission couldn't be wrong. "Greetings, Commander." The imperial guards didn't have time to think as they knelt on the ground and greeted him. "What? This young man is the commander of the imperial guards of the Bai Sheng holy dynasty?" Seeing all the imperial guards saluting like Yi Hao, the crowd was in an uproar. But isn't the imperial guards of the Bai Sheng holy dynasty supposed to be a team of 200? It's more than that. Didn't you see that the numbers on their chests are different? One is 2 and the other is 8. Do you mean that this young man is the commander of the 2 teams? The crowd finally understood why Yi Hao wasn't afraid of young Lai Feng. They were both from a sacred force and the second elder's rank was probably the same as Yi Hao's. There was no need for him to be afraid of him. "You're from the Bai Sheng holy dynasty?" The second elder frowned when he saw the imperial guards saluting Yi Hao. "But isn't your commander Liu Ji?" The second elder found this group of guards familiar. When he heard them discussing their serial numbers, he asked, "But isn't your commander Liu Ji?" The second elder immediately remembered that these 2 teams were the ones who had escorted Guo Shuafu back to the Bai Sheng holy dynasty. The captain of these 2 teams, Liu Ji, had been a hot topic in Gudanzan recently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known. Liu Ji had entered the beast-roaring valley and had angered the sect leader. However, according to the second elder's knowledge, although Liu Ji was young, he was definitely not a teenager. Obviously, the second elder felt that Liu Ji's image was different from Yi Hao's. In fact, what the second elder wanted to say was also what the imperial guards were thinking. However, they were afraid of Yi Hao. Moreover, when they heard Yi Hao's voice in their heads, they couldn't help but kneel down. Chapter 363. When the guards heard the second elder's words, they did not know what to say and looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. "Ha ha ha. How dare you doubt me?" Yi Hao suddenly laughed loudly. When the guards heard this familiar voice, they immediately lowered their heads in panic and said that they did not dare to do so. "All of you, raise your heads and take a good look." Suddenly, Yi Hao's voice exploded in everyone's ears again. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the guards immediately raised their heads while trembling. A face that they couldn't be more familiar with entered their eyes. When the guards saw Yi Hao turn into Liu Ji, they no longer dared to doubt Yi Hao's real identity. "Greetings, Commander. Please forgive us." When they saw Yi Hao turn into a different person in the blink of an eye, everyone was shocked. What kind of secret technique did Yi Hao master to be able to change his appearance in an instant? The guards did not see how Yi Hao did it. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes and a young man turned into a young man. Yi Hao turned into Liu Ji. No one could tell which one was Yi Hao's real face. "It's just a disguise. Watch how I uncover your true face." The second elder snorted coldly. Disguise had a habit of not being able to hide from people of a high level. They would definitely be able to see through it if they used their mental strength. The The second elder immediately used his mental strength. However, the more he looked at Yi Hao, the more frightened he became. When he looked at Yi Hao, it was as though Yi Hao's appearance was Yi Hao's real face. He could not see any clues at all. There was only one possibility. This was Yi Hao's real face. Didn't that mean that Yi Hao was really from the Bisheng sacred dynasty? If so, he could no longer tangle with Yi Hao. Father, quickly uncover the truth of this boy. Don't let the guards be deceived. Young Lai Feng, who was beside the second elder, said. Shut up, the second elder said to young Lai Feng in a deep voice. His expression was very ugly at the moment. Father. Young Lai Feng looked at the second elder in confusion. However, the second elder immediately glared at him and did not allow him to speak. Young Lai Feng could only lower his head and mutter to himself. Ha ha ha, this is Commander Liu, right? We're still family after all. Don't hurt our friendship. There was a misunderstanding just now. The second elder's complexion changed. A smile appeared on his face as he spoke to Yi Hao. What was going on? Was he really the commander of the Bisheng sacred dynasty? Even the second elder of Gu's second elder had to be friendly to him. Everyone looked at the second elder's performance. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Who is your family? Do you think it's a misunderstanding just because you say so? Your good son actually dared to humiliate my woman. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Yi Hao coldly snorted. This. The second elder's face darkened. He had not expected Yi Hao to be so insensible. He had already lowered his attitude, but Yi Hao still dared to disrespect him. After all, his cultivation level was higher than Yi Hao's. If it wasn't for the Bisheng sacred dynasty, he would not have been afraid of Yi Hao. Just based on the fact that you hit my son, I have 10,000 reasons to kill you. The second elder's face darkened and he thought angrily. Commander Liu, what do you want to do about this? The second elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. At the same time, he released his cultivation level. It was obvious that he was threatening Yi Hao. Are you trying to threaten me? Yi Hao's face darkened when he felt the second elder's aura pressing down on him. Squeak. Squeak. Suddenly, the squeak of the sky-devouring rat came from the ground. However, no one knew what it was. Even the second elder was stunned. He released his mind power to find the source of the sound. Oh no! The second elder panicked. Suddenly, the ground under young Lai Feng's feet cracked. Young Lai Feng did not pay attention and fell into the hole. Ah! Father, save me! Young Lai Feng panicked and cried for help. Save my son! Second elder reacted quickly, and immediately let out a shout. All of the ancient alchemy sect disciples didn't need to think too much about it. They all ran in young Lai Feng's direction. Ah! A scream came from the hole. When everyone arrived at the hole, they saw a pool of blood in the hole. There was also a head in the pool. The head was staring at them in horror. When the second elder saw his son's head, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Master! The second elder's disciple immediately went to support him. Get out of my way! The second elder pushed everyone away and looked at Yi Hao with bloodshot eyes. Speak. Brat, did you do it? Second elder, you have to show evidence. What evidence do you have to prove that our commander did it? One of the imperial guards stood up and shouted. The second elder's face turned pale. That's right. He knew that this was most likely related to Yi Hao, but the problem was that he couldn't produce any evidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his breath and killed Yi Hao. Then, even the Bisheng sacred dynasty wouldn't be able to say anything. How could the Bai Sheng holy dynasty attack the ancient alchemy sect for a guard commander? That's right, I killed your son. What can you do about it? Yi Hao said softly. At Yi Hao's feet was a 1-meter-long rat. It was chewing and blood was dripping from the corner of its mouth. This proved that it was the sky-devouring rat that had killed young Lai Feng. Wow! The crowd was once again in an uproar. They thought to themselves, is this kid really so fearless? You actually dared to kill someone in front of his father, and you actually dared to admit it openly. How much courage do you need to do this? Moreover, the other party's background is no less than yours. You are from the Bai Sheng dynasty, while he is from Gudanzan. Obviously, your cultivation is not as high as his. Everyone was mourning for Yi Hao. Yi Hao was finished. If there was anyone to blame, it was this brat who did not know how to restrain himself. Isn't he just using his cultivation level to threaten you? As long as you give in, then everything will be fine. However, they did not know that even if the second elder had not threatened him, he would have killed Yang Lifeng anyway. What a joke. He had almost done that to the woman he liked in public. Who wouldn't be angry if they did that to a man? How dare he think that he would let things go? What a dream. I'm going to kill you. The second elder looked at the heaven-swallowing rat, who was looking at him with a mocking gaze, and immediately became furious. The second elder raised his sleeves and an elixir furnace appeared in front of him. The elixir furnace grew from 2 to 3 meters in size to 40 to 50 meters in size. It then flew above the crowd. When the crowd saw such a huge elixir furnace above their heads, they felt that they could not breathe. I'm going to smash all of you into meat paste. The second elder roared. The alchemy furnace slowly rose up, and then quickly smashed towards Yi Hao. Break. Looking at the elixir furnace that was flying towards him, Yi Hao pulled Mu Qingyu behind him to protect her. He picked up the blood-stained dual sabers and rushed towards the elixir furnace. Idiot, this is a royal-level spiritual weapon. You want to attack the elixir furnace? You are courting death. The second elder sneered when he saw Yi Hao's actions. He was determined to capture Yi Hao and put him into the cauldron to refine into a mortal pill. Only then would he be able to avenge his son. Earth-devouring slash. Yi Hao shouted. The blood-stained dual sabers slashed towards the second elder's elixir furnace with martial arts power. Bang! The blood-stained dual sabers collided with the elixir furnace. The crowd's ears were ringing and many of them covered their ears. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.